Hey everybody, it's Scoots here, and I'm always looking for something lulling and soothing, but a little bit different or original to do to put you to sleep. And I know unboxing videos have been a big thing, since a long time. Everybody, and it can be interesting. Or you go online to watch reviews and stuff. And so I thought we'd do like this is an unboxing, like a lulling unboxing. It's not going to be technology though, but this will be an actual, I guess it won't be a live unboxing. As I'm recording it, I'll be here actually unboxing this, for real. So, and I think it's not, I just didn't pick something like, okay, we're going to unbox a bag of sponges, because, well, that wouldn't take an hour either. It's open. But actually, speaking of sponges, this one came from my brother Carl. Already off topic, straight into Trader Joe's. But it was my brother Carl. He said that Trader Joe's has these sponges. I think he told me this like 5-6 years ago. And he doesn't even normally shop at like Trader Joe's, I don't think. But he was like, you got to get these Trader Joe's natural sponges. And my brother Ken, he started buying them. So he told me about them. And that's all, that's like, you don't unbox them, you unbag them. And they're like shrivel, like they're the dried sponges. Then you get them wet and they go to full size. They're not inexpensive, but they are so well made. Like the sponge never comes apart. And then, you just get rid of it when it's, whenever it's past its prime. I don't know. That's kind of hurtful for a sponge to hear. I was going to say when it starts to stink and then you spray it with, or when it's covered in like where you say, well, you're too, I guess it's kind of like meat. You're too covered in grease stains and stuff. Then the sponge goes away. Sorry, any sponges that are listening, I apologize. Sorry about that. How did this, in the world of sponges, this just became a podcast to keep you up, podcast to keep sponges, but they do a great job, those sponges. I think it's $11 for like a pack of 8 or $8 for a pack of 11. Sleep with me, the podcast about the sponges and we can't talk about it too much because it'll go off the rails. So this is a first on Sleep With Me. Maybe, I don't, if we've done so many episodes, but I don't think I've ever done an unboxing. And of course, I know some of you are sitting on the edge of hopefully none of you are sitting on the edge of your bed, maybe on the edge of your pillow, saying, Scoots, what are we going to unbox? And well, I say, don't worry, I'm going to take forever to get there. I got a story about it, of course. And it'll maybe, I don't know, it'll probably be the title. I don't know what the title of the episode's going to be, but you'll find out. It's nothing too exciting, but it's just interesting enough to take your mind off stuff, of course. So let's see. Let's talk about routines, I guess, first, because I don't know if I've talked about this routine that I've tried to develop, and I can already feel my insides getting a little tight. And we've talked about this on the show, the C word, CLUTTER, and, a little bit of the chaos involved. And then I tend to have some of that in my life. And I've found what really is effective for me is setting a timer. But I have to do it every night of saying, okay, let's just work on this for like filing stuff or working on a cabinet for 5 minutes. And then maybe if we can go longer. And I wish that wasn't the case, but it just is for me. And I have noticed that that's powerful if you keep it up. But then what this is just being honest. My default is that then one night I'll be like, I can't possibly handle 5 minutes of organization stuff. Please give me a break. And then that turns into like 6 months. And I think it is one of those self-perpetuating things. Like, I think the part of me that's saying that is really up to no good. And it's just got to be like, okay, we'll just do it for 5 minutes then. You could handle it for 5 minutes, just like we do with a little kid if you're reparenting yourself or whatever, like I'm trying to do. And say, we'll just do it for 5 minutes. Then when the timer goes off, we don't have to do it anymore. There even is a logical thing. It's based on like fake numbers, but I always say 5 minutes is like 10,000 more minutes or 10,000% more than zero. And I guess that little kid part of me says, like, it can make my kid feel good. Oh, wow, really? That much more than zero? And, because I think just, I don't know. I don't want to dig too deep into it because I'm not super cluttered. But I just have, with the podcast, there's a lot of stuff inbound, and then I'm producing a lot of notes, and it's tough to keep all that organized, and I don't really have any spare time, like the 5 minutes after I watch Star Wars before I go to bed, or Star Trek. But that works if I do it consistently. So I was doing it in, like, even if I want to procrastinate, I say, well, just do something for 5 minutes then. Because they say, well, I don't know, like something about filing, like it gives me, like, just really stressful. Like, I don't know if it's the bills or whatever. So then the other night, I said, I can't handle that. And I said, well, let's just do something else for 5 minutes then. Like, so organize this little cabinet here. And then I got a look in the first cabinet. I said, well, how about we just shove stuff in here for 5 minutes? Because I don't know if I could handle looking. And I said, well, let's just try another cabinet then. And I said, okay. So we went on to this next cabinet. And I said, let's just pick some stuff out that we could throw, like, and in the cabinet was like some DVDs, like a big organizer, one of those ones that zips up of DVDs that's never been, like, I don't know when I stopped watching. I don't have a way to watch DVDs. Maybe you could do that on the Xbox, but I don't really watch DVDs. They still have the organizer of them. And then that one's a tough say. Well, what do I do with these DVDs? Because a lot of them were backups or stuff. So, but then I started digging around, and there's like a computer that I'm trying, like, it's a little bit underpowered, but I'm saving it for some, some project one day. So there's that. And I started rifling around in there, and I said, okay, let's just pick a couple of things we can recycle, a couple of things we could throw out, and a couple of things we could put up, put in order here. And this is when I found this box, and it was a Christmas gift to me, and it was part of a Christmas gift. It was part of the, I guess maybe there's a box within a box, so more answers may come, but it was part of a Goonies boxed set someone gave me for Christmas one time. And I think it was the Goonies 20th anniversary edition, so it would have been 2002, maybe? I don't know. No. Goonies didn't come out in 82. Maybe 2006, 86, I think it probably came out, or 85. I don't know. But so it was a box set, and the box set wasn't in there, so we're not going to open the box set. But what we are going to open is within the box set was this Goonies board game. And I'm holding the box within a box now, and it says The Goonies for 2 to 4 players. And the box is made to, I guess, it doesn't look like a treasure box quite. It looks like a picture frame box or something. But so it's got like a little fake metal corners and then like wood. And then in the square within the wood, if it was a picture frame, it says The Goonies, and it's in little letters, and then Goonies in that Goonies font with the I dotted by, friend of One-Eyed Willie's. And it says for 2 to 4 players. And then there's a map, like a treasure map, and then its treasure map is torn, and we're seeing through the treasure map, the sky, the setting sun, a ship with its sails unfurled, and then a rock, and then these kids looking at the ship and pointing at it. Now, it's a drawing. It's clearly stylized, so it's not a shot from the movie. And I guess if you saw this, you'd think Brant was the main character. Brant, like I always get his name mixed up because he's standing and pointing. He's got his headband on. He's holding a staff like he was an elvish, like wizard or something. Next to him, maybe Andy, but she looks so very small and too young. Then on his knees on the ground, I believe, is Chunk. Lawrence, right? Lawrence is his real name. Then down the rocks in front of Brant, it looks like Martha Plimpton's character, who, of course, I don't know, like, and then two other characters on either side of Martha Plimpton, one assuming Mouth and one assuming Data. Oh, you know what, though? I'm getting mixed up, because then at the bottom is someone who I would assume is Mikey, but he's got like a ribbon flowing off his outfit. I don't know what that is. It looks very D&D. So that could be Martha Plimpton, because didn't she have a sweater on with like a attached belt? And then the person I thought was Martha Plimpton could be Data with his hair slicked back. It looked like maybe something, I thought it was hair, but maybe it's something sticking out of his backpack. So they're all standing on a rock, pointing at One-Eyed Willie's ship or looking at it. Like kind of something out of like an adventure, the front page of an adventure book. And then there's like a Goonies-style crest, a circle with a circular writing that says, based on the blockbuster adventure movie. Then there's like a One-Eyed Willie's friend with a Goonies, like a hat with a Goonies bandana on it. Oh, no, that is One-Eyed Willie. Then the left and the right side of the box say Goonies board game. And then they have the WB thing. And then the box is open. But within the box is like a sealed plastic container. And on the bottom, it says, like, it's like a label. It says warning. It says conforms to safety stuff, ages 14 and plus. So just in case you were planning on playing this with your kids, you can't. It's ages 14 and up. So this game's PG-14. And it says the Goonies trademark, Warner Brother Entertainment. Then on the other side, it says the Goonies 25th anniversary board game. So that would have been maybe 2011 then, or 29, like the Goonies 25th anniversary collection board game. And on top of the cover is like an even cooler map. Geez, let me get some more light on here, and we'll get into some more details. All right, so I did some plastic removing so I get a better view. But so, this is like, there's a map, and then it says the Goonies 25th anniversary board game. I think I said that. Then there's a silhouette, and then, of course, the largest figure in the silhouette is Sloth. And Sloth seems to be holding the hands of two children. One I would assume is Chunk, just because his body type, and then the other one, I guess it's Andy because she's wearing a skirt, and but her hair seems shorter. Then to the right of Andy is Brant with his hands in his pockets. Then holding Chunk's hand is someone I could only assume is Mouth, and then Mouth is holding Martha Plimpton's hand, presumably, and then Martha Plimpton is holding Mikey's hand, and then Data is running to join them, like, because Data's like a raincoat with a cape or whatever is behind, like, flowing behind him. But the background's very interesting. There's a giant G, looks like some sort of doubloon. Then there's like some things you'd see on a map, like sea creatures. Then there's like an old Spanish doubloon or whatever. It says POSVDE 85, like maybe one of the things they use for wayfinding. Then there's a map. Then I think there's the squid that only appeared in like on YouTube cuts of the movie. There's some clams, a little bit of an island or something. And then this is also the instructions. Now, of course, I want to dig into the game before we go through the instructions, but let's just like do a little bit. It's for 2 to 4 players, the Goonies game, trademarked, by the way, Goonies. And so I don't know if I could, does that mean I can't use it in the title of the podcast? Probably not. Maybe if I put it in quotes. But the objective is to be the first player to escape One-Eyed Willie's cave with at least 3 gold doubloons. Double-oons, if I'm doing it phonetically. And then the contents, maybe I shouldn't tell you the contents because that'll be more fun. So I'm going to open up, so that's the instructions, which maybe we'll have time to get to, maybe we won't. I mean, I much prefer digging into the, what do you call this, the ephemera of the game or the physical stuff. Okay, so digging in, I'm going to have to pause it, but there seems to be a game board, actually, and it's hard. I was thinking the whole time I never opened this because I was like, oh, wow, like I don't like board games without a board. But this seems to be a well-folded board, and it's in plastic, so I'll open that. Then there's also a deck of cards, game cards. Then there's some bases, like I think for the characters to stand on, like if they're cardboard, there's a green base, a blue base, a yellow base, a orange base, and a red base, just for like to represent characters. I think they're going to stand on these bases. Okay, yeah, and then there's, holy cow, we're going to have to dig into this one. But yeah, then there's characters, but they're headshots of the characters. And I'm not trying to be funny. I have no idea. The top character looks like Hermione. Emma Watson. Is that who plays Hermione? And then it's in a package. And then the other side is clearly Corey Feldman. Obviously he was young, but holy cow. He definitely, he's got a winning smile on there. And then there's a little package of paper coins. I could assume these are the doubloons. So what I'll do is I'll open up the board and the cards and the characters, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back here, and I haven't looked at the game board because I don't want to do that without you. I would not do that to you, you know. And I'm just realizing that there's probably some people that are, younger people or older people that might not know what Goonies is. So Goonies was a movie in the 1980s. I think it's pretty ingrained into our cultural lexicon. But it was an adventure movie, like very similar to Stranger Things, but a little bit more aimed at children than adults. But the same sense of young people on an adventure where there are stakes. And so yeah, and it was just had a huge impact on me. So it might be worth checking out. I'm going to go through, these are the character pieces. And again, the first one I see, I assume maybe it isn't Andy. Maybe we'll come back, or maybe she didn't want to have her picture taken, or maybe the Andy in my mind is just different than the Andy character, but it does look a lot like Emma Watson. So that's the first character. Then you have Mouth, I think that's his name, played by Corey Feldman, which I shouldn't have said because I'm not going to know all the everybody who played everybody. Then we have Mikey. And Mikey's headshot is definitely a shot from the movie. I'm not sure the other two headshots. He's looking behind him. His head is like wet. And he's like reacting like in a little bit of amazement to something. And so then we have Data, who also his headshot looks like it's from the movie. I forget how young these characters were because he's kind of looking at something. And then we have Chunk, who's also looking like he's smiling and saying something. I think he's saying, hey, you guys, or he's got a big smile. So I'll be a little bit honest, it's not exactly, it's an interesting choice. So we'll see with the gameplay that you can't be Brant or Martha Plimpton's character, whose character name I don't know. But I just think that's strange, like a little bit that those two characters were left out. I don't know. I mean, really, a donut, like, but I mean, who am I to judge? I can't, I've had this game sitting in a drawer somewhere for years. And then the next thing to look at is these doubloons, doubloons, I guess. And most of them are gold doubloons. So I don't know if we'll need to shuffle them. And on one side is, they're pretty small. Like they're about the size of my thumbnail. Everything is trademarked, by the way. So don't think about using this. And then on the other side is the image of One-Eyed Willie. And there's, yeah, we should count them. You're right, Scoots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 in my hand, and there's also some in the box. So, like, how'd you fall asleep? Was counting doubloons. Scoot was counting he was trying to say doubloons from, then he was counting them from the Goonies board. There's a Goonies board game. Well, it's only included in the 25th anniversary edition. And 99% of people are like Scoots. They didn't even bother opening the game. There's also 3 doubloons that are different. So I don't know. And they say on one side, they say go back. And then on the other side is like one of, like, these are black instead of gold. And then on the other side is the image of someone like One-Eyed Willie, but not One-Eyed Willie. They have 2, maybe Chester Copperpot. I'm not positive, though, because they're not wearing, it's just a headshot. And then we have the cards. And the cards say the Goonies 25th Anniversary Collector Edition on the back. And then they have like a map theme, and then on the top left side of the card, there's the balloons, like it looks like actually a picture of them. And then on the lower right side, it's like a map type image of a sailing ship, presumably, you can't even name the, One-Eyed Willie's ship. I don't know what it was called, but of course we'll count the cards. I don't know. Let me see if I can do it quietly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 Goonies, 15 Goonies, 16 Goonies. I'm losing my breath. 17 Goonies, 18, 19, 20, 21 Goonies sitting in a tree, 22 Goonies sitting with me, 25 Goonies kissing a bee, 25 I messed up my count. I'm not kidding either. I'm going to try to get back to 25 as fast as I can. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right, let's just focus on counting these other ones, Scoots. 26, 27, 28 Goonies, 29 Goonies, 30 Goonies on cards, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. I think we're going to have 52, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 4 Goonies cards. Now let's take a look at some of these cards. Let's have some fun. The first one I see is a 0, and it's silver. So I don't know if there's like a Uno aspect to this, because it has a 0, the number 0, and it's silver. And it also says force one player to give one of their gold doubloons to another player. Then the next card is a red 4. And there's a lot of good artwork. So it's 4 FOUR. Then it has 4 in Roman numerals. But the 4 also, the font looks like candied. It's a red gem color in a font that you'd associate with the Goonies. And then behind it is, what is that? A Jolly Roger, like a map, but it has an image of the Jolly Roger behind it. So that's a card with a 4 on it. Then we have a 0 card again. I guess these are ones that move the player in the lead back 6 places. And in the background of the 0 cards is a ship, like a drawing of a ship on a map. Then we have a red 2 card, very similar to the red 4. Then we have a 0 card. Play this card at any time, even if it's not your turn, to cancel the effects of another special movement card. Then draw a card. So this would be good if they try to take your doubloon or make you move back. So that's another silver 0. Okay, this increases my speculation that this is an Uno-like game because this is a green 4 card we're seeing now. Now a yellow or gold 6 card. And then a green 3. Then a yellow 3. Ooh, beautiful. Then there's a 5, and it's a beautiful aquamarine color. Really like that one. Then a gold 2, or yellow 2. You're right, brain. Then an aquamarine 3, a red 3, a 0. Put any player into lockup. Green 6. So I think the highest number is 6. A 0. If you're in lockup, play this card to free yourself and move your piece to the space in front of the player that is in the lead. Now that is a powerful card. Like one where you could almost wait till, here's a strategic maneuver of a game I've never played. If you have this card, get put in lockup right close to the end of the game and you'll win. If you have the doubloons. Green 3, yellow 4, green 2, yellow 3. Is this what unboxing videos are like? Well, except without the spark scoots. Aquamarine 4. Also, it's in a video, but ruby red 5. You're right. Give me more aquamarine 2, ruby red 3, a 0, silver 0. Swap any 2 players' positions on the board. Ruby red 2. 0, move forward to the closest white crystal space. Bump any player you pass as if you landed on them. Oh, so this is a mystery. Like, so if 2 players can't share the same space in this game, what do we say? We can't say ruby green. Green jello 4. Jello jiggler green 4. Green jello jiggler 4. Goldenrod 5. Jello green jiggler 2. Goldenrod 3. Aquamarine 4. Ruby red 6. Aquamarine 3. Ruby red 3. A 0, swap places with any other player's piece, including lockup. Oh, wow. So if you have this, you could swap places, go to lockup, and then if you have the other card, then you could get into the lead. But if you had this, you could just switch places with the person in the lead, which actually would work good, because then if you have the lockup card, someone might try to lock you up because you're in the lead. Jello green jiggler 5. 0, flip over the top 2 cards of the move deck and move that many spaces. Do not add any bonus movements for matching colors. Oh, so maybe it's not like Uno. These numbers are how often we will move. 3, Jello Jiggler Green 3, Goldenrod 4, Aquamarine 6, Goldenrod 2, Aquamarine 3, Ruby Red 4, and finally an Aquamarine 2. Did I mention they're in Roman numerals, but like they look like dog bones, the Roman numerals for 2. So that's the cards for the game. Next we'll go onto the board, and I guess then we'll learn the rules here. Because the board is kind of simple. So this does not exactly inspire, I mean, no offense, I love Goonies, but the board does not exactly inspire excitement. I guess because I'm like, I have trouble with focusing. I like a board with a lot going on. And not to steal the conversation, but I think maybe I've talked about it. It's the greatest board game I've ever played as a child. We got at a garage sale. And it was a vertical board game. This was, I mean, you're talking 1982 maybe. So, and it was used at a garage sale. And it was a vertical board game, meaning instead of the board being flat, it like had a holder and it went upwards and it was a mountain. And the characters were mountain climbers, and there was little holes on the board, and you would put their pick in the hole, and they would slowly try to make their way up different ways up the mountain. And because it was from a garage sale, we had to, improvise some things, but there was like, different things you could set off, and it would affect players below you. So like a landslide, boulders, rams. And it was a great game. It was really like the greatest board game I've ever played. And I still go to garage sales looking for this game. Maybe it would just be, just for nostalgia purposes. I don't know if it was that good or I was just like, because it was so unique as a kid. So that also makes it tough to stack up against, if, for games, because I see this board. So here's the board. It is, it's a mostly square board. I can't say that with 100% certainty that it's a square. And all it looks like is a path. There's a start and then there's an escape. And let's see, how do I describe this? So the path just looks like little stepping stones. Some look like they're ice. Some look like they're green Jello Jiggler gems. Some look like they're aquamarine blue gems. Some look like they're ruby red gems, and some look like they're, what are those called? Goldenrod gold gems. And they proceed in a serpentine way. So start, and it goes so I'm looking at the upper left quadrant of the board. And it says start, and it also, so the backdrop of the board is a map. It says, again, the Goonies 25th Anniversary Collector's Edition. But it also proceeds over some water towards the end of the game. And then the escape thing also has a print of a ship, like a little painting of a ship. And the board doesn't, like the map that the board, like is the backdrop, doesn't seem to have anything to do with Goonies. There is the skull key thing on the right-hand side of the board. And then there's a Jolly Roger, and there's some doubloons spilled in the middle, and a couple of compass roses or whatever. And then there's, on the left-hand side below the start, there's a thing with bars, and it says 7 lockup, and it kind of looks like a little old-fashioned jail. Then also spread about the board, and it doesn't look like there's any, I mean, I'm sure there's an algorithm, but it doesn't look like one I could figure out is different pictures of One-Eyed Willie with, like, so on a space, on a game space, and it says 6 or 7 or 8 below One-Eyed Willie. There also, it seems like there's a couple places. So let's see. So you start at the start and then you go all the way to the right. Yeah, we should count it. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth spot says 6 with One-Eyed Willie. 5, 6. The sixth spot's a piece of ice. These are all green. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Also a One-Eyed Willie space. Then there's 12 is a ice space. 13 is the aquamarine. 14 aquamarine. 15. 16 is aquamarine. It says One-Eyed Willie 6. 17 is aquamarine. 18 is ice. 19 aquamarine. 20 One-Eyed Willie 7 aquamarine. 21 and 22 are aquamarine. 23 is ice, and at 23 you can go left or right for 3 spaces that go to the exact same spot. But if we remember, 2 players can't, like it wouldn't make any sense except that 2 players can't share the same spot. So I guess if you didn't want to knock your friend off the board, you could go left or right. That seems like it's going to cause some trouble, though. But if you go left, there's 3 spots, a green, a blue, and a red, and then it ends in a goldenrod, one-eyed willie 7. And if you take the left path, it goes red, Roy G. Biv, red, green, in like aquamarine, and ends at the same one-eyed willie 7. Then the path splits 3 ways. All the paths are the same length. So the path to the left goes green, aquamarine, red, and then one of One-Eyed Willie's friends, Chester Copperpot, in a blackish brown. The center path goes Roy G. Biv, red, green, and then in like a blue, and then Chester Copperpot. And then the rightmost path goes aquamarine, red, and green Jello Jiggler to Chester Copperpot. Then there's an ice spot. Then our spots all turn to, so now we're over the water on ice. Then there's a ruby red spot, regular. Then a ruby red ruby red Willy, what's his name? Willy Wonka, One-Eyed Willie 8. Then a ruby red, then ice. And now we're back on land. Then another ruby red, then a One-Eyed Willie 8, and then 2 more ruby red spaces, then an ice space. And then we're in the goldenrod zone. In the home stretch, there's 1, 2 goldenrods, then a third, that's a One-Eyed Willie 8, then another goldenrod, then a ice, then a One-Eyed Willie 9, 10, 11, 12, then there's 4 more goldenrods, then ice, and then the end of the game, the escape. And, I'm no game designer, so... Oh, I just noticed on the map, it looks like this could be the Nile or the Mississippi. Like, there seems to be some river with a lot of labeling on there. I think this took place in Maine, though. In the movie, right? In Augusta, Maine. Is it Portland, Maine? But looking over the board, I really don't have an idea of how to play, so I am going to have to read the instructions. So let's do that. All right, so let's go through the Goonies game instructions. I'll probably be doing some paraphrasing. All right, so it comes with 5 game pieces: Chunk, Mikey, Andy, Data, Mouth with plastic stands, game board, 45 move cards. Is that how many? I thought I counted 44. Rules insert, which is in my hand, 16 gold doubloons, of which I counted for 10, and then 3 skull tokens. And you're like, Scoots, what's the setup? How do we get this game going? I'll tell you. This is what we'll do. We'll sit down. Obviously, we got to get a game place going. Then each player is going to pick, it doesn't have like one of those ones, whoever's birthday is closer to make it easy. So each player picks a piece and places it on the place marked start. So that'll be another thing. I guess if it's 14 and up, you should be able to say, not everybody's fighting over Data or Mouth. Or I guess everybody has their own. Who would I be? Bran isn't an option. I mean, I would prefer Martha Plimpton. And also would have been great if the game would, like, she was included so I'd know what her character's name was, but it didn't. You see, you'd be Mouth, Scoots. I mean, no, I like Chunk a lot. I mean, if it can't be Martha Plimpton, probably Chunk. Or Lawrence, as the police officer refers to him. Okay, so let's see. Setup. Each player picks a place, puts them on start, shuffle the move deck, and place it by the board where all the players can reach it. That's respectful. And then form a discard pile for your move cards next to the deck. Okay, randomly, without looking, place a skull token face down in each of the 3 skull spaces on the board. Then each player draws 3 cards from the move deck. This is your hand. And then the youngest player goes first, so that's easy. So maybe the oldest player gets to pick the pieces first. Okay, on your turn, play a move card from your choice in your hand. So we'll have 3 move cards, and I assume those are the numbered cards or the 0 card with some thing you can do on it. So it turns out those cards are kind of powerful. I like that you have a choice of 3 things to do instead of the randomness of the dice. Because then you could try to hold your move, because obviously you don't want to, there's a couple of calculations. You can knock players off the board, I believe. We'll find out. And then you also can hold these 0 cards for strategic value for later in the game if you can. But then if you can't move, you have to play one, I guess. So play a move card. Move your piece that many squares forward or backward. Wait a second. Whoa. Or backward on the board. Check to see if you've landed on a trap space. See trap spaces below. Oh, that's interesting. And then end your turn by drawing move cards until you have 3 in your hand. So, okay, finish up by drawing your cards. Okay, move cards. Your hand's composed of 3 move cards. Each move card has a number on it, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. No ones. That's interesting. When you play a move card, move your piece in either direction. The number of spaces equal to the number on the move card you played. So that makes some of those roundabouts interesting because you could go around the circle. Like it's not just since this is the first time I've played one of these board game where you can go back and forth in a while. So that's also interesting. Okay, when you play a move card and its color matches the color on the space of the board you started from, you can choose to move an additional space. Okay, interesting. So another layer of strategy of trying to use cards that match this. If you're trying to get to the end fast, you can choose to move an additional space. Special move cards. There are 9 special move cards that have no movement. Each of these special move cards has unique ability, as we read. Yeah, that might help you get ahead in the game. You could play a move card at any time. You can play a regular move card. If you play a special move card, it counts as your turn, even if you don't end up moving your piece. Special move cards count as 0 when turned over for movement, traps, or escape attempts from lockup. Okay, trap spaces. One-Eyed Willie left many, tramp spaces to protect his treasure. Each tramp space has a number on it. When you land on that tramp space, flip over 3 cards from the top of the move deck and add the numbers up on the cards you reveal. This number is your trap score. If your trap score is greater than or equal to the number on the trap space, you solve the trap and you get a gold doubloon as your reward. And you can move ahead to the nearest white crystal space. I thought those were ice. They're actually white crystals. And they say white crystal spaces are the white spaces on the board that appear between the sets of colored spaces. If your trap score is lower than the number on the trap space, you must either lose a gold doubloon or go to lockup near the start space. Your choice. If you don't have a gold doubloon to lose, you must place your piece in lockup. So this is interesting because these trap spaces are essential to winning the game because it is, as thus far, the only way to acquire a gold doubloon is to deal with this. It's also randomized. If you can add, I guess my thing would be I'm really slow at adding. But considering that there's no 1, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have a pretty good chance of winning, I think. I'm no mathematician. Okay, lockup. At the start of your turn, you're in lockup. If you're in lockup, you must flip the top 3 cards of the move deck and add the numbers up revealed. If the total is 7 or greater, you escape from lockup and you can place your piece on the white crystal space behind the player who is in next to last place. After 3 failed attempts, you escape on your next turn. So here's some advice. Keep your doubloons and go to jail. Again, coming from someone that's never played the game, because you need the gold doubloons to win. And again, it seems, unless I'm misunderstanding this, you flip 3 cards. Flip 3 cards and add them together. It's got to be greater than 7. Let's just try this a few times and see if I beat 7 out of 3 times. Okay, so I got a 0, a 4, and a 4. So first try, I escaped. Okay, next try, 0, 2. Okay, not looking so great for this one, but and 0. So second try did not, and I probably wouldn't have won on the space. Third try, looking good, 4. 6, that's 10. We're good. So 2 out of 3. So I would say go ahead and go to, what do they call it? Lockup. It's kind of fun, huh? Okay, bumping players. When you land on a red, blue, yellow, or green space that's already occupied, you bump that player backwards, but only to the nearest white crystal space. Those are safe zones that players cannot be bumped from. So crystal zones are safe zones, and if you get bumped, you go back to the crystal, not to lockup. That's what I would have thought, but not the case. It doesn't say, does it say anywhere if two people can share lockup? I'm always in these arguments about the games. I know we're having this whole thing. Is there a Supreme Court of Games where they say no? Because there's too much, there's too much room for interpretation sometimes. Okay, gold doubloons. You win a gold doubloon every time you solve one of One-Eyed Willie's traps. You can carry up to 4 gold doubloons at a time. If you land on a trap space, you can discard a gold doubloon instead of attempting to solve it. This does not count as solving it, so you won't get a gold doubloon as a reward, obviously, if you're giving it up. So it's interesting. At the end of the multicolored paths on the border, there's 3 skull spaces, 1 for each branch of the path. If during your move you land on or pass over a skull space, you must stop and reveal the skull token on the space. If the token says go back, move your place back to the nearest white crystal space. If the skull key is on the other side of the skull token, you immediately advance to the white crystal space on the other side of the skull spaces. At the end of your turn, regardless of the outcome, turn that skull token face down and shuffle it with the other 2 tokens and place the tokens randomly on the skull spaces without looking. So I'm interested. I'm finding this game interesting as far as the just calculating, getting the balloons. The winner of the game is the first player to reach escape space while holding at least, that's interesting. As I'm wondering this. At least 4 gold doubloons. So you could hold 4. So once you get 3 gold doubloons, start trying to go to the end. But if you get a chance to get 1 more, that'd be good. And that's actually the end of it. And so that's actually the end of our unboxing is a game from a movie I love. Then I might actually play. I may play it with a 10-year-old. Don't tell anybody at a 9-year-old that's about to be 10. But, don't tell anybody at the Great Gaming Commission. But I hope you enjoyed it. It was really enlightening to me because this thing's been wrapped for probably 6 or 7 years. Sorry, whoever gave it to me as a gift. I think it also came with a shirt, maybe. No, I have a Goonies shirt. I don't know if it came with a Goonies shirt. But anyway, good night. Okay, hey everybody. It's kind of like trending Twitter Tuesday. It's time for a Tuesday episode. And I had this idea. It struck me when I'm recording this. It's still a bit after the Super Bowl, so when you hear this, it'll be probably way after the Super Bowl, and that's not too important to this episode because I think the way we're going to do it. So there's a 2017 Super Bowl. The halftime performance was by Lady Gaga. And I don't know, here's the people's impressions I get. I think the internet liked it, but I'm not positive. My daughter liked it, and I enjoyed it. I only watched it once, and I watched it, I don't think I watched it even live. I think I watched it probably, I was trying to avoid, believe it or not, just because of my time crunch making the show. I was trying to condense my Super Bowl watching down and avoid the commercials just because I wouldn't be able to watch the Super Bowl because I don't really have a 4-hour chunk of time on Sundays because Sunday is my biggest production day. But it was I'm definitely watching the Super Bowl halftime show with Lady Gaga. And initially, I didn't have this idea initially. When I was watching the halftime show, spoiler, my favorite part was the very end. I just found it like, I don't know if I was bemused or amused or both. And I'm not sure if it's the look on Lady Gaga's face. I don't want to, well, I guess this isn't going to be like a recap, like a, but she was standing, like, and again, my memory, you know, that we listen to the podcast, like my memory's not perfect, but I pictured her, she was up on something high, like rafters or, when I picture in my head, I'm just picturing like bleachers, but like for like high school bleachers. But she came to the end of the song and she just, she dropped the mic, literally dropped the mic. I think but she didn't just drop it. She like, it kind of ejected it from her hand, like somewhere in between ejecting it and dropping it. And the coolest, like, it was so cool. Like I seriously like was frozen and just the look on her face. And then there was this brief pause and then she just followed the mic into the ether. He just thought it was probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And maybe it was just me, but then my daughter commented on it too. And again, I think it, like, I haven't rewatched the show, but I think like it was something about the look on her face as well. Like, and I don't know if that's mirroring, like I'm picturing the look on her face and it was like a stern, playful look, like both of like irritation and joy combined, which is kind of like, 50% of my status all the time. And the other side is like where I'm striving to go, you know, to the joy. So, so then a couple days ago, like I realized, oh, these things, this YouTube is, you know, YouTube's got it on there probably. And I say, wonder like how much of that I like, cause here's what, like, we'll do a quick run through. I remember she, like, a couple things seemed impossible in a good way. Like, cause she started at the top of the stadium. Maybe I shouldn't do this because, I mean, here's what I'm thinking. We'll do like a trending Twitter Tuesday episode, but based on the segments on mute. So maybe I think this will be like a reinterpretation, kind of like the KDFC, Village episode. That was based on an afternoon listening to KDFC, listener supported classical radio. They could always use more support over there at KDFC. It's the Bay Area's own. And you could, this is just me for free. They're not putting me up to this, but you can listen on the internet too. Like, especially with Speaker Woman, you just say, Speaker Woman, play KDFC if you have the tune-in skill enabled, and she'll play it. And that's what I like to listen to at bedtime. I stopped listening to BBC 3 or 2, whichever one, because of the loudness normalization's different, and it can't change, just like I'm already in bed, and the Speaker Woman's not so good at, like I like to use it, anyway, like, just in case someone from BBC 3 tune-in relations team is listening. Also with the BBC, just in case somebody's listening, I still, like, a long time ago, we were working on a pitch with somebody there or in that area. And like then Brexit happened, but I would love to talk to someone there about your shipping for, you know, like I'd love to do something with you. So if you're listening, you know, let's talk, let's make some dolls happen. Anyway, this is about Lady Gaga. And I guess this would be, so there may not be a lot of you, again, there's a rare age range of my slice of life, but there was this Michael Jackson. He was, I mean, he was the cat's pajamas to me. I don't even know what cat's pajamas means. But that was one of the first albums I listened to was Thriller. And my brother and sister and I, we would listen to that over and over. And then at some point, like, I never went to Disney World till I was, like, much older. But they had this video in Disney World and Disneyland called Captain EO, which was kind of like Angelica Houston was in it. Yeah, some part of my brain just interrupted me to make sure I gave Angelica Houston credits. Of course, that part of my brain doesn't know any other cast members of it other than... But it was like a futuristic music, 3D musical starring Michael Jackson with some great songs in there. And I kind of feel like Michael Jackson's music's kind of getting this, like, right now has a strong, pop music has this strong MJ influence. I don't know if Lady Gaga does. I guess I'm not, like, who do I think I am? What is this, Song Exploder? Like Song Imploder. Song loader. I load it down, and then it does. Anyway, so, but here's what I propose. I'm going to start up the YouTube replay of Lady Gaga's Super Bowl halftime report. This is just to give you contextual information. And we'll see what, like if it's on mute, and since I've only seen it once and I can't hear the songs, because the lyrics would normally influence me, and my poker face, which can't read, can't read my, I think my daughter or maybe me thought it was carry my. But so, what am I going to do? So I'm going to play a segment and then, I'll be pausing the recording in between those things. So ideally, so just come across like the myth of Gaga or something. Probably I'll come up with a title, hopefully, during it. So yeah, just snuggle in and I'm going to get things going here. Okay, everybody. So I've been like polishing up on my myth studies, and I came across these great incidents. They happened not long ago, but long enough ago. In the southern U.S., there was a gathering of peoples, and they were celebrating the nightbird goddess, Kaka. I kind of like the football player, Kaka. And she's the goddess of all the night birds. And there's a lot of tales of her, a bit of a trickster goddess, beloved by those who love her. And, not by small creatures, because of the owl, the owl, she's, works in the world of owls and, nightingales, maybe. I don't know if nightingales are actually a night bird. But definitely owls and other night birds that I'm not aware of, because my limited education. But this was a festival for her, and it was a big festival, one of the largest, a yearly festival. And so I was trying to learn. So I did. This is what really happened. I pitched this idea to Fables Monthly. It's a Well, they went out of business, actually, believe it or not. But it pitched them on our, like I said, this was back, one or two lifetimes ago. When I fancied myself the next, raconteur, writer, journalist, when I was deep into, because I didn't realize my grasp of the English language and communication was best in a more abstract form, even than gonzo journalism. But I had heard about this gathering, and I pitched it, and also I changed the names of all these magazines. Of course, Fables Monthly couldn't pay, for me to go to a small town, to stay in a motel room and all that. But I did pitch them on this. I said, I'm going to go to this festival, and I'm going to learn about it, because if I had to pretend. Well, that wasn't too hard because I had seen depictions of the goddess, the Gaka. And I said, well, that's that's an intimidating bird goddess. And I guess I should have done more prep work. You just at least look up nocturnal birds. But I said, I got that covered. And so I headed down there, flush with Fables Monthly cash, which meant, you could stay at the local competitor of the Motel 6. They don't leave the light on for you at these places. I mean, they leave the light on behind the, a glass where you slip your money through. And then when you go to, anyway, and then so that how do I put this, and this was this was when I was doing a different kind of method. I'm no guy, really a gonzo journalist, but I did attempt to live that lifestyle without the journalism or the doing stuff. But this was my one attempt. So I did partake in things because, I mean, as you're preparing for this event, I had to be able to put my ego aside. And when I say ego, I just mean like my negative ego that says, oh boy. So I consumed things that would enable that. And then I headed to the gathering area, this temple, which was an old industrial building where people were gathered to praise Gaga. And like first they had all these feats of strength, and it was like that part like it was kind of weird for me because I was a little bit like out of it, and it was daytime, and I was trying to tell what I was with like the noises I was hearing were imaginary or people whose feet I was stepping on, which was of course it was that. And I think there was caber tossing, but I think like that's all I kept saying. Like, can you show me the way to the caber toss? And people would always look at me like, and I like, so I kept looking. I guess I got over, when you're drifting into the chemical pathways of the mind, we'll say. Sometimes I get fixated on something. So I kept just trying to find the caber toss. And at some point, I think I was caber tossing with like a paper towel, well, there was a tube of paper towels. Then, I mean, maybe I just stopped thinking people were communicating in the same language because I think most people don't communicate in gibberish. But then as the sun fell, I think I got my groove. Like the sun was falling, so then I couldn't see people and feel like they were looking at me. Also, at some point, I realized that in order to kind of complete my Gonzo thing, I started traveling with a briefcase. This was, it was a wannabe. And of course, the briefcase, like I was too paranoid. So all the briefcase had in it was like a water bottle, sunscreen, like wadded up money. What else was in there? I don't even know paper towels, because the I don't know why I took you tried to pull, it was a mess in there, but it was like, it brought me comfort. I would stroke the front of the briefcase. So that and the falling of the sun, brought me comfort. And then they said that the goddess was coming herself, Gaga, to perform. And then all of a sudden the lights came, and up at the top of one of these industrial towers, she was there. I felt I thought it for a while it was Ziggy Stardust descended from the heavens. And it was wild. Like there's these birds, and I said I didn't know. I don't know how. I said this is a supernatural event. This is a real goddess, which is this is an oral review of it because all my papers were my 10 times more legible. I think I was writing on paper towels, like most of my notes. And they were just so legible. It covered it. I think at different points I was really sweaty too. And also sometimes I was sucking on the paper towel for comfort. But so at some point, she's standing up there and everyone is transfixed. And then these birds start flying around her. And I don't know if it was the play of lights or the play of chemicals in my system or reality, but it looked like the birds were forming different, they were lightning bugs, but some were red, some were white, and some were blue. And then I think, Gaga was singing about, or I don't know, because I couldn't, something with any of this kind of stuff, my ears always go wild. So I wasn't hearing anything normally. So, and again, like I said, I think I was speaking gibberish. So anytime I asked anyone, I mean, at some point, I guess I crossed enough people. I think I was pleasant enough because they just said, hey, it's caber toss. They were calling me caber toss. So all these birds are flying around. They're changing around. And I thought it was the United States flag. And then I said, that must be my imagination. What is this guy got with the USA? And I said, well, maybe the eagle. But then, all trickster goddesses, she turned into like a little bit of an Anansi with like what do you call those things, like a web, like silken strands, and she used that to fly from up above. I mean, I guess she was a bird goddess too, but it seemed like she was flying on these strands. I guess maybe not. Maybe that was my imagination. And I started to get confused because she was standing like in this proud, like manner, but not intimidating. Like, so I said, well, I mean, she's due her respect. The goddess, without the goddess of the night birds, with what I know about nocturnal orthanoids or whatever. You know, I learned that because Data said that on a recent episode of TNG. Is you know, we'd have a lot of stuff like you know, they really clean up, especially barns. I know that owls live in barns. They said and they said, well, maybe there's mourning doves. I don't know if they're a night bird, but they sound good at night. But then she was standing up there, and then she must have been saying something about Prometheus, because all of a sudden there was like these things. And she started talking about, she started doing this dance about Pinocchio. And I said, okay, USA flag and a Pinocchio dance. And she was talking about the journey that all of us take as a puppet. And I said, well, this is political, I think, is puppets. But she was, because I couldn't hear anything, I'm not positive on any of this. But the positive message was like that, you know, you learn to swim, a lot of tension in the shoulders. So I think there was like this healthy message of like, stretch your shoulders out, you know, brush your dirt off your shoulders, like Jay-Z says, and then dance. Like, and everybody started really dancing. But again, I couldn't hear anything because my ears were weird. And then she did this thing where she was tousling her hair, and then she started flying. And so I said, okay, this myth is lost on me. And then the nightbirds came, beautiful, beautiful nightbirds, male and female, translucent, and then some bird, like this is when it got really trippy, but I don't think it was my imagination either. Like there was like Promethean style stuff, and then these beautiful these night birds, and there was some kind of night bird I wasn't familiar with because I don't even know about any birds that have translucent wings, and the beautiful, beautiful torsos. And I think the message she was saying was like she was telling the tale of the lost night birds and how this flock of birds, so beautiful and so lovely, and that these night birds were born out of when the stars and the earth and the owls and the things out, like all of those things, like it gave birth to one progeny. Maybe one of those ones where it's like it pops out. And so these night birds, you know, they had aspects of all their parents. So they were very, very, very diverse birds. Like, even though they shared some features like translucent wings, you know, they all had an individual translucency. And they all had the owl's fierceness, but they also had the ability to stay close and to love Mother Earth and to be grounded. And then they also had this translucency, but also the stars in their eyes. I don't know, like, and then because of their birth, what is that called? Spontaneous creation. That's what it was called. Not during this. This was, I think was reading this on my notes. Because of that, they just had they were just so happy. And I don't know if this is where this myth is where nightclubs come from. Yeah, but I guess like what would happen is these birds would dance and they would dance and they would dance. And they loved to do that. And they would tweet and tweet and tweet and sing. And Gaga, she would sit up there in the heavens, and she was a very social goddess in a positive way. Like she would hang with stars, gods that were stars. the moon, the dawn and the dusk, like sitting up there watching these beautiful children of hers that she shared also with the earth. So the earth would smile up at her and the stars would laugh. So I guess they had features from her too, like, because I didn't count her features. But they were all very individual and unique, but together, like, I think it was something about that, the spontaneity of joy, and they just brought joy wherever they went. And like, like at night, they would settle in an area, and I think they were, what is it, itinerant? Like, they didn't, what is that called when you go south for the winter? Whatever that's called, it'll come to me at some point. Or, but I think maybe Bugs Bunny was just going on vacation. But these birds, they would just go places. I think like drawn there, or maybe guided by their different parental units. And at night, they would settle somewhere, and they would like instill it with a little bit extra joy when a place needed it. And and for a while, like it was kind of mysterious because like people would just wake up in a better mood, and most people weren't aware that they were visited by. In this particular bird, like its spelling is tough. Lucille, like a Lucille's, like Lucy's, I would say is the name, was the name of this group of birds. I think in the French word for that, though, like lucre or something, but Lucy's, you could say, if if you were there watching this ceremony. And so this is all happening in front of my very eyes, like I didn't know if it was a recreation or retelling, because I was so deep in this myth. I was like, call the Eastland Institute and freaking, get them to grab, dig Joseph Campbell out and like, get me out of here because I'm knee deep in myth. That was just cheap gambling pun. But I said, I found, I don't, if this is my bliss, no, because it was chemically induced. You can't chemically induce bliss. But then I guess what the tale that I was watching unfold, that was being true, like this is real. I mean, I don't know if Joseph Campbell's like some sort of, no, what kind of God do you think Joseph Campbell became? I mean, of course, a story God, but what's the metaphor for that? But this is when like this myth was being transferred right to my synapses by this goddess, and I guess what had happened, if I can reconstruct what happened, like they were really happy, these birds, but they were also really proud because there was this new like this new empire on Earth, and that empire on Earth was like a day-based empire, and the rulers there, they didn't like night or night birds, and they had put a ban, like they had like installed all these lights, like one of these kingdoms where castles, there was torches, there was gas lamps, there was the whole nine yards, and like at some point, it was like Gaga and her Lucy's became aware that the people there were very unhappy under this ruler. And so the Lucy's went there and they sang every night. And every night they, like that the birds sang, if they would like go to the tree and they'd surround the tree with light, or they'd light the tree up, literally light it up, and like chase the Lucy's away. Because they said, we don't want them. And they'd like shoo the birds. And then, no one knows where the Lucy's would go during the day. They would go and sleep. So then this ruler, like, kept saying, he was telling his people, no one, can rest until like the night these birds go away. And the birds didn't like that. So then, like, our goddess, Gaga, she called in the crows and the ravens to come too. And cause she had this like silver magical bird beak. That's how she communicates with the birds. I guess birds of night, this particular ruler's not delight. And so then the crows and the ravens came, And so then they would alternate all night outside of this castle in different places, like the beautiful singing and joy of the Lucys. And then, no offense to the crows or the ravens, but they just do a whole lot of cawing and crowing and that kind of thing. It kind of toying with this god, or like a king or whatever. So this king, I guess, was very powerful, gathered a lot of earthly riches, a lot of earthly power, and whatever, like, arrangement this ruler had, will be named nameless, made a deal with, like, I don't know if it was the sun, like, one of the, like, gods of the day. And I don't know if it was a deal they planned on welching on or whatever, but they said, you got to get rid of this, like, Kaka and all her Lucy's is driving me nuts, and these crows. And the sun god, or the dawn god, I don't know which, like, again, not an expert on this, okay? And I can only tell, like, again, like, at some point, the only picture I have from this is me. Well, there's a couple pictures, but one I had my briefcase over my head, like an A-frame hat, and the beard of paper towels, and I'm holding like a paper towel thing and pretending it looks like I'm about to caber toss it. But so, like, I guess the sun god or the dawn god was like, you know what, the Lucy's and the night, like, we live in balance, you know. And we need the joy that the Lucys bring. We need them to clean up because, you know, anything crawling, you know, they clean up that stuff. Owls and whatever other. And ravens and crows are necessary. They're part of the balance of, you know, nighttime and daytime. And plus the dawn god was like, people are just in a better mood when they hear that joyous music of, the sweet, sweet songs of the Lucys and all their different tones and like pitches and all that. And then this ruler was pretty tricky because at some point, like, they kind of got into a standoff, and, you know, the Gaga and her birds, her people, you know, they're proud. So they had like this more proud celebration in defiance of, like, all the lighting and stuff, and bird harassment. And so they had this big performance one night, you know, where it just kept getting more and more night birds were coming. And this ruler convinced one of the day gods, that this was a threat, and that their proudness, it was haughty, when it wasn't really haughty. It was just proud and self-aware and self-confident. But they convinced, you know, they said this is a haughty display of defiance of, you know, the dawn, because they performed right into the daytime. And they were like, we're defying you to the human ruler. And so he convinced the dawn god that the dawn god was going to have to step in and do something. And so the day god was thinking, like, okay, well, I'll just, you know, like, deal with this with some sun stuff, you know, solar flares or whatever. But by the time of the day that all this got processed, the moon was up, and, you know, the sun was still up and the moon was still up, and Kaka and the birds were still singing and performing. And the moon kind of chimed in and said, listen, this is a human, you know, they don't have priority up here. You're going to send out some solar flares, and this is a goddess. 1, 2, everybody loves these Lucys. You know, what are you going to do? You can't just solar flare them. Also, they're birds. Like, what the heck is wrong with you? And the sun god said, well, you know, this human's got me on some technicalities that I can't tell you about because I've been hanging on Earth. And a lot, you know, and then the moon said, okay, well, let me be the, intermediary, because you can't just take it with full action. You know, we're trying to have a consensus God stuff going right now. And, you know, this will give you a layer of, you know, deniability too, just in case. And then, like, the moon god was really smart. Plus, you know, God was, anyway, so said, okay, what are you going to do? And then said, okay, well, I'm going to set up a game board. and we'll have a game where Gaga, and then the sun god was like, well, but Gaga's a trickster, so we'll never catch her. And then it's sending someone disguised as a crow or a raven and just carry her onto the game board. And then the sun god said, well, what kind of game is it? And the moon said, don't worry about it. It's actually dusk, So then it was night, and there was this game board set out, and this crow carried Gaga out there. And all of a sudden these, these shiny, I don't know if they were crows or they were some sort of, crow, like undercover working for whatever. But then a guy was like, what's the game? What's the game? And what had happened is this is how this human ruler really knew what was going on. The human ruler, I don't know, I guess I was confused by the crow part. Shiny crows I didn't understand. But the human ruler had imbued these magical, like the sun at the same time, even though it said, okay, go ahead with the game, it sent like some magical sun dust down to this human ruler. And the human ruler like put it on his soldiers so they kind of like, I don't know, they kind of grew like a little like puffy triangles. And they surrounded Gaga on the game board. And she said, is this the game? And then, like, they, like, put this gold jacket on her that made her just into a toy. And it had, like, a spiky triangles on it, too. And they made her perform for the sun god. And they said, you'll rehearse all night. That's the game with my soldiers. And they led her around. And they were also trying to tire her out so that she would lose. I don't know. These kind of games, they're confusing. And then the crows came out again, and the crows had like a long stringy, like they had they were like, we're getting rid of some of our feathers, and no one knew why. And they were saying, quit trying. So like somehow, like what had happened was like they started like circling the soul, like the whatever they're called, knights with the spiky armor. And then they had gotten their feathers into the knights' things. So the knights were all tickled. And then, they couldn't do anything. But then the king, or whatever, this ruler, so it was like, seemed like it was going to be a bird-human standoff because more and more crows were coming and the Lucy's were free. And they were forcing Gaga to perform. And then all the humans came out with torches, to try to reduce her power. Because all of a sudden, when she was performing, like in this Pinocchio style, her gold jacket just turned back to her silver coat, her normal silver coat. And her hair grew even more longer and silvery. And the humans came with the torches, and they surrounded her. And the leader, he was kind of saying, this, like, who is she to sing when she feels like it, and to have these birds freaking singing, humans need to sleep. And the people were kind of like, well, you're a king, you're a ruler. So, also they said, well, we'll get you extra good stuff if you do this. And, not, one of those things, tit for tat type thing. And what Kaka finally realized was that, she'd been frowning for the past like 2 or 3 hours, like in this whole thing with dealing with them. And so she turned her. Now she's like a goddess and human, mostly human, so we could absorb it, but some bird features. And she started to sing a lullaby to all these people and tell them the true tale of whence humanity came, the spirit of humanity, not just our physical bodies, this grand, grand tale of how we too were born, but instead of being born of the sky in the earth, like what do we call them, the Lucy's were, she sang this song of the sea. And she ran around and she hugged these, like, all these, like, villagers and humans. And she told a tale of how our spirit was born from a soupy sea where we all swam together. And, we were bouncing around and stuff like that. And, like, a bunch of stuff. And the humans kind of, like, they enjoyed the tale. Because she said, you're going to be okay. You're just doing the best you can. And you were once soup, and sometimes you can feel like soup, and that's why I have the Lucy's here. But being soup from a soup of where life sprang out and then crawled up to the earth. And then, I don't know, this part, it was it's tough to follow, but it was beautiful. When you sing about soup, it's tough. Or I don't know, not miasma. What is that called? Primordial. Oh, primordial ooze, the good days, as she sang. And then all the soldiers, what happened was, behind the scenes, all the soldiers had captured all the Lucys. And I think maybe that happened earlier. I forgot to tell you. Maybe that's how they were, I think, during the game or whatever. But it didn't matter. Because with one fell swoop of this lullaby, it began to rain primordial soup onto the soldiers and the Lucys that they were holding. And another spontaneous change came, and they became these beautiful doves. I think I don't know if they, like, fused or what, but it was like a beautiful, beautiful doves, the symbol of peace. And so they said, let's dance right up to your ruler's place. And let's show them a piece of our peaceful minds, dance style, with the songs of the Lucys and the songs of the knights and the humans, and everybody's dancing once again, joyfully, with this symbol of peace, the doves. But the doves also had the beautiful range of the Lucys. The Lucys must have been tough because they had to give up their translucent wings. But the ruler, of course, wouldn't have it. They stood outside the castle, final dances of resistance, saying, we won't be ruled by someone that doesn't want, like, birds that bring us joy at random moments. And somehow, I don't know if there's a spellcaster, but they somehow they can't, this ruler still had some magic dust from the sun god. But he had, like, powers of ice and powers of heat, and so he froze them all together to one giant bird and goddess combined, and they were stuck for a little while. And then they broke free. They danced their way out of that. Then he put them to sleep, and they lied down asleep, but then they started tapping their fingers in the ground, and then they all woke up and danced again. And then like, he tried heat, but it wasn't, the heat was already rising because really, like, the guy was just hitting her stride. And, she was powered by the power of peace and joy. And she started just doing all the dances any human would be familiar with. Everything, like mashed potato, the twist, the boogaloo, the dab, shorty five, the voguing, bouncing, moving, grooving. And then they all marched to the top of the castle and to the highest tower. And then meanwhile, the same leader was thinking they were chasing him to the highest tower. But what no one knew is that there was this giant wave of primordial stuff coming in. And soon, this must have been a magical tower or some magical situation because it kept going up and up and up and up. And all the people of this area were in the tower going up and up and up. And they were all kind of combined into these peace birds, doves, following their goddess up and up and up. And then this giant primordial wash came in, and everyone said, "Well, what is this? So, what in the name of whatever those things that were crawling?" And the goddess stood at the thing, and the leader was there, still kind of like, what are you gonna do? Arrest me, or And the whole area was flooded by the primordial waters, primordial soup. And she said, "Don't worry, it's time to jump. It's time for the next jump in evolution." And of course, this leader said, "Evel, what? That's nonsense. She's nonsense." And she said, "I'll prove it." And she jumped in, and it wasn't that hard. The water was high. And primordial soup is like the exact perfect temperature, not just for spontaneous evolution, but also it feels great. And especially like way more minerals in primordial, like it's so good for the skin and, all that stuff. So people started jumping in and they were giggling. And this was right at the sunrise. And everyone's jumping in, and then they're realizing, okay, they're returning to their regular form. And they said, "Well, what is it?" They said, "This feels so good. This is primordial, And then the sun god was laughing because everyone seemed so happy. And the leader was just sitting up there alone, like with his legs hanging and looking at every person in his whole kingdom. Everyone he ruled, even the birds in the sky, everything was in this, water, swimming around. I mean, there's plenty of floating stuff to take breaks. If you didn't like to swim, you could just bask. Now, Cacao was gone, but no one noticed at this moment because everyone was just so happy. And the leader was saying, "I don't see any difference down there. You all look the same." And then he was pointing at people he knew and, saying, "Well, you still got that thing on your, you still got that beauty mark. It's not so beautiful," critical stuff. And everyone's just laughing and awash in something. And then a little child said, "Oh, yeah, there's this evolution down here. Because we want you to come join us because it feels so good in here. Just feels so good. We want you to jump on in too. And that's how we're going to evolve. We're going to be even nice to you, but you're not going to lead us anymore either. Because I think like whatever the technicality that gave this person land ownership and, whatever was in the castle, which they said, well, your castle's underwater. And I think probably new landmass arose, and the birds, some of the birds were already there. They said, we're going to crawl out of the sea into this new land. And, you're going to be like Joy City. It's not going to be joyous every moment. But this special waters that came in taught us what we already knew from these Lucy's and from our goddess. And then they saw a twinkle in the sky, and they knew she had returned from whence she came. They said, this is the next step in evolution, just being nice. They're trying to be more nice than not. Trying to have a little joy in our heart, a little extra dance, a little extra rhythm. And we feel down, splash a little water on our face and say, whoosh, that feels good. And the leader, he harumphed and didn't get it. And they said, well, we'll be over here on this island. When you want someone to come get you, well, you're going to have to jump into the water and see if it changes your attitude. And I don't know how it ended, to be honest, because at that point, I did hear, someone said there's a caber toss in the parking lot, and I went out there to report on that. And and then it was boring. They said, okay, caber toss is pretty interesting for a few minutes, but it really seems not good for the lower back, even with these big caber toss when you throw like a telephone pole. And it's just, I said, that can't be good for their lower backs. So then I went back and got in my bathtub with my briefcase. And that was the end of my stint as a gonzo journalist. And it's the story of the myth of Gaga, the goddess I once observed in a ceremony in the southern United States. All right, thanks and good night, everybody. All right, well, happy Tuesday, everybody. I'm going to carry off into dreamland here. And I was trying to think of I don't know. I've been trying to work on a crossover episode with the podcast I've been listening to for a while now. Ironically, or maybe not ironically, I started listening to it right around the same time I started this podcast, just before. And the person is someone I really look up to. I don't think they get enough credit, in my opinion, and that's Rob Cesternino. I think I said his name correctly because I listened to his podcast enough. He makes a podcast called Rob Has a Podcast, and if you don't listen, if you watch the TV show Survivor, his podcast, it's one of the shows. He also does Big Brother and some other ones, but I'm there for the Survivor content. So here's what we're going to talk about tonight. I'm going to talk about like this is kind of like a little soliloquy. I don't know if that's the right word about Rob and podcasting in general. So some things I love about listening to podcasts. But what I thought I'd do would be interesting and good to sleep to is to talk about what goes into making a podcast. And Rob's podcast, well, it's a lot different than this podcast because you're supposed to be awake for it, and it tends to be high energy. He's really funny. There's a lot of similarities in the work that goes into our show. Some things are different, but Robin made a video a couple of years ago on YouTube. Kind of like a day in the life of Rob Has a Podcast. And I just thought it'd be an interesting thing. And just because, like I said, he works really, really hard. And he was an inspiration as we'll kind of get into. And kind of even watching this video and taking notes, it was like, man, and the inspiration is just keep going, keep working hard and keep doing it. So where do we start? Let's see. Let's start with I thought this would be like, I'd slide right into it. So let's see. So Rob Has a Podcast, Rob Cesternino. He was a contestant on Survivor. And I'm not good. I'm not like Rob. I don't like, I remember the season he was in. I think it was like in the under 10, so this won't be a lot about Survivor. So if you don't watch Survivor, but Survivor is one of my favorite TV shows. I don't really watch a lot of broadcast television. And that's one of the shows I do watch still. And Rob was a contestant. So let me talk about that at first, because, this will be like insight into my relationship with Rob. And I did full disclosure. I don't I have a podcast relationship with Rob. And when I mean that, I mean in quotes, like that anyone that listens to a lot of podcasts can relate to, which is like now I've exchanged emails with Rob. I've never met him. But I feel like I know him because I listen to his podcast so much. And I think just like with Script Notes, another one of my favorite podcasts, I feel like I kind of know John and Craig. And like a lot of listeners I hear from this podcast, it's like when you listen to a podcast, you kind of do like, you have a good you're like the podcast, it has to do something extra for you. And part of that is this strange relational thing, where you feel like you really get to know the host and you kind of develop a friendship with them. And I think part of the paradoxical thing is that even though it like some people would say it isn't real, and I think Rob is a great example of this, is that it is real because their enthusiasm, even though it's not an individual relationship, they still treat the relationship as special and important, and they treasure their listeners and respect their listeners. And most of the time, they're just good people. Like, I think that comes across, too. So, but Rob and I's relationship wasn't always that way. Rob doesn't know this. So let's see. My girlfriend at the time, we started watching Survivor right when it started, which I think was right when we started living together. So way back, actually, maybe we watched the first season with a bunch of friends, or maybe the first two seasons. I think we would go over to our friend John's house and watch it with him. But it was something like these kind of shows are fun to watch with either a partner or friends, because you get to especially back in the old days where you'd have to watch the commercials. It'd give you something to talk about on the commercials. You could kind of throw, now they say throwing shade, on some of the contestants or whatever. And so, and also, I guess, I guess this will lead into it. So at some point, whatever season Rob was on, I don't know. Well, let's see. I was watching Survivor, regularly watched it. and it was a lot of fun. And at some point, this guy Rob's on there, Rob C, and he's pretty charming. He's a real funny guy, and he's very relatable, down to earth kind of funny guy. And my girlfriend at the time, she took shine to him. She said, "This Rob, he's really funny and kind of cute." And I guess like it made me jealous. Of course, I'm a human being, but Rob is so funny and charismatic that I kind of liked it. Like, I was like, well, he seems like a cool dude. Like, I'd be friends with him. But at the same time, I'm like, that Rob, I don't know who he thinks he is. But that also leads into this bigger thing of like reality shows and TV. And well, at least how I consume things is I like to have a crush on someone too. So I couldn't really be too mad. Because with every Survivor season, I like to develop a crush on one of the contestants. Ideally, it's someone that lasts a long time, So then, this is what my life this is what my life was. It didn't become it, so yeah. I was born suspending disbelief. But so my girlfriend at the time, she liked Rob, and I liked Rob. He was funny, and he made it really far in the season. And I think I had a crush on two characters, so this was like a win-win for everybody because Rob made it far. He didn't make it to the finals, or maybe he did, and I think he got voted out right before the final. Let me explain what Survivor is. I know we have a lot of non-U.S. listeners and people that maybe don't watch it. So Survivor, I know they have it in Australia. I think it's a worldwide phenomenon, but it's it's a reality game show. And I think it's more on the game show side than it was a pioneer at the time. I remember it coming out and being like, this is going to be something new. And then it had to evolve, over the years. I think it's on season 30 something. Ideally, this episode will come out pretty close to Survivor, whatever you call it. What do you call it when the show starts? Season premiere or start of the season. But so it's a TV show where everybody, I don't know how many, let's say there's 20 people and they all go live on an island together. I don't know this is why Rob's good at his job and I put people to sleep. And everyone competes to be the last person. You get voted out, and there's a different physical challenges. And of course, there's a social challenge. And it's called Survivor because every week you're trying, like everybody else, and not everybody else, but just to simplify it, everybody votes one person out. So they say, okay, you're the one we're voting out, either because they're too much of a challenge or they're hard to work with. So you spend all these weeks voting people out, and then to win, though, the characters that are left, the people that are left, they have to vote to make you win. So you're trying to vote everybody out, but then you still need them to vote for you to win. That's the simplistic version. And you're living out on an island or somewhere remote where you're living outside and you're subsiding on pretty basic food and rations. And so it creates a lot of interesting dynamics, pushes people physically and mentally and emotionally. And there's still this interpersonal aspect to the game. And then there's this physical aspect to the game. And it's all hosted by Jeff Probst, Probst, it's hard. That's a hard one. Jeff Probst, I think that's how you say it. He's really, really good. And I know Jeff, also listens to script notes. So I think, me and Jeff share a lot of same tastes. And I think Jeff, I don't know if, hopefully Jeff likes Rob. I don't know if Jeff listens to Rob's podcast, because he's, doing Survivor and making the show work. But he seems like a really nice guy, too. He's a really good host. And I think that's part of the reason why Survivor's kind of endured all these different generations of reality game shows where the really only one, other one is Big Brother. And I don't watch Big Brother. I think it's on more than once a week. And I really don't watch a lot of TV. So it's okay, I watch Survivor. But so then Rob finished up his season and he was on again. A Survivor All-Stars kind of season. He got voted off early. And at that point, I had returned to liking Rob. And then my girlfriend, I don't know if we were married at this time but she was happy, because she was like, oh, this charming, funny guy Rob's on now. And he was up against a couple of characters that I didn't have a great affinity for. So I was really rooting for Rob, but he got kind of, he was too smart. So they kind of got rid of him early because he's a very strategic thinker. And that's one of the fun things about watching Survivors, watching how I keep calling them characters, but it's like watching how the players kind of, just their strategy and stuff and hearing their thoughts because they do a bunch of interviews. Okay, now let me just cut off one line of thinking for anybody that's thinking, Scooch, would you ever do Survivor? No, the answer to that is no. Like, I think some people that listen to this podcast think I'm joking about my interpersonal skills, but I'm not. I don't, this podcast pushes my limits enough. I don't need to be pushing my limits out there. And I don't, if it's necessary to promote the podcast, I'll go on TV, but I don't like being on TV. I don't like people. I guess if I could do Survivor if they had Survivor costume edition or Survivor method acting edition, I could do it. But they want the real people out there. They don't want a method actor. I don't know who I would be, but if I could go on Survivor as a character, then I might, I would probably end up breaking character because it's so hard. It's such a hard show. That at some point, that's the whole idea. It kind of brings you down to your default levels. So I don't know if I could keep acting, but I'm much better in contextual situations like that. I can't be being myself. And I don't. So that unless I get some news of this, some that my time before I visit the Great Farm is short. I wouldn't, that's just not my thing. And plus, I like watching the show and I like listening to Rob's podcast. And you wouldn't want to see me out there. It would get I'm very irritable and I don't know. And I would only want to go on it if I was if I wouldn't want to. I'm a very all or nothing person. So it'd be okay, if I'm not going to be the greatest survivor, it's just not for me. On top of being wet and cold and hungry and most of the characters are very young and beautiful. So it'd be not that I don't feel young and beautiful sometimes, when I put on makeup and, my feather fedoras and boas, but that's in my private time. Also, that's a joke in case my mom's listening. I don't do that anymore. That was just when I was a kid, Mom. Anyway, but that's when I feel pretty and young. And that's another character I play. Madame Beauregard is what it, how did I get into this? I thought I was talking about Rob has a podcast. I am. So that's enough about Survivor, I think. That's all you need to know. Rob's great. Jeff Probst is great. And Survivor is a really entertaining TV show. You should watch it. And I think some of it's on Amazon and some of it's on Netflix. So you could catch up with past seasons. And at some point, I became aware of Rob. I think when I started researching how to make podcasts, I said, oh, wait a second, I've heard of that guy. Because Rob was really generous with his time with some podcasts. I just had heard him interviewed a few times about making his podcast and stuff like that, or maybe speaking about it. And his kind of thoughts on, geez, how do you do this? And so I think I had heard of Rob before I started listening to his show. And then again, I'm not good with the Survivor seasons or even where they were, but there's sometimes I remember characters. And this was one of the best Survivor seasons of all time. And it just happened to be, it might be, I don't know, I think it might be the best Survivor season. In my opinion, it is, because I discovered Rob has a podcast, and it was right around the time I started this podcast, and it just had some of the greatest characters ever. And I don't know what the season was called, but the person that won it was Tony Vlachos, who looks exactly like my sister's husband, exactly, and they're both from Jersey. I'm talking, they could be cousins. And I was rooting against Tony because they had Spencer, who I was rooting for, and then Cass, who kind of reminded me of one of my aunts, and not a specific aunt, if any of my aunts are listening, just that she could have been a family relative. And I'm trying to think, there's a couple other good characters in there. I think Tasha, she was in the kind of final four. But I was really rooting for Spencer, but Tony was like, he wasn't really a villain. I guess he was kind of like a villain, but he was he was a great game player. So it made for an exciting season because you really didn't know who was going to win. Oh, there's also, who was the other person? Some young kid from LA. He was really good. He was kind of like a surfer kind of guy. Maybe I'll remember his name. He was a really good guy, but he was kind of Tony's sidekick. I think the season was called Brains versus Brawn. Maybe it was the four things in Brains versus Beauty versus Brain versus Brawn versus I don't know what the fourth one would have been. I think that's what it was, maybe, but and it was just good because I don't know. I like it was a great season, and that was the season I discovered Rob has a podcast. And for anybody out there who is either a sports fan or like in a relationship with a sports fan, or has had a job driving around a lot, like I have had a lot of driving jobs in my adult life. Like you probably listen to sports radio, like sports talk, or some people listen to political talk radio. And Rob has a podcast is exactly that. It's just like a sports talk, but survivor talk. So after the episode comes out, Rob and Stephen Fishback, another former Survivor contestant, they make a podcast where they talk about the episode. Then Rob has it's just like a radio show, but a podcast. So it's more convenient. But then Rob will also talk to the person that was voted out, kind of like a post-game interview. Rob will bring on former Survivor contestants to kind of talk about their post, oh, this is what I think of this strategy, or this is what I think's going on this season. Like to talk strategy or to talk about what happened, recaps. And he's always testing out new segments like Survivor history or bringing on different correspondents. It's just like running a sports talk radio station. And Rob's kind of like the GM, but also like the Bill Simmons. He's the Bill Simmons of Survivor. I mean, for sure. Or, you could say I don't think Rob's controversial though, because it's a Jim Rome. But it would, someone like that, I don't know. That's another thing. And this leads into podcasting as a whole. And this never, I say this a lot of times in print interviews, but I don't think it ever makes the articles. So Rob has a podcast, Welcome to Night Vale, Script Notes, and Sleep With Me, we'll say. Those four things, all beloved podcasts. Three of them are beloved by me. One's made by me. In the radio era, so those are all wonderful things that are out there in the world to consume and listen and bring people joy and information. And with Rob's show, a greater appreciation of Survivor. That's the thing. It makes you enjoy it that much more. Or Night Vale, to take you to another place and make it, to bring you a range of things. And then Script Notes, things that are interesting to screenwriters and it's about screenwriting, but it's really about storytelling and life. But in the radio era, none of those would have existed because there was no outlet for them. And that's one of the wonderful things about podcasting is that they can be out there and it can be sustainable and develop an audience and sustainable in different ways. So John and Craig, they are really successful screenwriters. But I know that Script Notes is able to help pay for, a couple of people that work with John and Craig on the show, like an editor and Godwin, who helps out on the show, and Stewart, who used to help out on the show. And I think even John's web guy, Nima, which that's another episode to listen to, Nima's immigrant story episode. Or Night Vale is a very successful podcast, but they stay sustainable by touring and producing other stuff. And then Rob's show is, we'll kind of get into the work thing. I think his sustainability comes mostly from his hard work and the people that work with him on his show. So I think that's about so it's just I feel so lucky to be in this podcasting era, not only to make a podcast, but to have these things out here to listen to. that are amazing that this particular time and this particular medium of distribution and creation has let exist. And you could say that about anything, like any of the podcasts on Feral or on Radiotopia or Max Fun or Earwolf, like any of those shows. Like, I don't know how many of them would have been, like, especially with the consolidation of radio, like that there was room for these people to, like, do whatever form of expression and creation they're doing now. And then for all these other independent shows that also that led me to listen to podcasts and then want to make a podcast, like even shows, I guess that now I'm kind of shocked and now they make a podcast to be like, wow, there wasn't like to be like, wow, it's part of the audience for that show. It's really cool. Yeah, because another thing I love about podcasts are like all these podcasts, just like where people are talking about stuff they're interested in. Like I don't make model airplanes or listen to model airplane podcasts, but I think that's a good, easy example. I don't even know how many modern airplane podcasts are out there, but I'm sure there's a few, and maybe some of them are specialized in painting model airplanes, and some are like, well, this era model airplane, or maybe there's just people that like airplane glue, and then they, giggle and stuff, or talk about the old days when airplane glue was better. But just that this, like, you could broadcast your message, or share something, and that there's this small community that's going to relate to it. And that some of those communities could be big, like all the shows I talked about. I don't know their audience sizes. But when I was first making my podcast, those were the shows I was looking to because I listened to, I discovered Night Vale a little late, but I discovered Rob's show, and I'd been listening to script notes for a while when I started my show. And then I discovered Night Vale. I don't know when. I'd been making the podcast for a little while, so I was late to the game on Night Vale. But again, it just said, oh, wow, okay, so let's see. So let's talk about the production side because, so Rob has a podcast about Survivor, and he also does a bunch of podcasts like about other TV shows, and his other big one is about Big Brother, and some of the but I'm just going to talk about the Survivor shows. So I guess like the other thing, and I think this video with Rob, it came up a couple of times, is like it's hard to express like how much work goes into making a podcast that you listen to for 45 minutes or an hour. And because it's like even like a conversation podcast, like Rob's, as we'll see, so one difference between Sleep With Me and Rob has podcast, I think it's like Rob has podcast. It seems like he does a lot of editing. So I guess there isn't a difference because this show, like some people's shows are live to tape, which means they interview, like it's an interview show or a discussion show. And it's live to tape, which means like it's recorded, but it's not edited, or it's like edited at like very quickly. Where this podcast, it's edited in like real time, in like for every hour that you hear, maybe there's like an hour and a half of tape. I don't know, and the editors have to kind of sit here and listen. And now I'm messing with the editor who's editing this. But ideally with Sleep With Me, what I found when I was editing the shows is you can't really multitask, and you have to listen at one time, like real time speed, in order to just get a feel for like the rhythm of the show. And so I guess Rob's show isn't live to tape either. It seems like he edits his episodes just to probably make them sound good and sound tighter. And also he's having mix, like he usually has someone else on. So whether it's Steven on Survivor Know-It-Alls or some of his other correspondents, like he has to mix a bunch of stuff together. But when you listen to Rob as a podcast, it just sounds like him and Steven talking. So you may, oh, wow, that just took him like 45 minutes. Like that's not really any work at all. But this video kind of like, so we'll run through like, let's just run through Rob's day based on this video. And I have notes here, and then I'm also going to play the video. You won't hear it, but just in case like there's anything other interesting things I'm picking up without the sound. Oh, also one thing I forgot, Rob is well known. He's kind of famous for having these short sleeve plaid shirts So it's 5:02 in the PM when he starts his day, or the day for this video. You know, one thing he doesn't tell his listeners, which I mean, I can see why, because this is fictional, is that his shirts have names and they actually serve different purposes. So Rob's talking about it's 5:04 p.m. He's starting his day, and he just moved into a new place. I think he lives in the L.A. area. And what he's going to do, it's 5 o'clock. He's going to watch, it's Survivor Day. So he's going to watch the 5 o'clock feed, the East Coast feed of Survivor, which is just getting started. And he's going to watch it with, I don't know if he's going to watch it with Stephen Fishback. No. So then it's 6:13 p.m. So let me slow it down. So it's 5 o'clock and Rob watches Survivor. And I don't know how much notes he takes, but because he didn't videotape it, but I assume he has to take some notes. And then right after he records like Survivor Know-It-Alls with Stephen Fishback. So I don't know if they're texting each other during the show or Rob's like live tweeting during the show or kind of seeing, I would assume, to gather material for the show. So this is kind of like a thing we have in similar, like, is like, there's a lot of non-recording time that goes into it. He's watching Survivor, but he's also like working hard. And then, so when he watches Survivor, this is the thing he doesn't tell us on. So he wears like this red, white, and blue plaid shirt. That in this shirt, like this is top secret stuff. Even Rob doesn't know about this, even though he does. Is that shirt's called Rusty. And he does talk to these shirts. So, like, even though he has Stephen Fishback, and I think, like, the shirts are, like I think they're, like, imbued shirts, so that Rusty is more of the essence of the shirt than the shirt itself. But so when he's watching, like, Survivor, the East Coast feed only, so that's very important, he's wearing a shirt named Rusty, or a shirt that is Rusty. You're right, what is that? Metaphysical brain just chimed in of mine. And I think like, this is the kind of stuff that, you know, helps make these podcasts great. It's like the hero's journey, even though it's nothing like that, you know, Rob is able to interact with Rusty and maybe even find his inner Rusty. Now, I don't know if Rob, like when he like fictionally named this shirt, if it was something like Rusty from National Lampoon's Vacation, like if that's what he was going for, like Anthony Michael Hall, like a connection back to that or what, but I don't know. But so that's the shirt he's wearing. And then he watches that, and then, and you know, he has to wear headphones. And then at 6:13 p.m., he just starts recording with Stephen Fishback. Now, Rob also is doing like a lot of live streaming too, which is like really impressive. It's like, oh man, like, and he's doing this. I don't ever see an assistant. Hopefully at this point, this was 2 years ago, Rob has an assistant. Also, like, I notice he does some standing and some sitting, which is good. So at 6 o'clock, so 5 o'clock, he watches Survivor. 6 o'clock, he records with Steven, Survivor Know-It-Alls. And he keeps Rusty with him, like, because him and Rusty watch the show together, then they do Survivor Know-It-Alls together. And Steven, I don't think, knows anything about this. And I don't know I don't know Steven as well. Like, I really like their dynamic. And Steven was on a recent season of Survivor, and he's a really intelligent, really nice guy. Also, we should say, here's well, we'll go into another Survivor moment about a listener in a little while, but I don't know, we'll take a break. But so Rob and Steven record the show, and then that takes about an hour. Then at 7:15, Rob has like 20 minutes to eat dinner. And this is where it gets to be like my life. I'm like, okay, usually I get home from my day job, and then like it's very similar. So then after he eats dinner, so he's 7:14 to 7:39, he ate dinner. And then around 8 o'clock, he starts uploading, and then he has to do like some videos, all the other little stuff that makes a podcast work, all the administrative stuff or interacting. and content creation. Now, when he goes to do these shirts, he puts on another shirt, and I guess this makes sense. This shirt's called Audrey, but I don't know if it's like Audrey. I don't know if it's Audrey from Little Shop, and that shirt is like a sky blue with a navy blue and then white. So it's a plaid, sky blue, navy blue, and then like a royal blue, but it's named Audrey, but not Audrey 2. So he wears that shirt when he's doing this evening administrative. That's his evening administrative shirt. And again, this is the kind of stuff that you don't know, but this is you're only going to get this information here because since it doesn't. So he works on administrative stuff, promotional videos until about 10 o'clock. So he's already worked 5 hours with a little tiny break for dinner. And this is pretty similar, like for me when I get home from work on Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. Like I just work until I go to bed. So that's what Rob does too. So let's see here. Then at 10 p.m. he tries to watch Survivor again. And I don't know if he's taking notes or he might have a different mind than mine where his mind can record notes. My mind refuses to record notes. Now, this is when he switches to a gray shirt with red stripes, just gray and red plaid shirt. And that shirt's called Leo. I think that's a good name, like Leo. So like maybe because it's a late night. I don't know why or how he names these shirts, but it's a gray shirt with red stripes and it's Leo. And that's when he's watching Survivor, second run through. So 10 p.m. And then this particular night he falls asleep because he's so exhausted because he didn't record the rest of the work he was doing during the day. But I mean, that's pretty typical is that you work until you fall asleep with the podcast. Then he gets up at 6 a.m. or 5 something. I can't read my handwriting. But he gets up really early in the morning and then he just starts working on the show for 2 hours. He spends like 2 hours editing, and that's like this. I guess that's again like when Rob's show sounds so free and easy. I mean, one, it's free and easy because he has so much experience and because he loves what he's talking about. But to make it sound free and easy, it takes a lot of hard work, taking a lot of notes and then doing a lot of editing. And let me say this, like Rob never just seems like put out by it. He does seem tired. He seems worn out a few times in the video. But he never seems like grouchy. Like I'm much more of a grouch. So Rob falls asleep. He gets up at 6 a.m. He edits until 8 a.m. Then he takes his dog for a walk at 8:01 a.m. And he kind of talks about, geez, how many shows. He does a lot of shows, but we're mostly focusing on this Survivor show. Yeah, but yeah, so he gets up, edits, then let's see, at 9:15, I think at some point he tried to eat breakfast. And then at 9:15, he's taking notes for a pre-interview. So he spends like about an hour in a pre-interview. Oh, also, can I tell you, I don't know his dog's name, but when he walks the dog and eats breakfast, he's in a sweatsuit. And his sweatsuit, he calls Sweet Pea, even though it's usually blue or gray. I think, again, it's just imbued, but I think that's because he's not working. He's wearing Sweet Pea. And again, let's not judge Rob on how he names his, I guess they say Scoots. Is this about Rob? Is this fan fiction about Rob as a pod? I guess it is. I guess it's become that a little bit, except for all the work is real. So Sweet Pea. And then, so then he changes out of Sweet Pea to do his pre-interview prep for the person that got voted out of Survivor. And that's when he switches into one of his famous shirts. I think this is like his daytime shirt. And it's one you probably, if you're listening to the show, it's like it's a short sleeve plaid shirt. And it's got like the red is the main color, but then there's like a tan and maybe a light brown and then a dark brown to purplish black, maybe an indigo. And that's his main daytime working shirt, which is the great thing about this is that it's a good segue point for me because he named the shirt Cochrane. But Cochran is like my favorite survivor. You know, Rob, Cochran, Steven, they're the like, I don't have like, well, they're not as my favorite as the survivors I have crushes on, but like as far as the plutonic favorite survivors, and Cochran listens to this podcast, and it was like, I don't know if I told Cochran this, and he was in some amazing survivor seasons too, and he was a winner. But at some point, I remember I was in a parking garage. This was like a year and a half ago at Christmas time. And I was just leaving In-N-Out Burger. My brother and his wife and their son was in town. And I saw Cochran follow me on Twitter or something. And I showed it because I was with my ex who we watched Survivor together, a ton of it even. And she knew I loved Cochran. I just, like I don't know, just really relatable. And so I think I just tweeted him right away. I'm like, dude, what are you doing following me? It was like a accident. And he's like, oh, no, I listened to the podcast. And he's a great person, great guy, brilliant mind, brilliant writer. Hire him for your writer's room if you're listening to this. Cochran. It starts with a C. Not the shirt, though. But so Rob also wears a shirt named Cochran. Presumably, because this is fan fiction, it's named for the survivor Cochran. Because it has that same date. It just gives him, these are kind of like kind of like those like exoskeletons, but they're just plaid shirts. They give Rob, so Rob has a little bit of a daytime power. He's doing his interview preps. And because Rob does a lot of like collaborative work, he spends a lot of time waiting. Like he seems to be very schedule oriented, but then, you know, Murphy's Law stuff happens. So then at 9:15, he does notes for an hour to prepare for an interview. Then at 10:15-ish, he does an interview. It takes a half hour. Then he has to edit it. Then he's supposed to record something at 11:15. It gets delayed. And it's till 11:41. And then he like records. Then he has to like, so he's, while it's delayed, he's trying to do fast int. I don't know what that means. Probably some, I don't know what that means. Probably edit. And then he records for 2 hours, his big Survivor show. Then it's 2:30, 2:25, and then he has tons of prep. And he only has a few minutes before he's got to get all his prep work done. He has to literally choose between eating his lunch or taking a shower at 2:30 in the afternoon. And that's like, again, this is the life of a podcaster. This is exactly what my weekend, I mean, I have a day job too. So it's like, this is what my weekends are like. And let's see. So then he eats lunch. He's probably working during his lunch. Then he's doing more prep. Then he's ready for his interview, and it gets pushed back. So then he takes a shower, I guess. They didn't record that part. Like, I don't know if he wears Cochran in the shower. Probably not. So that's his afternoon. Then 4:16, he needs to record more segments for the show. And this is a lot of stuff that, like, it gets, especially with this podcast, too. It's like, oh, you got to record, like, a little opening or the thank yous. It's like trying to find time. And I guess that's my philosophy, like I kind of joke about on the show, especially since I have work, is ABR, always be recording. Like, anytime, there's no sitting around in my life. So it's like, and I think that seems Rob's even more busy, is like, anytime you have a minute, you got to be working on your podcast. And, for me, it's like a lot of it is just recording. Be like, okay, let's record an open. We got 40 minutes. Let's do an opening. It's like, well, we found an extra hour and a half. Let's record a whole show. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. I have a call in like about 40 minutes. So then it's 6:06 p.m., which is like almost 24 hours after we started. And Rob has to do like an opening and a closing for an episode. You know, like, I think I'm back in time. He's recording a voicemail segment at 4:15 and watching the video at the same time, too. And he definitely has a lot of different setups, I guess, to stay healthy. Like, so he's doing some sitting, he's doing some standing. Must be hard, too, because he lives in L.A., which gets hotter. Like, luckily, the Bay Area, like, I don't have to worry about getting hot, like, because you can't really have a fan on when you're recording a podcast. Also, Rob's got good hair. That should be noted. It's probably another reason I was initially really jealous of him. He does look like one of my high school friends, Rick, a little bit too. So it's always a bonus. Okay, so 6:06 p.m. he's doing opening and closing, and then 7:12 p.m. he's recording more segments. 7:54 he's editing for an hour. And there's still just like my podcast, I'm lucky enough to have 2 editors that the patrons pay for. And that was a really a thing for me. I was like, okay, well, I can't work while I'm at my day job. So I'd better if I pay the editors to do that. But there's still a lot of editing that still goes in. I mix in the music and put the segments together and stuff like that. But it seems like Rob does all his own editing too. So if you are a fan of Rob's, make sure you support him on Patreon. So then, 8:48, he's recording again. Then 9 p.m., he's editing again for over 2 hours. And at some point, an editing issue comes up. And, it's not going to, I think he's waiting for it. It was a loudness issue. And that's a Murphy's Law thing with podcasts. It's that's the other thing. His show is so time sensitive. The Survivor episode comes out and so the pressure on his show, you couldn't, I don't know. I don't think he could do his job if he had a day job because it's the turnaround's got to be almost instant. And so a lot of that is staying up late nights. Which he kind of jokes about. But yeah, at 12:03 a.m., he's done 30 hours of work in, 30 hours later. I don't know. He's probably done let's see, so 30 hours. I bet you he did 24 hours of work in 30 hours, which is pretty standard for podcasting. I think on most weekends, between Saturday morning and Sunday, I work 16, 26, 26 hours. So pretty standard. And then Rob stays up then he's editing the video that he was going to put on YouTube of him working till 2 a.m. when his wife forces him to go to sleep. But also Rob does all these other shows because he's trying to find a way to be able to keep doing his show because he loves it. I mean, one of the reasons people make podcasts, or the main reason, is because they love it. And they love serving their audience with, it's this weird intersection. Rob loves Survivor. He's great at talking about it. He has a aptitude for being entertaining. And then he's also, because of that aptitude, he's become highly skilled at it. But he has such persistence, because here he is 7:41 p.m. in the video. He's showing his weekly schedule. And I don't even know how, this was 2 years ago, but he's making a ton of podcasts because it's tough making podcasts financially. It's really hard behind the scenes to make podcasts work financially. It's just hard. And I think it probably looks a different way from the outside. You say, oh, wait, you don't just make it or the sponsors don't give you, it's no, it's you're always kind of I don't know, I guess, plus you're planning for the long term, so you never know, oh, is this, do I need this money to last me 2 years or 2 months? So it seemed 2 years ago, Rob was trying, he's just, he has an audience that loves him, and then he's trying to expand his audience and kind of create different things and see, okay, well, I'm going to do this show. And I think what we'll see is that he's working so hard, which is kind of tough for me to see because I know how hard it is. It's man, and he kind of talks about it's being on the border of burnout and persistence and where is the gray area between those two things and being well, how much longer do I need to keep going till everything, till things fall into place? But I think what Rob is also developing is this really, really strong skill set. So I think 5-10 years from now, we'll see Rob either have his own podcasting empire or he'll I don't know, he's so skilled at off the cuff comments, observing, interviewing, maintaining interesting conversation, which is really hard. I'm trying to develop my interviewee skills. And I'm really wow, I really need a lot more experience. So to be an interviewer like Rob is and to carry all these conversations, to manage all the administration, to manage all these teams he's working with and collaborators and editing, doing video. I mean, like if somebody should just hire him for like, I'd say 500,000 a year would be a fair salary for Rob, to kind of do it like, and just, he would only work 40 hours a week for that, to pay him to kind of do that for your organization. But again, like only if he has time to do his Survivor podcast on the side. But I think the reality is even with that, Rob would probably turn it down because it's like, I don't know, there's something more in this relational thing with the audience, and that you're like giving, like you're making the content and giving it away for free, that you like really, really put a ton of work into. And the audience is like, there's a portion of the audience that's so grateful and gets so much out of it. And then at some point, like, ideally the business will figure out the last financial piece will fall into place. Cause I mean, I guess it's like one thing that's like, I'm like, man, Rob is so, so talented and so, so funny and works so hard. I mean, that's the one thing. You watch him, you listen to shows, and that's the main thing that carries you through is rigor and persistence, and just keep doing this every day and keep going. But he does it all with a positive attitude, with a smile. He has fun. And I think that's like what's important about it. Oh, also, somebody was asking, what other shirts does Rob, Rob does have an evening shirt that he's called Nikki, which is when he has no shirt on. But I think that's like part of his private relationship stuff. So that's like another shirt he wears, but it's like shirt as in roll. There's also a green shirt, which he calls Swamp Thing. And then there's a pea green, plaid shirt. I think he calls that Lexor. I think that's like a Lex Luthor combined, maybe because it's like kryptonite. Okay, so speaking of, what do you call it? Murphy's Law, I was just talking about Rob's shirts, and at some point the recording got cut off, but I just want to record something for somebody I have a great deal of affinity and respect for. So all the work that he puts into a show, all the stuff he's done for podcasting, especially by sticking with it and putting content out and pushing. I don't know. Hopefully, so you should definitely check out either Rob has a podcast, especially if you watch Survivor or Big Brother. But go over to robhasawebsite.com and check out and see, he makes a show about this show that I watch. Because I can guarantee he'll be one of your new podcasting friends. So yeah, and thanks everybody for listening to this show. Because I kind of learned the kind of ropes by watching Rob say, geez, treat your audience with love and respect and be grateful for them. And so thanks a lot, Rob. And thanks for everybody for listening. Good night. I want to thank some people on Facebook: Anita, Matthew N, Keith R, Jenny K, Teresa R, Kalipi, Katrina D, Parisa, Sandy, Tracy, and Melinda. Thanks and thank you. Jenny O, Joan A, M to the A. Kelsey, Freddie D, Kathy H, Denny, our good friend Denny, Jessica V to the S, Tony B, thanks and good night. PJ, thanks and good night. Charles F, thank you and good night. Erica P, thank you and good night. Susie B, thanks and good night. Shulk, thanks and good night. Becky H, thank you and good night. Stacy L to the O, thank you and good night. David P, thanks and good night. Lori S, thanks and good night. Nicole, thanks and good night. Melinda, thanks and good night. Donna, thanks and good night. Bonnie, the Baroness, thanks and good night. Amanda L, thank you and good night. Katie S, thank you and good night. Hallie, thank you and good night. Carrie, thanks and good night. Anna K, thanks and good night. Cammie, thanks and good night. Tom with an H, thanks. Monica, thanks and good night. Margaret, thanks and good night. Saria, thanks and good night. Courtney, thanks and good night. Dave D, thanks and good night. Angie, Thanks, good night, Krista B. Thanks and good night, Danielle. Thanks from Steve. Miriam, thank you and good night. Lauren L, thank you and good night. Renee B, thanks and good night. Johnston, thank you and good night. Ethan, thanks. Tosh, thanks. Charlie S, thanks. Lawrence, thank you. Leanne, thank you. Good night to Margaret. Good night to Susie with a Z and an I. To Michelle T. To Janine M. Thanks and good night. Roberta C. Thank you and good night. Christina G to the R. Dan S. Thanks and good night. David C. Thanks and good night. Melissa H to the J. Thank you and good night. Nia. Thanks and good night. Cindy T. Thanks and good night. Davina. Thanks. James R. P. Thank you and good night. Jordan with a double NY. Thank you and good night. Elaine, thanks and good night. Fatima, thank you and good night. Moana, thanks and good night. Ross, thank you and good night. Karen C, thanks and good night. Yvonne, thank you and good night. Vesna, thanks and good night. Sheka, thanks and good night. Dorothy C, thank you and good night. Teets, thank you and good night. Shay, thank you and good night. PJ, thank you and good night. Noor, thank you and good night. And I think that's it for right now. Thanks and good night, everybody. All right, so it's a rare Tuesday night when I'm recording a Trending Twitter Tuesday episode. How is everybody doing? It's another post-work recording. I had a change in my schedule this week, and so normally I record on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Sometimes on Monday nights, but not Tuesday, except for this Tuesday. So I'm glad you're here. So I just like it when it's a Trending Twitter Tuesday episode, or we're going to do a Trending something episode. I'm trying to find our functioning here. So if you're new here, every once in a while I'll do something kind of based on trends or something that's somewhat random, and it doesn't get much more random than this. And there's been some controversy around this. Actually, I just wanted to say that because I thought it'd be there hasn't been any controversy. There probably could be controversy. But I have an iPod, and it's an old iPod, and it's one of those ones that's a rectangular white one with the wheel. It had the touch wheel, I think. And the short version of it is that iPod at some point, and I realize this is going to sound really weird because this person is still living on Earth, but Carole King, the songstress, the Broadway star, the person I'm not super familiar with her, which I think was controversial, a little bit. I guess, and I'm not trying, I thought Carole King was the mom on the original Pete's Dragon. And I still always tell myself after I record an episode about it that I'm going to look up who played the mom on Pete's Dragon. Or I think it was that. I can picture, was Mickey Rooney, Andy Rooney in Pete's Dragon too? That would help. I think he was. But let me get to the point. So Carole King at some point, now, these computer stuff, these phones and these things, they rely on these algorithms. And at some point, the algorithm, let me just try to do a spiritual version of this or whatever. I don't know what, or whatever your metaphysical version of this. At some point, the algorithm on my iPod became corrupted, but corrupted's the wrong word. Blessed, imbued. Thank you, dictionary brain. It became imbued with the spirit and the power of Carole King. And every fourth or fifth song, it would play a Carole King song. Of course, it played the song so often that I can't think of the name. But it just started playing something went wrong with the algorithm. I mean, that's what I'm saying to sound neutral. I believe that somehow it did become imbued with the spirit of Carole King. And she was probably trying to send, at the time it first happened, she was trying to send me messages, or her spirit, like her heart is so overflowing that even her subconscious heart says, well, Carol doesn't have all the time to, like this kid, this scooter kid, he's like, at the time when the messages started coming in, it was a bit of a disaster. So they said she's like, her heart was so overflowing with kindness and helpfulness that some part of her heart hacked into my iPod. I mean, I think it happened on much more. Like, again, I don't know how you could be a ghost and be alive at the same time, but that's what I really think, is that somehow, so it could have been a relative that just is like, well, if it's, Randy King, he's not going to listen, if it's like, cause I only have the Randy King polka team polka album that Scooter accidentally downloaded in, 24, 2000, whenever you were downloading songs. I love that album, Randy. I love your polka. Remember when in Home Alone, the polka, that was John Candy. I forgot the name of that polka band. And they saw Starley Kine had a picture that some people suspect Elvis was in the background of that interaction in the movie. But anyway, to get back to my issues, Randy. So then at some point, Carol King, however you want to believe it, I believe it's the ghost of a living person. I believe it's the ghost of Carol King. I guess the ghost of Randy King would make more sense. Like, it was like Carol's second cousin bored. But whatever, my iPod got imbued with this power. And at the time, I wasn't listening. So it'd be like, I think the messages were like I wasn't heeding them. But at some point recently, I decided to start heeding these messages from the ghost, the living ghost of Carol King, the power, imbued with the power of Carol King. I just say Carol King says. And it always sends me on these little adventures. And the most recent adventure I was sent on, at first I thought it was just going to be like a simple, I always hope that these adventures are going to be simple. And this one, like I was sitting around, I had a couple spare hours. I don't know, like this was an alternative universe, I guess, because I was sitting around with spare hours, but, and I was hankering for a snack, and I hit it, and then the song, Shorten Bread, came up, like, Mom and the baby loves shortening bread or whatever. And I never listened to really the lyrics of that song. I don't even know if that's the lyrics. I think it's Mama's little baby loves shortening bread. And immediately, like, I didn't listen. I said, I could go for some shortbread. And so then I said, so Carol King wants me to eat some. I said, and I wouldn't believe it, but I don't know what the difference between shortbread and butter cookies are, but I love both those things. There's something about, it's been a while since I've had, are Chessmen, what are those, Pepperidge Farm Chessmen, are those shortbread cookies? Because I love a shortbread cookie. Oh, so much. What about a pecan sandy? I think that's a pecan sandy. You're probably right. And this was the kind of stuff I was saying to myself, and to my iPod. I got caught actually today at work talking to my phone, and there was no one there. Wasn't talking to Carol King. No, I was just talking to myself about I was commenting with myself towards my phone. But I was, I was saying, well, geez. And then I said, well, I said, maybe I'm getting my Lorna Doone mixed up with, a shortbread, like a pecan sandy. But then I started getting that. I said, well, you know what? The pecan sandy, I don't do a lot of dipping in milk. And I probably haven't dipped I don't know when my pecan sandy dipping in milk days were. But that is a killer cookie to dip in milk, by the way, self. And then myself said, do you know how many pounds of Halloween candy you still have? And then you bought that Christmas candy on sale. And I said, you're right, thanks. But anyway, this is what Carole King wants. It's not me. She wants me to eat some shortening bread. And then part of me sighed. Like, I said, well, yeah, shortbread cookies. That's what shortening bread is. And then another part of me, I guess there is a part of me, like, I don't know if this is a call to adventure because I just wanted to, like, I think the parts of me that are more adventurous weren't listening to the calls to adventure, to go adventure. And like, also the nearest place to where I live that you can buy cookies is Walgreens, or it could be the other one. I don't know if it's Walgreens or it's one of those, and it's like, and actually, it's not a terrible place to buy cookies. It's just the wrong place to go buy the exact cookie you want. But if for some reason I just start walking when I hear Carole King, when I feel the spirit of Carole King within my iPod. So I was going to head to Walgreens, and then I started saying, well, what, like, I said, maybe they may have Lorna Doones there. I mean, the odds of a Lorna Doone. I see, well, geez, what aisle would a Lorna Doone cookie be in? And I see the cookie aisle, of course. And I say, well, that's the thing with Walgreens. It doesn't. And they said, well, what do you think has more candy, Walgreens or Safeway? And I said, and then I actually didn't realize that, like, I had, forgot, like, I'd forgot I was in the real world and I was at a bus stop and, I was talking to this young person, and she was trying to study, and she actually had headphones in, and I was still talking to her about Lorna Doones, and then she took her earpiece out, and she said, "You're going to the Lorna Doones?" And I said, like, and then I guess my shortbread was swept away by her eyes, I guess you could say. And I said, well, well, yeah, that's where I'm actually doing a tour of the Lorna Doones later. Yeah. And I said, what are you listening to? And she goes, oh, you probably never heard of her. And I said, dude, try me. And then she showed me. And of course, like I said, right before I looked, I checked my iPod, and then I said, you're not playing Enya, are you? Enya, Book of Days by Enya? And then she, like, I said, that's great study. I saw you were studying, and then she put her headphones back. I said, okay, well, I guess I guess there won't be I won't be giving you a tour of the Lorna Doones. But I said, that was what everybody used to study to, Enya, Book of Days. And then another, like, bus passenger got my attention, and so much so that, and I was get so embarrassed that I didn't know if it was Enya or on, like, that I actually got on the bus with this person, and they said, where are you going? Are you going to get your freak on? And this was when it was weird. Like, this is when people say, well, it's not the ghost of Carole King. I said, well, Missy Elliott's Get Your Freak On's playing on my iPod while this person's saying, I said, well, he said, well, I'm headed to, I said, I was thinking about giving a tour of Lorna Doones. And the person said, ooh, this sounds like a kind of place you'd like the original Burning Man was at Baker Beach. And I said, okay, this may be my twin. I said, what are you talking about? And then they started telling me the history of the Burning Man. And I mean, luckily I had Missy Elliott in my ears, so I kind of didn't, I didn't mind, but actually I didn't realize that this person was already like, I think they were in like they started using social media, and they said, well, what's stopping you getting off for where are the Lorna Doones? I've never heard of them. I said, well, yeah, they're a mysterious, okay, also I live by the beach, so there's no dunes, like sand dunes, listeners. So just so you know, but I mean, I think there are some dune-like things, just not like glamorous Hollywood movie dunes or things that sand scientists would call dunes or historians or anything. So just like as a sub thing. But they said, so where are you getting off for the Lorna Dunes? And I guess was this a call to adventure via lie? I don't know. But the adventure part of me said, near the beach. And because I don't live near the beach, but I live within a bus ride's distance of the beach. I'm talking to you, audience. Sorry. And so I go back to the story. I just wanted to place make for you. So we're on the bus headed towards the beach anyway. And he said at the beach, and they said, I've never heard about this Lorna Dunes. And I said, well, it's interesting. The history of the Lorna Dunes is very mysterious, as I was saying before I interrupted myself. And they said, they said, well, I wasn't listening anyway, because I was busy, getting the groove together. So they said, everybody's going to get their freak on. And they said, that was like 5 minutes ago. They said, I said, I'm a freak, but I don't get it on. Unfortunately, I don't have to get it on. It's just, for me, it's automatic. And it's not really that freaky just because it's like this is like 24/7. So I said, I try to get my freak off and I can't. And then the professionals I work with and the communities that are trying to, they say, well, you don't need to get your freak off. You just gotta, they said, yeah, you just gotta let your freak flag fly. And they said, well, I go, mine's always up. I go, mine's more like a bullhorn. And then this person they were cracking up at this. And they said, anyway, back to the Lorna Dunes. And I said, well, that's the interesting thing about the Lorna Dunes. Lorna Dunes are I'm surprised you haven't heard of them. And then we had to get off the bus by these tennis courts. I think because, I don't know. Like, I was just like, we got to get out. Like, I started getting nervous, I had to take action. And behind these tennis courts, there's like 2 dog parks. This is in the same town I live in. And they said, well, they said, come on over. We'll watch these dogs play while I explain to you about the Lorna Dunes. And of course, like, I'll tell you what, like, I'll just interrupt this part to say there's a lot of Budinskis. And I don't know if you know what a Budinsky is, but that's like somebody that feels like they know facts, and then they have to so I'm going to cut all the Budinskis out because there was a lot of them, especially at dog parks, because that's like a top place for Budinskis. And not that it doesn't have anything to do with dog ownership. It has to do with the situation where everybody's sitting around talking and then listening. So people they say, well, if your dog's running near mine, we're friends, so I can interrupt when you're making up stories and try to. So this happened, I'd say, 26 times in the next 15 minutes, but I'll just give you one version of it where I'm talking about the glorious Lorna Dunes. And also, like the Pecan Sandy, which we'll get into that part, but, and then someone says there's no such thing, and I say, well, actually there is, you just don't know about it. I say, no. I'm the official, work for the Alameda Historical Society. And I say, oh, do you own it? And they say, well, no, it's volunteers for the preservation of it. And I say, well, that's great for you. But as a matter of fact, I'm the discoverer of the Lorna Dunes. And actually it's weird that you're with a historical society. But I'm the I'm the keeper of the dunes, as a matter of fact. I can't show you because I'd have to take my shirt off. And I don't want all these dogs barking, believe me. Because instinctually, when I take my shirt off, as the keeper of the dunes, I like to kiss my, my biceps. I'm sorry, it's just an instinctual thing. Only when I'm in keeper of the dunes mode, which is just once in a lifetime, which just happens to be today. So that's why your history it's not a recorded history. It's recorded in the sand. And as the sand blows and as the sands of time shift, the history is only kept with the keepers, which is me and not you. So Budinsky out in that, like after, like I got that, the reason that was sounded so great is because, after 26 times, it becomes like second nature. But so I said to this person, and very soon we were gathering a group of um, people who wanted to express their individuality. And so then I had, like I said, okay, so it was also a walking tour. And of course, in these Badinskis, they like, I think after a while, they like, maybe it was something in my eyes, uh, like in the giant furrow between my two eyes. It said she's being the keeper of the Lorna Dunes must have really wore on this guy. So I said, okay, everybody follow along. I'll try to be in a good mood, as the keeper of the dunes. And at some point, I was kissing and there was cheering. Those parts aren't that important because this was just playing to the crowd. And just let me do the Pied Piper part first. So then there was that. And then, so we stood at the dog park. There's the small dog park. And of course the dogs were howling. I mean, I don't know what that is. Maybe my fur. And when I'm like chanting Keeper of the Dunes and, I guess I did ham it up a little bit. This was early while the sun was still up. And I was just saying, let's go, Lorna. And then you wouldn't believe this, but the dogs were going woof, 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 woof. And people were clapping. And then I was doing small dogs and then big dogs, because then there's a big dog park. And yeah, I was howling. So I guess I did get, like, when I get into these characters, called being myself, it can get out there. I didn't have any good Dune chants. And then, of course, everybody said, isn't it Lorna Doone, Doone? And I said, I have no idea. I have dyslexia. But I said, he said, you're thinking of I said, you're thinking of the wrong thing. They probably stole that cookie name. And then I would just change the subject, which is this podcast. I said, have you ever dipped a pecan sandy in milk? Because that's what and then people started buying it. They were calling Costco. Do you have any 5,000 packs of pecan sandies? No. They're too dry. And then they said, what about, so people were buying pecan sandies, which I guess it was strange anyway. So then we have a crowd of people and we're chanting and people are wasn't too freaky. It was still the only thing not family friendly was that I was shirtless. And of course, that became a problem because I didn't plan on taking my shirt off. I don't have any markings that would determine me as the keeper of the dune. So people were asking about that, and I said, when it's time, when the sun sets, I can explain to you. So I said to my, subconscious, I said, you better figure that one out, too. Why? And then another part of me, a part of me that gets over, I said, why'd you take your shirt off anyway? And they said, to prove we're the keeper of the dune. And I said, oh, boy. And then I said, hey, Carol King, how about some help over here already? And then a song came on by a group whose name is, it could be, I don't think it's foreshadowing, but The Damned, Thanks for the Night. And that's when I was thankful because the sun started to set. And I said, we've got to get to the duck pond before the sun sets. So we paraded past the tennis courts. And, of course, most of the tennis players were too busy playing tennis to stop and stare. Also, there's restrooms on the way, so people use the restroom. And then we headed to the duck pond. Also, not that farther from the duck pond is a good geocache, if anybody's into geocaching. But we paraded past the duck pond and, just looked at the ducks, and that was nice. And had a moment of solitude. Then we headed towards this is East Bay Park. So I put my shirt back on because I don't know, not good with authority figures anyway. And so we, let's see, so what happened? So at this time, it started getting a lot of people. And I don't know, I guess like I was heady with the creation of something. So I wasn't too worried. And I was thankful for the night falling because I don't know why. It just helped to cloak me in more secrecy. And we paraded towards the beach, and actually, like, people were so excited in this community. Like, it wasn't Burning Man community, but it definitely was something similar. They were so plugged in. They already had like permits, like within that 20-minute time frame from whoever this person was on the bus. Uh, they had gotten permits, so we had we could have a fire. And I guess like there was a buffet, there was tables set out with Lorna Doones and milk. And so that was pretty fun. I mean, I think they told me to make a speech because they were over me saying, let's go, Lorna, that had run its course. And I wanted to, like, so I stood up and I said, okay, let me think about what am I going to say here? I have no idea what I'm doing. And I looked down, and Carole King had put up Katie Lang's Love is Like a Cigarette. And so they said, that's how I hope. I said, love is like a cigarette. And then people that knew Katie Lang were wooing. And they said, like smoldering, temporary, and could be, can make you cough, or, could be hazardous, but it can also be so much. They said, love is like a cigarette. It burns and it smolders. Because I guess I'm better at, like, I have to do a couple drafts even when I'm talking. And they said, there's a legend of a goddess, and her name was Lorna. And she was, that's her, her freaking name because, that was repurposed, by, from her indigenous culture. So she probably had a much cooler name originally. And, this story is called, and I said, come on, Carole King, Years with Rose, Yonder Mountain String Band. And I said, oh, okay, I see, because there was a Yonder Mountain where Lorna lived with her sister Rose for so many years, a mountain overlooking the earth, made of stars and of the dark night sky that we couldn't see, and that, Lorna and Rose only existed in the deepest, darkest of nights on a new moon. Was the only time they would wake from their slumber. And the two sisters were best friends, and they loved, they loved being awake. The one time, month they were awake, or however often a new moon comes, I don't know. And then people were laughing like that was a joke. And I said, yeah, I said, totally. I said, because this was a different age, not our age, the age of humans. This was an age of when, people had their own gods and goddesses. And gods and goddesses had their children, and these two children were named Lorna and Rose. But one day they decided to go on a California vacation because of this song by The Game and Snoop Dogg, an exhibit that Carole King decided to tell me about. But California didn't exist yet, but they knew about it because they were goddesses and they could see the entire timeline. They came to our waters, which then were pure and salty and, still kind of like similar type of sea life, because it wasn't like that many, humans, we haven't been around that much. Kelp has been around, I believe. And they played games in the kelp, but they only had till dawn. And they so loved the kelp and the otters and the fish and the Dungeness crabs, and they had fun on their California vacation, even though it was one night. But as the night crept towards day, they knew they would have to go back to their sleep until the next new moon. And Rose, she was a wild child, just like that Doors song used to sing. And she couldn't be tamed. And she said, I'm not going back. I'm not going back to sleep, Lorna. And Lorna said, we have to, for the treaty Papa made, with the sun god and the moon god. I think it was something with the moon god, like they were the children of the sun. So they could only, that would make sense, right? They could only come out. The moon was I don't know why they couldn't be out when their parents were awake. I guess because they were made of, they were made of darkness. They're the opposite of their parents, the sun and the sun and the sun. I don't know. I didn't learn that myth, but I think it was like, maybe the sky. I think it was the blue sky and the sun. Yeah, I think I do know it. Carole King didn't even have to tell me this. Like, the blue sky and the sun were in love. But the moon also loved the blue sky. But the blue sky said, no, like I'm not into you. And this was just a 25-day thing. It happened fast, all these affairs. But this guy said, I don't know. And then at some point, she birthed the night sky. Maybe the moon came second. Maybe this was like an Oedipalian thing. They had the night sky daughters, then they had this moon. That would make more sense in a godlike scenario. Then the moon fell in love with its mother. And that's when things, they got crazy. So she hid away she said, maybe there's 3 moons. I don't know. Unfortunately, I was doing this while I was telling this tale. So the audience, they started, it was like a live podcast. People started dazing off. But I said, anyway, it was like the Beach Boys, where we're here today, gone away. Rose was going to stay and defy her parents' wishes. And much like, the other things, she didn't realize, so Lorna said, no, you can't stay here. Maybe one was made of stars and one was made of darkness. So I think Lorna must have been, I don't know which one's which. Again, I am not, would have been helpful if I wrote on it, would have been helpful if I wrote this down before I decided to create a festival based on a bed of lies, but it was a little late. But as they say, there's sexual healing, no amount of sexual healing, just like the song, in this case, Covered by Fish, could solve these two. I guess I don't know what you could do if you've got some sort of family situation like this with the moon that loves its mother, and a son, father, God, and then 2 daughters made of stars and night sky. But so anyway, Lorna said, what if you hide under the sand? Maybe this father's light won't get you, because they think maybe they knew that the father's light would dissipate them. And I think this was at the time when stars they didn't appear till after dark, maybe. I don't know. No one was laughing at that. So then crickets started to come out wild, because I was losing the audience clearly with this story. And then I said, okay, Scoots, we got to change. And I said, okay, everybody get out the map. I said, Carole King, help. And she said, get out the map by the Indigo Girls. I said, everyone get out your maps. It's time to find Lorna Doone. And of course, everyone was confused by that. So then I said, okay, before we get to, I said, soon I'm going to reveal to you the magic of the Lorna Doones. Believe me, very soon. But first, let's let our, freak flags fly. And then we celebrated. And then it was a real, then is this when we had the pecan sandies in milk. And then people, like, it got crazy, you know, with throwing milk and you don't want to, like, I don't have pecan sandies on the beach at night, you know, because it's like, then they become actually sandy, pecan sandies. And it's not something you really want to do. Like you should, it's like, don't do it, of course. And then milk and sand don't go together at all either. So that took a little while. Of course, I didn't use that time to, because I was getting so many well wishes. So I said, listen, let me explain it to you, like, in no uncertain terms. This is a real mythology. Somewhere tonight on the 400th new moon of the millennia, don't look that up, by the way. It's just legend says, when legend says it is the 400th moon of the millennia, people were still counting. And I said, no. They said, because the millennia is a debatable thing. You know, like, don't believe what people say with freaking AD or BCE. Come on. So I said, that one night, the Lorna Doone, it would be a rare opportunity to because there's so many of us that feel like we've hidden in the sand our whole lives from the confusion perpetuated by the Father, the Son. And then, I mean, that was pandering. People were like, whoa, whoa. And, you know, the mother, she tried to set a calming backdrop for us all. But, you know, no one's perfect. No sky is cloud free all the time. And sometimes the clouds weep tears of, you know, the chaos of birth, you know, the cycle of birth, you know, within dependence on the sun. And then it's, you know, I did use the patriarchy word in pandering. I apologize. But it really was empowering people. I guess it was propaganda, like, but it wasn't really propaganda. It was only about a false myth that I was making up because someone accidentally overheard me at a bus stop. So it's really contextually, it's not a big deal. I don't think. So we were, then people were chanting and I said, so we need to stay calm. I said, because this is all about this, like, so somewhere tonight on this beach, the Lorna Doone will appear. And then some people go like, the spirit? And I said, I don't know what to expect. I know it'll be the sunshine of her love, your love, Lorna Doone, for your sister Rose, who you hid here because she refused to go return to the heavens. So maybe she was a comet, because I don't know. Like, because the star, maybe she was just one star. Maybe they were two stars. Has there been a star that's been missing for the 400 moons since the millennia? And tonight would be the night we could free her. And, you know, she is the one that's been buried, like so many of our feelings, because of the father and mother, son, because of the, you know, the confusion that can stir in all of us when we reach that age. And, you know, you see, we have these pulling unknown feelings at us, you know, related to, you know, all that stuff, you know, moon stuff and, you know, it's not easy, right? Am I right? And then everybody said, I guess everyone kind of looked at me sadly. And I said, it's not just me, I think. And no, then they laughed. And I said, we all want to be treated with respect and we need to treat each other with respect. And I don't know how the gods could have done that. But tonight we're going to respect Rose. I don't know if her last name's Doone or it's just, like, it's a Doone with Rose in it. The Lorna Doone. And I said, wouldn't it mean Lorna's in there? And I said, well, that'd be interesting if we unbury it and it's Lorna and not Rose. But yeah, it's about the respect of, you know, I think it's like kind of like being down in a tube station at midnight, like the jam would say. And then people were laughing, like they said, like, they saw you were repressed. I said, no, I never said I was repressed. I said I was confused by the sun and the moon and the, you know, the blue sky. I said, anyway, I said, who wants to uncover either Lorna or Rose? Who wants to uncover a goddess who belongs in this night sky and who's hidden away? And then I guess I did say patriarchy again. I'm sorry. Of the sun, dominate, with its hot, sun really thinks it's hot stuff, huh? That was, and then, I said, because that's a lot of weight to bear, the sand of eons, the sand of shame. I said, and it doesn't make any sense. And I said, so everybody, we got to call out stuff to Lorna and Rose. The moon's gone tonight. It's the special night where you can come out to Lorna Doone, Lorna Doone. I said, you may ask yourself, does he love you? Your father, the sun. Does she love you? Your mother, the sky. Does your sister, the night sky, love you, Lorna Doone? And does maybe it was your uncle, the jealous moon. But the moon is absent tonight, or it's not visible. Technically, it's not visible, but, it's not here tonight. So you can come out. And we want to free you, oh, the Dune sisters, oh, sweet Dune sisters. Come out tonight, please come out tonight. And then people said, what are we supposed to do next? I said, well, it's going to sound crazy. We're supposed to do the Wiltshire Waltz, Desmond Williams, so everybody started waltzing. And then we all started waltzing together. Which I don't, just dancing. And, but there was bands. So the band was some string band was playing waltz music. And everyone smelled of pecan sandies and the beach, which actually does smell great. And then it did get a little, what do you call those, rituals, fertility ritual-esque. I'll be honest, I'll save you the details. Because in my case, there weren't any. But with other people, there were. I don't know. It's on a woman's lips or a person you're attracted to's lips. The smell of pecan sandy is great until you have a kiss and then there's sand. Like French kissing with sand is no good either. So that eliminates French kissing, pecan sandies, and milk from the beach. If the person already has sand in their mouth because of the pecan sandies. That most of them had fallen on the beach when I knocked over the table one time. And then everyone said, what do we do after and I said, well, we got to spin. We got to spin to show the counter Earth, which direction's the Earth spinning. We got to spin the opposite, like Alice's Mad Tea Party. We need to spin, spin, spin. And say, Lorna Doone, Lorna Doone, Lorna Doone. And at this point, this is when art and myth intersect, because this is when, I guess there was a portion of people that were there from Burning Man, or a different version, because those dancing things they have outside of car dealerships, those inflatable dancing things, at the far end of the beach from the crowd, one of them rose up, but it was lit from below. And it had some steampunk elements. I think the Flaming Lotus Girls maybe added some fiery highlights to it. So it was kind of like a hip version of that. And it rose up from the sand, almost like if people knew I was incompetent and saved me. And everyone fell down and said, Lorna Doone, Lorna Doone. And I said, then the band started playing China Cat Sunflower, right? So they were plugged in because that's what Carole King had requested, a Grateful Dead song. So then people were doing some Dead-style dancing around Lorna Doone and more stuff like that. And I said, everyone, I don't want you to be a stranger now, just because the next time this Lorna Doone appears. And they said, well, what is the Lorna Doone? All we see is the symbol of her and her sister. And he said her sister's free now from the bonds of the earth, from the bonds of the father, from the bonds of the mother, by coming here to celebrate her, by eating pecan sandies and milk and kissing and dancing and celebrating our differences, our oddities, because there was a lot of celebrating of oddities, mostly by just dancing. I think that's the best way to celebrate being different. Like they say, dance like no one's watching, or dance like nobody cares, or dance like you're alone. No, that was my saying. I did make that dance, the Ackerman, which I was doing, just pretty easy to do. It's kind of like something you see, like a Pee Wee Herman style dance. So I said, by doing these dances, we freed her from the bonds of the past. And in the future, she probably, like, to be honest, she's not going to stick around this planet. So we won't see anything in the sky to know we freed Rose. But Lorna is infinite. Her sister is infinite. The infinite stretches of space. And that's where her sister can finally go to find freedom from this bonds of this earth. And we should know that our hearts will follow her. And we don't need to be strangers anymore. Like the Golden Smog, like Golden Smog would sing, we're all, and then people started to pack up and go. Like I said, I guess because I think there was some fireworks that came out of the dancing thing. And I said, remember, too, that like Iron Maiden, like we don't need to be strangers anymore. We don't need to be invaders either. Invading with our sunshiny power or our blue sky passiveness. We need to dig deep into the loamy earth or the sandy earth and find our, I guess just nurture our freaky side, like this person from the and then the person said, I'm not the person from the bus stop. I said, oh, sorry, it's dark out. And then the person from the bus stop came. And then I said, I can't get this out of my head. The legend of Lorna Doone, the magic of someone, a Doone that would only appear one night. The Doone that only appeared tonight and had to have us set it free. And we did what was needed and we did it right. Something. And he said, thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for eating cookies with me. And everyone started to clean up, too. Most people, there were some people that left early, like I said. And we did some hand-holding and singing. Like, I can't get it out of my head. We sang the whole ELO. Those aren't really good for singing as a group. But I guess it was symbolic. We were saying Mrs. Blue Sky. And they said, did you get the whole story from Mrs. Blue Sky? Please tell us why. I said I probably would have been tighter if I would have done that. Please tell us why your daughter had to hide away so long. So long. You're right. Please tell us why. But we know why, because the moon was in love with its mother, which is just a myth. It's no reason to be judgmental or anything. Just a myth. And then it was even better because we all started to sit on the sand, tired. Some people snuggling up, me, sometimes when you sit in this, I didn't want to sit on the sand because it would make me but I still felt like I had to keep talking. But then I heard the lapping of the bay against the sand, against the former spot of Lorna Doone's sister, of the Lorna Doone. The gentle lapping, the stars faint against the bay's water, no moon in the sky, the sounds of the city, the breeze in the trees, with the gentle lapping and washing up of the water continually, like a bay breathing relief that a goddess had been set free, at least imaginarily, this night. A good night. Hey, everybody! Welcome it's been a while since we've been run a while. It's been a while since we've done a true trending Twitter Tuesday episode. So I thought I have to give you a little background, but I thought we'd try one tonight. I just had this was 2 nights ago or 2 evenings ago. I don't know if you've ever had a childhood memory that you forgot about, a positive one. That crept around the edges of something, but it still wasn't quite complete. Like a slow remembering or a bare, like almost like it's dawning, but it hasn't dawned yet. It hasn't dawned on me. I mean, that could be, give me a t-shirt, give me a tattoo that says it never dawned on me. I guess it would also be punny for a sleep podcast. Sleep with me, never dawned on me. I guess it is also what you say. Well, I don't quite get it, Scoots. It's just like the podcast. My catchphrases are like podcasts. In fact, mine are more like drop phrases. I don't catch them. I drop them. Fumble phrases. But so anyway, so let's see. Let me give you the whole details. Let's slow it down, Scoots. You can't misremember everything at once. Okay, so. It was so Top Chef. I don't know if anybody watches the show Top Chef. I do, but I watch it after the season concludes normally, mostly because of incompetence. I just didn't even realize the season had started and it was already over. And that wasn't a big deal because I do like to watch it anyway in batches. And I don't binge it. I guess I just watch it maybe 3 episodes a week on the weekend, in the late evenings, after I've concluded all my Star Trek watching. But this was a good season of Top Chef. I haven't always been, again, I don't want to go down the road, but I guess I rarely, it's one of those shows that's it's momentary. It brings me someplace and, I go on the journey, and then I kind of, a lot of times I'm dissatisfied with the winner. Or I don't really like it, but now then you say, well, which winner were you dissatisfied about, Scoots? And I say, well, this season I was happy. I really liked all 3 finalists. So I was very happy with the winner this season. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. Last season, couldn't tell you, honestly. I say, okay, what was the last season? And then I say, okay, well, I think I enjoyed it while I was watching it. And yeah, so I guess so anyway, I was enjoying this season of Top Chef. That's what I was trying to say. And I just happened to be watching one of the late episodes, like the last 2 or 3 episodes of the season this weekend. I finished it last night, so I watched the last 3 episodes over the weekend. It's Sunday evening now. And during this episode, and this was so strange how our minds work and our memories work and our emotions that are tied to those things. But they had this part where they were only allowed to cook with traditional Mayan cooking utensils and cooking techniques like grill. Anyway, just traditional Mayan cooking tools. And as they showed the what they're going to be cooking with, this strange a little tug on a string in the sweater of my mind was getting pulled, and I couldn't even figure out where. It was definitely tied very deeply to a positive emotion in a memory that I couldn't quite see. And I don't know if you've had that, almost like a little kid pulling at your string, but even subtler than that I had to pause the show and take a moment and say, what is this? I'm feeling good, but it's a vague goodness from the past. And I said, what is it about these Mayan tools spread out on this table? And then I felt it again. It was this boyhood feeling. And it was this sense of welling pride and adventure and curiosity. And I said, "What is this? Where is this coming from?" And then I had a vision of Fort Stanwix, which I've taught one of the forts in upstate New York. And then I had a view of the edge of the woods of my childhood, like in the woods of my youth episode. And then I had a vision of a large, giant stone slab, a giant stone, one of those ones that are a huge, I'd say definitely bigger, like probably a foot thick and not quite an oval, but that would be the best way to describe it. Probably like if you're going top to bottom, 6 feet by 4 feet. And that giant stone sat on some other stones, like on a far edge of where I grew up, like right at the edge of the backyard of my neighbors, which was one of the places we adventured as a kid because it was overgrown with brambles. But right where this slab of stone was, a blue, I don't know if it was a blue spruce, but it was a blue evergreen tree. And to say it was this area of our yard was neglected by childhood attention would be a truth. Occasionally, so this memory was one where it got this attention, but this poor blue spruce in this flat stone, they lived together. And because of the shade of the blue spruce, and I don't know if it was trimmed or just it didn't have lower branches, but the branches probably started at 6 feet and they created a canopy under which not much could grow between this giant slab of stone and this spruce. There was mostly just dirt and spruce, what are those things called? Spruce, why can't I think of them? What do you call them? They're on Christmas trees. Needles, like pine needle type things. And this wasn't just blue, because I don't know my tree names anyway. I know this was an evergreen, but it was like a lighter blue, almost like the blue of one of our station wagons, at least in my memory. And so this would have been a place you'd think I would have spent a large portion of my childhood hidden out under this tree with this slab. But I guess because just my personality and stuff, I was always moving and wanting to be I preferred the prickers and the brambles to this nice, safe place under this spruce with this giant slab of stone and with its flat dirt floor. But occasionally we would go there and we would do things. And occasionally, I guess I would go there and play alone. And when I was watching The Top Chef, this was what was tugging at me. This was the place that was tugging at me. And then I started to see it. I started to see a young boy, me, baby Scoots. It wasn't a baby, though. I don't know what age I was. It could have been anywhere from first grade to sixth grade, probably in the first to fourth grade range. And it must have recently been on a class trip to a museum, because what I did under that spruce tree with this giant slab was I went into the woods exploring. And I went around our yard exploring and probably dug through the garage exploring to create my own museum. And I don't know if it was a fictional museum because it was, anyway, let's get back to the emotional memory part of it. As I was watching Top Chef, this was what was tugging at me. This boyish feeling of pride, this boyish feeling of the endless realm of imagination, this idea of finding objects and giving them meaning and putting them on display, and then also this associative positive memory with whatever positive experience I'd recently had at a museum with probably a great docent who, of course, I remember the stone slab. I don't remember the docent. The idea that, that this was special. These objects were special and they had these stories behind them. And I guess I get the idea of factual, because it was play. It was pure play. The idea of the factual museum with the real museum, and that I could kind of create a history and put it on display. And I guess, like I said, when I was watching it and when I was picking at this meaning and trying to see it, there's not a lot I remember of it other than that feeling, that stone slab, that blue spruce tree, and open possibilities, but also a sense of, and this is a memory I don't have, this was a pure positive memory. I just have welling pride. I don't even know what the pride and fun and the pure breathless joy. And yes, because it's a memory, but there is a pure breathless joy in there too. And I'd like to take you there. I'd like to take you to my museum under the spruce tree. Tonight will be a trending Twitter Tuesday. Hello, welcome to the Spruce Museum. Do you have your tickets? Oh, you don't have any ticket. Oh, well, my assistant has gone missing. Excuse me. I'm Professor Pineworth. I run the museum here, the Spruce Museum, and let's see. You know what today is? It's because it's Tuesday. It's a free day at the museum. So welcome. Come on in. And why don't you have a seat here? We have this natural stone bench for all our guests. Welcome you. How was your journey to the museum? Oh, wonderful. And yeah, we have some picnic grounds out here. Now, we don't allow any food or consumption within the museum. But we do have it. It's very good to have you here. So sit down and let me tell you about the foundation of the Spruce Museum. Now, above you, you'll see the grand blue spruce that watches over our museum, precedes the foundation of the museum by many hundreds of thousands of years. And if you do become a sponsor of the museum, we seal all our envelopes here at the museum with sap from the spruce. So if you get any letters from the museum, they'll be sealed with the sap of the spruce. And you sit on what we call the Great Stone Slab here, which is not just a bench, but it's also where we display a lot of the things for the museum. And we do activities. I'm just a professor, but doctor, professor, whatever you prefer. No questions right now. Thank you for coming to the museum, though. But you might be saying, well, what kind of well, this is a museum of great discoveries that we've made. Because not only am I a professor, not only do I call myself a doctor, but I also call myself an adventurer. And it wasn't long ago that the museum was founded with the help of the NZDF. And that is a great, great organization, a national zone in defense of fun. And they were founded to keep fun going, to create zones of fun. Because we can't it can't be all fun all the time, but sometimes you need to move into a zone of fun. And you need to find your way into the fun. And for myself, Professor, what was it? You just call me the professor for today, or the prof. I just beyond the walls here, you'll see, these bushes and the edge of the spruce. In beyond it, some impenetrable bushes right here. But if we follow this trail down, beyond the trail, just to the south of us, is the entrance to the Great Bramble. And it's one of the great undiscovered zones of this area until I and my brother, till I started to explore the area. And at first, there was many people that said, don't go in there. There's pricker bushes. And there's brambles, and why would you go in there? Or it's supper time, get it back inside, or where are you? Or this is people who doubt the fun. But I realized it was my duty to enter the brambles. And you might say, Professor, how could you enter the brambles when brambles is just another word for pricker bushes? And I would say, great question. I say, well, there's many different techniques I've used. One is the crawl and the duck and the dodge, where you try to work your way through. You also have the stick method, where you hold out a stick and you push them aside and you creep through. But I have to tell you, when the summer day is the right temperature, when the humidity is at its perfect thickness, when the sounds of the bugs are in the air, and when there's not anything to do but adventure, you go into the brambles, and just sometimes you could go with long pants and a shirt, but there, on those summer days, the brambles call, and the professor answers and goes in. And no, I don't notice if it, and then whatever the scratches or the, those are for later when you get in the bathtub and you say, oh, jeepers creepers. This was a time for trailblazing and a time for finding and a time to get beyond the brambles, for the great woods of the beyond are out there. In the fields of Fahadar, and the rolling Otis hills, and the great rock wall of mystery, so many things. And the professor entered there, and the professor came back, and now you say, Professor, what do you have to show us from your journeys? I'd say that is a good question. And if you'll step over to our first exhibit here, sitting on this rock, you say, what is that? Is that covered in dirt? And you say, yes, come in closer, gather round, pull up a seat on the dirt here. For this is an object from deep in the brambles. And you could just look at the corner of that. You can see it's covered in dirt and covered in rust, but that one sliver of shine there, brassy tint, caught my eye. And I'll be honest, this wasn't what I was looking for when I was adventuring in the brambles. I was looking for more, like spy stuff or, Indiana Jones level things. But I said, what is this shining? And then my way was blocked by much more than brambles, but, double thick, the ones, the pricker bushes that get really thick. And I say, and then I saw it deep within some. And so I had to go fetch a blanket from my bunkmate's bed and then sneak out of the boarding house with it and then throw it over the thickest of the brambles and walk on the brambles to get them down. And still I had to lean forward while the brambles were almost pushing my weight up. Reaching out with my hand, I saw the sparkle, and then it was caught. It was buried in the dirt. It was just this one edge. I thought it was I thought it was a doubloon. And I realized that it was much more, and then I pulled at it, and I yanked at it, and I finally broke it free. And, my thumb, even one of my thumbs got, scraped by a great bramble. And I clutched it in my hand, and I headed back to the museum. And unfortunately, I left the blanket there, and later it would rain. But what is the cost of one day? I didn't leave the blanket. A couple days later, I took it and used it to clean up the dirt here and the dirt floor. So anyway, not important. So what you see in front of you is an artifact. What you see in front of you, some of you may be saying that's a belt buckle. And I would say be careful before jumping to conclusions. The professor always looks at things for hours and hours before he makes his conclusions. And I'd ask you, would you like to hold this in your hand? Because you can. This is one of the few objects you may hold in your hand. I'll pass it around. And I can see you tracing your fingers across the letters of this buckle. It's a buckle. You're correct. A belt buckle is a little bit like a looser of a term, I would say. Because if you look at it and you look at the way the rust runs and you feel it in your hand, it feels much heavier than it looks. And it looks, you say, well, it looks heavier. It's heavier than it looks. Why is that? Because it's meant to hold something not around the waist, but around the shoulders. And as you trace your fingers across what it says the Bachelor NZ. The Bachelor NZ. And for a while, the professor faced this mystery. The heft, the weight, the rust, the dirt. Why would a buckle? At first, even I was just said, is this a belt buckle? Was somebody in the brambles and they removed their belt? Why? At first, it wouldn't make any sense. They say, well, maybe their belt got caught on the brambles. And they said, well, I'll leave my belt behind. And you say, well, it's possible. It's possible, maybe even probable. But if you had a buckle that declared that you were the Bachelor NZ, and NZ stands for Nationalist Zeal, why would you leave it in a bramble bush? Did you forget it? Did you just leave it? So I thought long and hard. And I returned and I searched the area as any good professor would do. And I looked up and down and I said, well, maybe we're not just uncovering artifacts, we're uncovering a story. And I looked for a leather belt, I looked for a cloth belt, and I found none. But I said, the Bachelor NZ. And I was on the path. And I headed somewhere in the brambles you rarely go, which is to the edge, where the brambles come against another place, another property where people trim brambles. And the brambles change to another kind of bush, where once you break through the brambles, you're free. You're in somebody's other non-adventuring zone, we call it. Where they say, get out of my yard. But on the edge there, I began to search and suspect that I would find something, and find something I did. And it'll be here, come and join me. And you'd say, what is this? Is this a piece of cardboard tube? I'd say, no, it's hiding a dramatic reveal of this bottle, which I discovered on the edge of the great bramble. And you'd say, what is that? Is that a dragon bottle? And I would say it is a dragon warrior bottle. And I would say it isn't just any dragon warrior bottle. It was a dragon warrior bottle from long, long ago. From long, long ago, this started to make sense, because not only does it say that, but if you look on the bottom, now be careful as you handle that bottle. And yes, you say, why didn't you clean, yeah, we don't clean off the dirt here at the Spruce Museum. We leave it on, for even the dirt tells a story of the passing of time, of the pouring of rain. It's like our own form of carbon dating. But you'd see on the bottom of the bottle the letters NRL. And that stand for Nationalist Resistance with Love. And these were words even the professor didn't know, because they were words that had their own meaning to each person who gave the meaning to the words. Just like as you hold that object, it has its own meaning to you. The faded glass you can't see through. The moss-like thing that grew inside and then went away and left it inside, that the professor chose to leave instead of scrubbing. And you'd say, well, Professor, what does this have to do with the belt buckle? And it's a buckle, not a belt buckle. And this isn't just a bottle, it's a container, it's a vessel. For in this vessel was once a liquid, obviously, or it could have been I guess it could be it would be hard to get a lotion or a syrup out of here. And even now, this still contains air, it still contains air. And it has probably contained rain, but when I found it, it was on its side. Maybe even had some forest friends, some bramble residents living in there. Well, it tells the tale. It was the second thing. For then, as I dug deeper and deeper, and I followed the paths, and I found the great wooden fence, and I said to myself, look below the fence, maybe something someone would find. And I did. I found this scroll, this tattered thing. And at first, parental people might say that this was an old menu for a restaurant that had blown and gotten caught under the fence, and then slowly the sun and the rain and the wind and the passing of time wore it away and bleached it out. And they might say, well, these are the numbers that you used to order, and these were where we used to order food before we were born. Some people might say that, but they'd be wrong. For this isn't a menu for a Chinese restaurant. It's not for takeout. It was a form of communication. For it became clear to me, you can see right here, the few letters that remain. It says W-E-L, all caps. What kind of food is that? And then V-N-E-W. And you say, well, no, because this one says, and I'd say, well, that maybe says chicken. But this was a form of secret communication during a struggle that happened in the Great Bramble long ago. Why else would we have a bottle for dragon warriors and a belt for a bachelor and Z? Because the Brambles was a field of like conflict, I guess I'd have to say. A conflict that played out so long ago. Only the echoes remain to be discovered by someone like myself and to be shared with all of you here at the Spruce Museum. At the behest of, in the name of having fun. It was a tale long ago that I had to uncover piece by piece of the W-E-L-V-N-E-W. And that was the welcomers versus the news. Any new, not news like a newspaper, but the welcomers versus the new people. And the new people had come to the Great Bramble on the backs of dragons. And the residents of the Great Bramble at that time, because of circumstances that carry beyond to another day at another museum, they were mostly single men, and they were waiting in the Great Bramble. I think to be part of their, belief system for the delivery of the stuff they thought they deserved. And when they saw these dragons coming, carrying these new people they didn't like it. They said, well, these new people are coming to take the stuff that we're going to get one day. We don't want them here. And they said, well, these must be dragon warriors. And they were, but they weren't looking for war. They just happened to be what they were called. They just happened to be warriors, but they were also scouts. And they had heard that one day the brambles fruited and became great, prodigious makers of berries, which is true. And maybe if you spent some time in our gift shop, you could have a berry mash, which it comes on the back of a stick, which pretty clean stick. You could have a scoop of berry mash. And today's berry mash is sun-warmed. We have had, rain-cooled berry mash in the past, but today we have sun-warmed berry mash, available for each and every guest here at our museum. And so that was the first clue I had. And then you'll see here now I have this piece of wood. And on one side you'd say, well, this looks like the piece of a fence that has fallen off. And I'd say, well, when you turn it over, what do you see other than, some forest friends that are living on there on the bottom? And yeah, this is wood's become mushy but you'd see in there a carving. And at first glance, you'd think it was carved in, and it says TW loves WU. but it really says TWV. You notice that the heart does not, you just fill in the heart, but it's really just TWVWU. You're only filling in the heart with your imagination. Because you want the Dragon Warriors to love the Bachelors, of course, or to enjoy the Brambles together. Or so, we don't want conflict between the new people and the people that just happen to be living in the Brambles for some reason. But why does it say TWVWU, even if my, say, no, it's TW is now married to W, and I say, no. That is not a heart. They say, look at us, it's filled in with dirt. And I say, no. You are not a professor. And no, I will not wash. These are artifacts, not dirt under my nails. I won't wash this out for dinner ever. I won't, if that is the case, this is history under my nails. Can't be cleaned away. But anyway, sorry about that. Being a professor sometimes is hard, living in a boarding house. But it says TW, the warrior, versus the warrior universal, which is strange. So these were the great champions of the Bachelor, the warrior, and the warrior universal was the great, the champion. And one day they decided that it would be easier for everybody if the two champions just met in the field of brambles. Now, unfortunately, the great myths of the world aren't familiar with the great bramble, which has no field. It is just a great bramble. And with pomp and circumstance, everyone got mixed up and forgot about that. So then everyone came to meet each other, the two great champions, and they got lost in the brambles. And the brambles can get incredibly hot, even though you're in brambles. So they spent a lot of time trying to find one another. And when they did, they met in the middle where there was kind of some room. But in between them stood a tall bramble with nothing on any side. Something that would become the central bramble. If I do write a book of history about this, the great bramble. But I'm more thinking that I watch too much Fraggle Rock, so I say, well, she would be the great bramble anyway. On the top of the central, or the great bramble, let's just do it, was this. It was waving, and it caught both the champions' attention. This that I keep in my pocket. And you'd say, what kind of music? I say, well, this is a museum object I hold close. You'll see it's a piece of lace, much like a doily or a frilly thing. Once it was white and now it is brown and yellow. But the day it stood on the great bramble, it was flapping in the wind. And it caught the attention of both of the warriors, for the bachelors had not seen a piece of lace in thousands of years. And so their champion, the warrior, his heart leapt into his throat and he froze. And the warrior universal also froze. For he thought of all the cartoons he had saw where great ladies of the cartoons would drop a handkerchief and he would get a feeling deep within him that he didn't understand, even though it was a handkerchief. But it had the lace around it and it triggered something in him and he didn't understand what it was, but it felt good and it felt a bit foreign at the same time. And he would watch the heroes on these training cartoons the Dragon Warriors used to watch. And he would feel something, and he felt it now as he watched the lace flapping in the wind. And they both went to reach for the lace, but it was just out of reach, for this was the great bramble, the central bramble. And then the bramble rumbled. And it said, stop your fighting. And they said, well, we haven't started fighting. We're just trying to get it. But it said, stop the arguing. This is a bramble. And the bramble is both a place and a portal to the woods beyond. And the two looked at one another confused, for they didn't understand the message the great bramble was trying to get across. But at the same time, they were full of these other feelings as the lace went back and forth on the wind, just out of their cheeks. And they said, "Who speaks?" And from somewhere within said, "It is I, Adele, goddess of the brambles, goddess of the woods beyond, queen of the rain, sister of the sun. The birds sing my name." But she said, went on with a long, very, very long and descriptive. We might say Mother Nature here in the museum, depending, and there's certain things I cannot see. They say, well, this is this is no museum of science. This is a museum of spirits. So maybe I'm going to lose funding from the NZDF. But he says, it's fun. It's not even, and they said, okay, you got us. And they said, oh, and then they fell to their knees, because they never heard a bramble. And then they said, and they never felt this way about a bramble with lace on the head of it. And they didn't know what was within the bramble. And they didn't know what was without. And I guess this is the time I might ask you to take one more leap as guests in the museum and say, were you picturing yourself there? Were you reflecting in the dragons, or the bachelors, and imagining someone just like you? For these were creatures of the brambles, and I don't say that to shock you or to distract you, but to let you know it was all the more real that these weren't humans there. But within the bramble there was something. And there was the lace waving on there. And they said, well, what can we do? What can we do to, okay, we won't do any fighting, Adele. What can we do? Are you a bramble? Or, because I never had, even though they were creatures of the bramble. And she said, go and fetch together Qatar GP. And they said, Qatar GP? And the dragon warrior said, well, GP, where I come from, stands for general practitioner. And then the bachelor warrior said, oh, well, maybe it's a a general practitioner, like a doctor. And he said, oh, yes, a doctor. He said, well, there's been a time like without berries. Last year, there were no berries here in the brambles. And that's why we're a little bit more grouchy, because we used to cover each other in berry juice every year. We had a great berry celebration. We called it the Great Bachelor Berry, the Great Bachelor Berry Party. And they said, well, and she said, hurry. And they said, well, we don't know where to look. And she said, you sing to the birds and sing to the bees. If you catch my drift, you'll find what you need. And they said, we don't understand. And she said, well, the bachelors have a great sack they used to carry the berries. And I need go get some, there's just a deep within the woods beyond is a beehive. I want you to bring it back here, because that's why there's no bees here. And they said, what? She said, trust me. So they headed out, and they told their each people's, and then they all met together. They said, well, how can we possibly catch a beehive without, doing, it doesn't make any sense. But then they had wise people among them, and they said, well, maybe the bees here will pollinate these berries, so that's why there's, and they said, well, can you move a beehive? Is that a good idea? And they said, well, no, the bees won't be happy about it, but I'm sure they'd be happy to relocate. Look at all the flowering brambles are just getting ready to flower. And they said, well, the people that lived at the Bachelor said, well, we got the sack. What else? And then the dragon warrior said, when we ride on the back of the dragons, none of us like heights. So we drink this, we have these bottles of this special juice. And if you drink it, it's a magical, mystical thing from our land. And it makes you not worry about heights. So maybe if you two drink it, you won't worry about the bees. And so they drank, they shared a bottle as they walked to the edge of the brambles. They finished it off, the two of them, Bachelor and a dragon warrior. Then they cast the bottle aside. And they walked and they passed the great wall of walling into the woods beyond, past Paperboy Pond, and up to the ridge that looks out on the road. And there was the hive. And it was actually way more smooth because it was the perfect size basket or pack. And the bees, it was a warm, lulling day with just the right breeze. And so they took it and the hive dropped, and it was actually like mystical, probably because Adele's power was even there, and it fell into the basket. And the bees weren't too happy, but those two had started to sing as the joy of the dragon juice hit them and skipped back through the woods. And they returned to the brambles, but as they returned, of course, the magical dragon juice had worn off, and also they needed to get the bees someplace where they could, rehive. And they found the thickest bramble, and they said, this must be what Adele wants us to put it there for her. And they climbed in there because then they said, well, now we don't know, like with the brambles too, they're kind of pokey. And they put the basket there. And over time, the only thing that remained was that buckle. It wasn't a belt buckle. It was a basket buckle or a, bag buckle. And there the basket remained, and the bees, they didn't remain there long. They flew up to a tree that overlooked a great bramble, and they rebuilt the hive, and they made they stayed there. And they moved their hive because they said, well, there's a little too much sun. But season after season, they've stayed, and they've spread the pollen or pollinated or cross-pollinated, whatever it is they do. They fly and they buzz. And the blackberries returned, the wild berries returned. And soon the bachelors, they said, hey, could we get a ride on those dragons you flew in on? Because since we're bachelors, it's not the best idea for us to just stay here forever. And the dragon warrior said, well, you were just making a big assumption that we were males. So by the way, let's all fly back to where we came from together and, follow the lead of Mother Nature. And they had found that there was a ton more lace. So all the dragon warriors wore headbands, and all the bachelors wore armbands of lace, and they flew across the sky, and they left the great bramble to the bees and the berries, and the thick, thick growth that came. It got thicker and thicker, until one day an adventurer came and uncovered this story bit by bit. Inch by inch, he dug into the brambles and discovered for all of you. So that's it for our museum tour. I'm glad you came to see the objects I've uncovered here. And now it's time for sun-warmed berry on a stick because of the adventuring of those peoples in the great brambles. I thank you for visiting the museum, and thank you. I hope you had fun. I can assure you that you'll have fun eating this sun-warmed berry on a stick. And thank you, and please return to the Spruce Museum another day. Good day to all of you. Thank you. Also, please put the buckle back where it goes. Thank you. Say goodbye to the great stone slab. Say goodbye to the blue spruce and say hello to your berry on a stick. Thank you. All right. Hey, everybody. This is Scooter, and welcome to, I guess, like, I'm always like, I get these ideas, and one of the great things about the podcast is I get to test out random ideas. And this might be a little dated when it gets released, but this won't be dated. Like, I don't know how many of you listen to the podcast, my brother, and me with the McElroys. But you should check it out. And if you don't, and you say, well, let me tell you who listens. Lin-Manuel Miranda listens to my brother, and me. So there you go. Also, I like to listen to it. And in a recent episode, well, the last episodes that I heard that came out, they were talking about like the changing of the year in January and what are we going to call this new year? And one of the pitches was 20 Riventine. And okay, I heard the crickets. They say, what did you say, Scoots? They said, yeah, 20 Riventine. And named after 20 years, I think, no, maybe not. Is it 20 Riven? Is it Riven 20 years old or 10 years old? I don't know. Oh, wow, it is 20 years old. So, right, 2097. So, like, I kind of remember the game Riven. And then on this particular episode, which hopefully I'll link to, they also had this other thing they talked about, which kind of drew me in for maybe the second half of this episode. But I was thinking about this game, Riven. So Riven was a PC game. Now, I'm not going to tell, I won't tell you any facts because, but I guess this would be, so this is a Tuesday episode. Maybe it'll be trending Rending Riventine. I guess that's what it'd be. Rending Riventine, an episode in honor of Riventine. And hopefully we can make this into a two-part, where the story will carry into the next thing. But so Riven was a PC Mac game. I think 1997 it came out. So pre-console. And it was a sequel to the game Myst. And here's what I remember about it personally, because in so this would have been the late 90s. I guess the game was re-released. I don't know the date. But this was the time I was in a relationship. I was living the end of the 90s. So I guess not that long. I don't think I played the Riven in 97, but maybe at the end of the 90s I played it. Maybe the early aughts. I'm not sure I played Myst, and maybe so if you're a huge Riven or Myst fan, maybe take I don't know what to tell you, because I probably will, also if you've listened to this podcast, my memory just doesn't really record stuff when it feels like it. And then she says, well, let me show you this picture. You make sense of it. And that's what it was like when I took a test too. It would say, well, I'll show you these numbers. Go ahead and figure it out. And I say, no. You're my brain. You're supposed to help me here. Well, yeah, here's a couple pictures of stuff. That's what's in my head right now. Here's a couple pictures of stuff. But let me tell you the most prominent pictures right now was, I was living with my girlfriend at the time, and she was not a gamer. And I think we talked about video games and not that long ago. And I think this was at one point, actually, I'm pretty sure this was the end of the 90s, because I'm pretty sure I know what my job was when I was installing ergonomic, keyboard trays and stuff like that. Almost positive that's making more and more sense, maybe. And let's see. So I remember, so she was not a video game player not at all. And I hadn't been. And I think, so we must have had a computer. So maybe I'm getting I may be getting some of my dates mixed up here, but So somewhere between 1997 and 2000, this could be anywhere in those 4 or 5 years. We were like I know exactly where we were. We were in Pleasanton. And so this was still when you would buy, like we were driving there we were out there for some reason. And this was like, and if you listen to that video game episode, what are the two things I used to love doing? Drinking and playing video games. And Mist and Riven are different, which we'll get to. But so, I didn't think this would be video game heavy, but I guess like trying to explain Riven, I really want my brain to work with me here because it's a rich environment. So let's see. So what happened was, there used to be those like there was stores where you would buy like kind of like Best Buy. I don't know what they were called. Comp USA maybe, where you could buy video games. I have a couple other memories about the stores like that. But so, and also there was a Bevmo. So at some point we were out there and I said, Jesus, let's just go into this Comp USA. Maybe we needed something else too. But I think I pitched her on this Riven. I said, like, maybe I'd read about it or heard about it. And I'm pretty sure it was Riven and not Mist, but it could be wrong. It could be Mist, but I'm pretty sure it's Riven. So we must have had a decent computer. So that would make it more in the later 90s. Like that must have been what happened is I remember I got a decent computer at some point. And then I said, well, if I have a computer, I might as well start playing games again. And yeah, that makes sense because I probably got it with like a decent card and a decent sound card. Yeah, this is all starting to make sense. I still have, you want to talk about when you buy, you want to talk about going off subject, but, so this is 20 years ago-ish, like, or 18. I mean, maybe 18 or 17 years ago. So when I bought that computer, this computer that we're talking about that I would play Riven on, it came with computer speakers. I still have those computer speakers. And I don't know if it was some sort of an anomaly or because the speakers, they came with the computer, but it was like a little bit better. Like I bought it from an independent computer store that sold PCs, PC clone type computers. And I think they had like different levels, like you could customize, but it was basically like a super cheap one, the middle one. And this was when computers were still like kind of expensive, like not like, but so I got to like the middle model, which came with these speakers, which were like, it's just two speakers and a subwoofer. But the sound that comes out of these computer speakers, not only is it good, I mean, I'm not an audiophile, but like most computer speakers have weak sound. Like this one, like I can't even put it at full volume. Like still, it would blow the windows out. And which is just strange. I think I don't even know what brand they are. I think the company, I think maybe, I don't know. But yeah, like talk about getting your money's worth. There's still, I keep them in my kitchen attached to the Echo Dot. And you like use those speakers every single day now, still 20 years later. And these are like little square computer speakers. 20 Riven-teen, the year I talk about computer speakers. But so we went to, so at some point we were out in Pleasanton, California, which is like a suburb of the Bay Area, not too far out there. And I think at the time it was the only place there was an In-N-Out burger. Like there wasn't any in the Bay Area, like in Oakland or San Francisco. And so I'm sure we ate at In-N-Out burger, and then we probably went to Bevmo and got some wine and beer. And then at some point we went to this video game store, and then I said, like, we got to check this game Riven out. And because it's like, there's games like this now on the iPad, like a point and click adventure where the kind of, you're meant to discover the story. It's more of like a think piece, I guess. I don't know. That might be the wrong use of that word, but like nothing's handed to you on a silver platter, even the controls or anything. Like my memory of Riven is like, I'm not sure if it came, how much literature it came with, but that you start the game and you don't even know what your goal is, or like like anything. Like you just start the game, you're on these islands, and my girlfriend Natalie, she like was like she was into it because it's a very puzzle based game. And I don't know if we completed it, but I remember we spent some good time like in like taking like working together and taking notes, a lot of note taking, because some of these puzzles were tough. And it's weird that I just made fun of my memory, but I can see all her notes because she had good handwriting, so her notes would be readable, and she was also good at analytical and like math stuff. But so we played this game. I mean, like I don't know how consistently we played it. And I know we never finished it because there was a couple puzzles, that we just never got, like, I don't know where we got hung up on, or maybe just got burned out. But like my memory of the game is it's very atmospheric. It has very atmospheric music. You're on these islands and there's like architecture. I'm pretty sure there's like these monorail type things that connect the islands, and you're trying to get access. I remember like underwater viewing. I think at some point you communicate with a whale or something, and that's one of the puzzles. And I think a puzzle was like remotely monitoring lights. And like I guess maybe this won't take long. Like, and then like it was like very tropical, like these jungles, and everything's slowly rusting. Beautiful, beautiful, beautifully done game. And I actually found like a bunch of wires from 1987, 97. And I have one on the making of the game that I'm going to send. I think I'm going to send it to Justin on the Mac of my brother and me, just because he's so nice. But I was like, I'm going to try to read the article first. But so I guess that's what I remember about Riven. Trying to think anything more that comes up. I think because I didn't know. So I was thinking about Riven, and then I was thinking about I was like, huh, could that guide us through an episode? Okay, so I was thinking, like, how would we do this as a rending? Like, how can we, like, really bring in Riventine with a, like, the way it deserves it? So I think I thought of an idea to use Riven Wrens in a way that'll work in a story. And I guess this is like a little bit of a gift to the McElroys, because I like there's such a really great people and really great influence on podcasting. So settle back for the first story of 20 Riventine. And you might say, geez, what is going to be the link between Riven and this story? And I'd say very little. Like maybe the link would be in the circus-like nature of my thoughts, in the thoughts of the news, and the waning fortunes of circuses in this day and age, and the need to have your circus be cutting edge is I like as you know I'm a person that thinks about going to circuses a lot, and not necessarily who does, but says, man, I'd like to be a person that goes to like more underground circuses or circi or cirque. But maybe I'm not always that person. And, but I was like, as you know, I'm familiar with the story of the Purple People Circus, the founding. Like, I don't know anything about the founding, but when the founders met, you might recall the episode. I don't know the episode number, but it was the title was something about a ventriloquist dummy, and that was about when the founders of the creator and his future partner for the Triple P Circus, the Purple People's Circus. I don't know why it's called. I think I was the one that gave them the title, the Triple P Circus. I'm just realizing that there's only two P's. There might be another one. But Barry, Mr. England, he was in London searching for the next big busker, and that's where he met Martha Mark. And, you know, they kind of like, she had this new ventriloquist act, you know, a little bit more, but a little bit more, hers was just a little bit more fun. Like it was more busker based, like a more modern ventriloquist dummy show where you're not sure if it, you know, she's just, but anyway, like they admit, and I guess that's all we knew was they met on the streets of London where she was busking with her dummy, whose name hopefully I have somewhere. But I guess I don't. I actually have notes. What does this say? Money is a movie. I don't know. But her dummy was like, who's the dummy now? Her dummy was kind of over sass and snark. So, but whatever. They ended up forming, the Purple People's Circus. And if you wanted the details on their wedding, I'm sure it's at like, you know, circuscelebs.com or something, but I know they used Archer's theme. And they always say, Artrus's theme. And I'm not familiar with that song, but I think and they were married before when the Purple People's Circus, it consisted of, 3 people if you count the dummy. And, you know, after they were married, they had this dream of building this new circus, a social circus, subtextual social circus. Maybe I'm projecting some meaning onto it, but, you know, there was just a circus for the day. And I guess maybe that's what we're seeing now. And I think I talked about in that episode. And maybe this is where Cirque du Soleil tries to be, I don't know. I guess I don't want to weigh in on the circus industry. So they started searching the world for performers and just traveling and busking when they could to pay their bills. I guess it was maybe you could say it was their honeymoon. And I think I want to say they were in Prague because I have visited Prague once and I loved it there. And I love the people there and the architecture. And they were going through what's that called? I don't know the name of anything anymore. But I tell you, there's this one plaza and there's this old church. It's just very mysterious. And then there's a bell tower that I went up, or some sort of tower that I was able to go up. And I kept looking at this church, and I said, "This is something that's been, or a cathedral maybe." And you've seen it. It's on the other side of the river from Pražský hrad. That's what Pražský hrad, or whatever you call it, Prague Castle. I call it Pražský hrad. And what is it, like a Starry Maestro, Old Town, but like near the Old Town and on your way to the Charles Bridge, I think on like the parade grounds or like whatever the like road is called. I guess I won't be invited to Prague, but I love it. That's fine. That'll make it hard if you don't invite, you know. But you're right. I should get my facts straight. So what was my point? So there's this gatehouse that you go through. I think gate room, they call it, and the way there. And they heard the cheers of a happy crowd being, you know, buskies. And it was just breaking up, and they saw this gentleman there. And he was dressed in like a strange outfit, like striped pants clashing with a checkered shirt, but he wasn't a clown. And the crowd was still like, they were going up to him and giving him second tips and clapping and just like disbelief. And then they looked at each other and they went right up to him. And he was packing up because it was late afternoon. This was the fall. And there was a chill in the air. And they played dumb, Mr. England said, and Mr. England Barry, I think sometimes he uses an English accent, but I'm pretty sure we found out he's from Minnesota. Unless Martha, but anyway, it doesn't matter. He said, hey, well, I'll just use, this is a recreation. He said, it's like, hey, wow, did we miss the show? And the performer said, you did. I'm just packing up for the night. And he said, oh, it's a shame, dear. I'm sorry that you won't see. He goes, I've been hearing about your performances like all over the city. People said, you got to get down there. My wife, she loves, and he kept pausing. And this guy was the performer was kind of, And he goes, she really did not want to miss and he said, Fushigi art. And he said, well, I gave, yeah, what? Yeah, she couldn't, no. He goes, I thought this was the jungle totem. And he said, jungle totem. And he said, well, that's what we heard. It was like a guy that could do these, like he could make an illusion of trees. And then he would climb a pole. And he would stand at the top of the pole and pretend he was a tree. That's not you? And he said, do you see any poles around here? And Mr. England said, well, it's a matter like wooden poles? No, I don't see any wooden poles. And the guy was not, he goes, well, honey, I guess it doesn't matter. We don't need to see this show. And she goes, a shame. And then she goes, dear, this is Martha speaking. She goes, dear, what time does this train leave? And Mr. England said, well, I'm pretty sure we're going to be close to missing it, but the rest of the performers are on their way to Bucharest. And the guy said, the rest of the performers, and he said, oh, yeah. He goes, we're working on a new circus, and we really wanted the totem tree guy for the circus, but yeah, that's fine. We anyway, what did you say? What kind of, you said you're some kind of artist. We thought you were a performer. And the guy goes, I am a performer, the greatest performer. He goes, he goes, I've been performing in Prague, for months, and never heard of this tree totem or whatever. And Mr. England said, well, I don't know, like every survey, these theme, like these like busker surveys, he goes, you don't go to busker survey, islandtheme.com. And the guy, because this was the old days when, like, I think that was the thing. I don't know what year this was, but how you'd have to go to GeoCities. I think it was like a GeoCities website, but islandtheme.com or something. And he said, no. And anyway, that was like too boring for the podcast. They just were like, because it was confusing. And they said, well, anyway, sorry to waste your time. We got to get going. We got to catch a train with all the other performers. We're headed to Bucharest. And then the guy he said, well, it's fine. He goes, well, maybe I'll just do one more show. You go ahead though. And then he started his like warm up where he said, like he started looking around for kids, and then he started like pretending like, this is the kind of good, this is when you get into these good performers. Like he's like started looking frantic, like he's looking for something. And he starts digging through his box and throwing things. And, then the kids that are nearby, like he's throwing a rubber chicken and a boot, and then a can comes out of the boots. And it's all this little suitcase. This guy was not a clown, but he did have clown influences, as a lot of buskers do. And then he's like, like a roller skates. And then he's trying to pick stuff up. Then he slips, he was like had a comedic, very loud, tin cans, like to just get a lot of attention, a lot of noise that we don't need right now, but fun noise. And the funnest noise of all, like kids laughing at people, like banana peel, like every bit, even like, he accidentally stands on the rubber, like he thinks he pretends he can't see the rubber chicken. Then he stands on it and then it's like it makes a noise and then he like looks around and then the kids are like that brings the kids over because then they say, what? And he says, they say, under your feet. And then he pretends that the chicken, he says, Bernice, Bernice, and then the kids are cracking up and then the adults have to come over. And then then he asks the kids to help, just put the stuff away. And then they say, the kids say, well, what do you do? And he said, well, I'm just got to get going. I'm headed to Bucharest with these two. And he said, unless you, does anybody want a show? And then he goes, oh, no, I can't do my show because I can't find my Miss Marmalade. And then they say, he says, geez, I got to go to the church. I got to go to the temple. And I forgot I can't find my Miss Marmalade. I need some help from beyond. And then he then he pretends to weep and the kids, then there's even more kids and more parents and the parents, it's a little bit over the top. So the parents, even the kids can pick up on the fact that he's kind of kidding. Then he whispers, to Martha, to play, to get over to his boombox to play Village Entrance theme #1. And they say, she says, okay. And then, he goes, I can't remember this bit. He has something that's really good that, of course, I missed or I forgot, but something to connect, his, sadness to hope, where he, whatever, he does that and he says, well, then now I have a great idea. That gives me a great idea. Maybe a kid, I think what happens is he waits for somebody to sneeze or whisper. I think it must be that, situational. Maybe someone sneezed. That was it. And then he pulled out tissues, clown style, thousands of tissues. And that's when he gets the idea. I don't know if he does it if no one sneezes. Because then he does a bit, what do you call that? A mime bit where he's trying to pull back the tissues and it's too hard. And then he says, oh. And he says, do you think you could all help me? And then if anyone isn't there, he says, ladies, come over here. Who believes in the power of magic? And he goes, I've misplaced Miss Marmalade, or I don't remember again. And everyone goes, who's Miss Marmalade? And he says, well, not my cat. He goes, it's a magical ball, my crystal ball. Miss Marmalade. And he says, I can't, and I looked everywhere. And he says, sometimes she gets the idea of going off on her own. So I have to bring her back. And he says, do you think you want to help? And I say, oh, yeah. And he goes, this usually works. He goes, the first time I met her, I was off on an adventure. And then he still has and this is very cool stuff. And believe me, at this point, Marta and Mr. England are a jackpot. Too bad we lied about the circus in Bucharest, but we'll figure that out. Cause he has all these tricks. So he has a string of handkerchiefs, so then he starts swinging it like a rope and telling this elaborate tale of climbing the Alps. Or obviously the local mountain range, wherever, I don't know, all the mountain ranges of the world, but let's just say the Alps. And somehow he throws it up in the air and it sticks and then he pretends he's climbing. He doesn't actually climb, but I don't know how he made it. Just handkerchiefs into a rope and then maybe into a stick. I don't know the illusion. But he talks about how he's going into Moiti caves and he was adventuring there, looking for this rare ice they had, that his mother liked to drink. So then he gets silly again and does an imitation of his mother. Like, and he's like asked the kids if they have to do chores, because he said, this was my chore, to climb the Alps and bring this ice back to me mother. And he was like, even then he tells, play the Moity theme or whatever to Marta. And then he says he was in the cave, and like he was looking at the ice, and he saw this ice glowing further on, and then he slipped and he fell in this giant ice, like kind of polar bear would ride. And he said it was like a boat ride. It was in this river in the cave. And he said he's traveling through the river, and he goes into like this giant glowing room. And he said, there's a wizard in there. And the wizard says, oh, finally, you're here. And he goes, oh, no. He goes, I'm just here for ice for my mother. And then he said, have you ever met a wizard, to the kids? And the kids, depending on the air, I think at this, they said, no. And they said, well, there's some unpleasant wizards, and this was one of them. And then he said, I was telling him about my mother, and then he was like wanting me to, be quiet. And he's like, I'm just here for ice for my mother's drinks. Like, I got to get back to the village. I can't stay for much longer. And he goes, the wizard says, well, you're going to be staying for a long time. He goes, because look around. We're not just in a cave. And that's when he realizes, like, they're in like an ice bubble. It looked like a giant globe. And the busker says, I don't understand. And he goes, well, he goes, I don't know how you got in here, but he goes, I think I'm going to swap spots with you, because this is my prison. I'm the wizard Moity. And this is a whole nother tale, but he goes, long ago, I think he links it back to his mom. He says, my parents, I didn't do my chores. So he hams it up for the parents and starts to like soften them up. Your kid, like for a tip later, well, do you get paid for your chores? So a lot of banter, really, really well done. Also, he was doing he had other props. But he says, oh, no, you won't. He goes, what do you like? He goes, I'm trapped within this bubble. And then he says, well, I'm not saying I got to get this ice back to me mother, and I'm not going to stay here with you. So then he says there's a chase, and he said, I couldn't believe there's other rooms within this bubble, but then there's a red cave room. And then I get into this room, it was Wark's room or something. He said, I'm in here in Wark's room. And he's trying to hide from the wizard. And he had his cheek up against like the wall of the bubble. And he said, geez, I'm just trying, he goes, and then he was like, I wonder if I could melt this bubble and get out of here. And then he said, I felt the bubble speak back to me. And said, you can, your warmth, think of your mother and your warm feelings. And then he had then he used that to make the audience laugh. But he said, I need some ice for my mother. And then the bubble kind of, this is the short version. But, the bubble said, well, I'll need your help to keep Moity within the in here. And so that no one else stumbles upon his prison again, like this. And then he said, that's when I met Miss Marmalade. Then he does a thing like Miss Marmalade. And this is very elaborate, not good for a sleep podcast, very visual. But basically, he still had the pretend mountain climbing thing. Then up at the top, you see the shiny, flash of a ball, a crystal glass ball with something glowing inside. You don't know if it's the reflections. And I guess technically it's called the Fushigi ball. I didn't know this because I thought it was like, I thought it was his creation, magical creation. But then it rolls down the handkerchiefs into his hand, and he says, well, perfect timing, Miss Marmalade. I wish I would have paid attention with the name, because it doesn't seem to fit, but At the same time, it does because the kids, and then he's talking and he's doing these like I think these fushigi things. I did watch a YouTube video, and they're like those balls that seem to levitate. Now this one, it seemingly levitated. It didn't seem to levitate. It was like I don't know, like it was. This was high. If it was fushigi art, this was the pinnacle of fushigi art. And so then he's doing things, and then they're he's closing out the adventure of how he escaped and she shrunk down. And he was supposed to rescue her. Then he brought back, he didn't have the ice. So then he said, I started, I made a deal with Miss Marple. Her name's not Miss Marmalade, but, in order to keep, the moiety in the prison, and he says, play Catherine's Prelude. We still weren't sure because the globe was shaking, and I got it back to my house so I think I got ahead of myself, and then the mother was trying to do, what is this? Maybe we'll sell this for ice. And they said, no, 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 no. And he said when he was struggling with his mother, he realized that it was sapping the wizard of the wizard's power. And so then he said, well, then I got away from, my mother because, I earned my freedom from her as her, ice. He goes, because I bolted. And he goes, so now I have to do these tricks with the ball, to keep the wizard, so the wizard goes to sleep. It's kind of like rock. And then he goes, did your parents ever rock you to go to sleep? And all the kids are like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember being rocked by my parents. And, yeah, he goes, yeah, they just, they sing you a song like the Gen lullaby. And the kids are like, the Gen lullaby. And he goes, well, that's a lullaby I sing to Moiety. But he goes, it's actually more of he goes, because of the prison. And then he also does stuff because the kids don't buy it, of course. So a lot of the tricks, I don't know, I guess the sleep podcast isn't the best place to promote, the greatest, the fushigi performer ever, but then he pretends, I think that maybe I'm trying to think if I should tell you about the climax of the show. Because I think he says, because I think I missed the part where he goes and gets it. Then at some point he realizes he gets out, and then he makes a deal to with the magical orb, Miss Marmalade, to shrink down, to have him hold it and guard it. I think he becomes the guardian of Marmalade. That was one the kids laughed about. I think, at least in the places where people know maybe he calls it the Miss Jam and other places, or Miss Jelly. And then he talks about the thing with his mom. I covered that. I missed something in there about, I think at one point, maybe I'm I think that then the wizard one night comes to him. Because I think he gets homesick. I think that's the other thing with the kids. He uses that one, the heartstrings. And also uses it to get the tips because he says, I moved away and I learned to do these tricks to kind of, maybe he did. Yeah, he says, that's it. Because then he says, all my tricks are lullabies to put the wizard to sleep. And so then he does some tricks. Maybe they're slow motion. Maybe that's to Catherine's theme. I think also Martha had never queued up the music for this performance before. So it's not, wasn't perfect. But then he says I think that the climax, oh boy, I remembered the climax. Oh, that's what it is. He becomes homesick. So that's because then the wizard, one night comes to him. Singing all the lullabies and everything, he starts to miss his mother. And I think because maybe he's in Iceland, because that would be, you could probably make that funny for kids, and that would make sense. And so then one night the wizard comes to him in his dream, and he's a very nice wizard now. Gotten so much good sleep from being rocked and lullabied. And I mean, you think about a good place to sleep, like an orb, like I think climate controlled by magic, is a good place to sleep. Like with some padding and stuff like that, like clouds. But so let's see, where was he? So the wizard comes to him in his dream, and he says, "I see a fissure in you. You miss your mother." And then he shows it like this is a little bit like par for the course. Like he shows him the movie, like about his mom within the globe, and she's missing her son. And then a fissure opens up in the thing. He says, like it's very emotionally resonant. And then he's like even sitting, and somehow, I guess, like, I don't know the technology, but at some point he's sitting in the audience, and this is projected you're seeing this, the audience is seeing this. So this is like some like it's not even VR level, it's actual AR, actual reality Fushigi. Like somehow, I mean, presumably he's projecting an image within the Fushigi ball. And, like I guess the fidelity was pretty good. So then the busker is sitting there watching it with the family, like of his mom. And then he does more of the show. Oh, maybe I should go back. Then it gets into more mimey thing where he's like showing his emotional pull, like with the ball, little interpretive dancey. I mean, I don't want to, like I said, geez, like, I mean, if I was telling this story, we would have had like one less plot point, I guess two more plot points or plot points. But he has this whole thing with the ball and the back and the forth, and deciding and should I go into the ball? Then he gets interactive with the kids and the parents. And then, the wisdom of children, like he finds a kid with a mom and he says, well, would you go with and then the kid says, well, no, you have to keep the wizard in there. You could just go home and visit your mom, not by magical rift, just go home. And he says, oh, thank you. Then this is a little cheap too. He says, well, the train tickets are so expensive. And he says, well, who would want to help? And I said, man, I don't know if this is ethical. He says, well, and of course he rolls it in. Like people are like, well, he goes, whoever would want to help me go visit my mom, do you throw in a few dollars, and even like Mr. Ink, but I mean, it's rough out there being a busker. So who am I to judge? But don't worry, because then once he gets everybody's money, he does this, he does a climax where he says, then I realized that there was still a fissure within the thing. And cause then Miss Marmalade called him. And so then he does a whole nother show, like a climax, where he's battling the wizard and trying to get the wizard back to sleep. And then using the thing, like he said, well, have you ever, who has a older brother, older sister? And then, because then he becomes out with this, very, soft martial arts solution, non-conflict oriented. He said, Jesus, arguing with your siblings ever work? So really, the parents are getting the money is getting money, and then another thing, with fireworks inside the Fushigi ball. And then finally, then this heartbeat within the Fushigi ball that's raising him up off the ground. And then he climbs up that rope that he, whatever mechanism he had, must be really strong because he pretends the Fushigi ball is pulling him upwards up the rope they had going up the Alps. and like levitating him, which totally mesmerized him. Then there's fireworks. Then he must pull like another fushigi ball, a miniature one that's like has an ice projection. And then he plugs it out and like brings it back down and like drops it in a drink. And then like sits down exhausted. And then the show, like the show's over, but he does sell like a cheap, pretty much like one of those light up ice cubes to the kids too, if they want that. And of course, like after the show, like, I mean, it's not perfect. Like it could use refinement, but Martha and Mr. England Barry are like, holy cow. By the way, we're not the most ethical. We don't have a circus yet, and we're heading towards Bucharest in search of performers. And they said, they didn't even know what fushigi was, much like me. And I don't know if that's a brand name, so I don't even know. I mean, that's just like but I guess I don't know what you'd call it, like a glass, what is it called? What do they call them? Crystal ball. But the fushigi's more of the levitation part and bringing it to life. So they say, geez, well, so that was how the first plutonic performer of weird that the ventriloquist dummy wasn't there. But yeah, and that's how I never caught the dude's name. I would say Phil Fushigi, but maybe that's his, I couldn't, but yeah, that's a little bit about first plutonic performer hired by the Purple People Circus. Good night. Okay, hey everybody. So tonight's episode, I thought of this idea recently, and I know a lot of people are big fans of the, what do they call it? The real-time recipe episodes. Now, this won't be a real-time recipe episode, but we'll kind of talk about some stuff around it. And I'll explain what Trader Joe's is did I talk about? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm already distracted. So if you're new here, real-time recipe episodes where I make a recipe in real time, essentially, with a few things, powered by the magic of podcasting. But I usually take the listeners for a trip to Trader Joe's where I do most of my grocery shopping. And I guess you could say I'm like mildly, I don't think I'm obsessed with Trader Joe's, but I'm a big, I like shopping there. I think their prices are pretty good based on the price of coffee. That's the only thing I really I say, well, that's a pretty good price. I buy the ground French roast, it's $5.99, and I say, well, you can't beat that as far as I know. And they tend to have, anyway, I don't want to what is Trader Joe's? So Trader Joe's is let's see, this isn't based on facts. So hold on, hold your horses. Trader Joe's is a chain of grocery stores. So far, I think I'm correct. In the Western United States, again, I don't know how widespread they are. Most of what they sell are their own brands. So Trader Joe's branded stuff. So almost like a generic store, though a few things are different, are branded. And so I guess I'm not very good at making a delineation there. It tends to be quirky, and it's smaller selection than a big grocery store, like a full-fledged grocery store like a Safeway in the West or Wegmans or Publix or Tops. I'm trying to Pathmark, those are the big ones. And so Trader Joe's a little bit smaller, and they tend to be busier, and they might not have every single, it's smaller, so they don't have everything you'd have at a grocery store, but mostly everything. And I don't know, I just tend to like it, and I did try to get them to sponsor the show, mostly by listener participation. And they said they don't do any marketing. And, also, if you don't listen to this podcast, people think, they say, what? Say what? That sounds great. I'm glad you can sleep. I think that's usually and they don't say it like that, though. That was my own spin. But they say, oh, that's great that you can fall asleep, but we don't market on podcasts. Not a huge deal. Like, I still love Trader Joe's. I'd love it if they start sponsoring podcasts in general. I think the markets are pretty closely aligned. But this is not a piece of marketing. But it's based on Trader Joe's marketing and my experience. And maybe, if you're listening with a critical eye, you might say, well, marketing really works well on you, Scoots. And I'd say, well, great. But Trader Joe's is Trader Joe's. Their main piece of marketing is this thing called the Fearless Flyer, which you get in your mailbox. You can get at the store. It's printed on newsprint, and it's basically like a flyer. I think they probably put it out like 5, 6, 7 times a year with all the seasonal items they have, and whoever writes it does a really good job. Also says, I think, that it's all rights reserved or something on the back of it. So I will be paraphrasing from it, but I thought, we'd take a journey through the Trader Joe's Fearless Flyer for the holiday season that just passed, because I'm a huge peppermint fan. And also, as you'll see, like, I tend to, you'll see, like, when certain products come up. So I figured I'll run through. I don't think I'll read everything. But if there's products I've tested, I'll give a little review. And, if I have personal stories, that's it. So this is the 2016 Fearless Flyer for the end of the year. On the front page, there's 3 things, 2 of which I have not tried. One is the rainbow of honey. They say there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. What if it's a rainbow of honey? 6 different honeys in different hues. Each from a distinct floral source. I did not see, maybe I saw this. Let's see how much it costs. $9.99. I think it comes in like little jars. So this would be that would have been a good, like, door gift. What do you call those when you go to somebody's house? A door gift. But I always feel bad about giving someone something from Trader Joe's. But I didn't try that. I inconsistently consume honey. That's one reason. Another reason is I probably don't want a different honeys, because I always have trouble, like, with one thing of honey. It gets stuck to the counter. I mean, I can't get honey. If you want to get, I guess I got honey issues, honey. Remember Nut and Honey? Nut and Honey, that was an ad campaign back in the 90s, maybe. Also, I don't think this is on a box of Nut and Honey. I think it might have been on Special K. One time when we were little, there was a guy in the back of the box that looked just like my dad. It wasn't my dad, or so my dad said, but it looked just like my dad. And if you want to know what my dad looks like, if you've seen the movie Taxi Driver, he looks like De Niro, or he did when he was that age. He looks like, my dad looks a lot like De Niro. My current father, he looks like Silver Linings Playbook De Niro a lot. Like I said, holy cow, that's a lot like Dad. And maybe that's just the essence of, but so I hadn't tried that honey. And then there's a winter wassail. And I think a listener last year told me, I can't remember who it was, so I'm sorry, but they said that's terrible. I drank it and it's terrible. But it was an NA beverage, with like juices and spices. And the listener said it tasted awful, so I never tasted it, and I don't think I ever will. I don't think it just it sounds like something that might be good if you were drinking. But since I can't drink alcohol, cinnamon mixed with apple, lemon, and orange, that just doesn't sound tasty to me. So that one's out. And then the third one, which is like a peppermint chocolate bar, I did buy this at $2.99 for 1 bar, $4.25. And I still have half of it in my fridge. And this was this year. I think this is a new item. It's a dark chocolate infused with peppermint oil. So already, like I said, well, there you go. Cause I don't find, I don't, I mean, I can eat dark chocolate. And probably the good thing for me with dark chocolate, if I was like disciplined about consumption of sweets, like all I can handle is a tiny little bite of it. Otherwise, it's just not desserty for me. It's too chocolatey. But I found the peppermint really cut into this. And then I had a little bit of, candy cane, goodness on there. And I just love peppermint. And I do love peppermint mixed with chocolate, especially with candy, peppermint candy in there. So this was a good one, but I guess not, it was still intense. I never finished it. It's still in my fridge. And ideally, I'll eat it at some point. So that's the front page. Now let's just hop to the back page, because these are the prime items that everybody's going to see. First one, this one I've tried 2 out of 3 and 2 big thumbs up. And then the third one, very big chocolate bars. We're not kidding around. And again, I guess this goes to like my feelings on chocolate, but I did see these in the store. They're Trader Joe's commendation bars. 2 kilos big, 4.4 pounds, 70 ounces. And they say big, they mean it. And they have milk chocolate and dark chocolate. And I guess you get like just something fun. I didn't, I like chocolate mixed with other things, but not by itself. I don't know. Or like a tiny bite of chocolate. So that was a very big chocolate bars. But it seems like, it'd be fun. How about this? Maybe next year I'll go sledding on one of these giant chocolate bars. Hey, Trader Joe's, what do you think about that? If you sponsor the podcast, I'll go sledding on one of your chocolate bars. Maybe, I'll always say I will. I mean, that could be fun, and that would be unique. And chocolate, gets more, more rigid with the cold. I mean, I would do it in its wrapper, or we could do both, depends on how many episodes you want to sponsor, but that could be fun. Or maybe, but then I guess, well, $14, how much does a sled cost? Also, I don't know how big what the dimensions are of a 4-pound bar of chocolate. I kind of looked at it, but I don't remember. Okay, so the next thing on here is Trader Joe's Triple Ginger Brew, which is gingery ginger ale. I got 2 bottles of these at home. It comes in like an old school bottle, like you'd get some Northern European beers in with the pop top that kind of stays on there. And it is delicious. It's a 750 milliliter glass bottle with a swing top closure at $2.99 a bottle, plus tax. Really good, sharp ginger ale. So if you like ginger ale, I recommend it. Like I said, I got 2 bottles, and I think $2.99. That's like for is a little spendy, but the bottle's real nice. It's good for the holidays. And then when we get to this next item is a winner on a multiple levels. So if they have this next year, I highly recommend picking one up early in the season. Though a year from now, I can't guarantee you'll have the same results as me. This was like something my expectation was very low. And oh boy, was my expectation, like I would have rated this. I mean, I think I got my money's worth when I bought it. I said, okay, I'll get my money's worth from this, but I got probably, the cost of this item was $5.99. And if I would have, I'll explain it, I don't know if I got $10 of value out of it. I probably did. When you look at, if you value experience and joy, probably got $20 or $30 out of this one. And that is the Ugly Sweater Gingerbread Kit, Trader Joe's Ugly Sweater Cookie Kit. That's what it is. It's not gingerbread. And in each box, there's 10 pre-made cookies, which right there, that should be like a warning sign, of course, in 5 different sweater shapes. And then there's there's 5 of vanilla and 5 chocolate. Then there's 3 things of icing. In their own bags with their own decorating tips, and then a bunch of different kinds of sprinkles. And I had bought this kind of like on a whim because, in impulse. This was an impulse buy. And I said, well, maybe Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, if there's going to be, depending on where I'm going in the youth situation or the like a gameability of adults, I'll bring this. Or if me and my daughter want to make them one night, we'll do that. But I'm not really good at decorating cookies. I can bake cookies. But so come Christmas Eve, I believe it was, I went somewhere. And there was two of, I don't know, with the modern, but then Christmas Eve, I went somewhere and two of my nieces that are in, one's in high school and one's in college were there with my daughter. And we had some downtime. I said, they said to my daughter, why don't you see if your cousins want to make these ugly sweater cookies? And they proceeded to do a wonderful job as far as making ugly sweaters. And it seemed like they enjoyed it. The sweaters looked really good. It was fun because I got to participate by making sure the sprinkles tasted good. And also you have to warm up the frosting by friction, by squeezing the packet. And I did that. I did good at that. And so right there, any of those things, I would have been very happy. $5.99. Well, I would have said I got $10 worth of use out of this thing. But then I ate myself one of these cookies, and I got to tell you, I had a vanilla one. I don't know if I had a chocolate one. I had more than one vanilla one. Let me tell you, they weren't rock hard. So these were cookies that have been boxed for I don't even know how long. And it wasn't as soft as a sugar cookie, but it was just the right mouthfeel that you'd want in a pre-made Christmas cookie or any kind of pre-made cooking. And then it had the frosting and the sprinkles. Now the frosting, I believe, and you're going to say this sounds as wacky as you do, Scoots, but I think I can taste the dyes in a lot of these things. And it just is just a tiny off flavor. So the frosting was good, and it was a really good consistency too. And the fact I'm used to tasting dye in cookies or whatever frosting, so it didn't really take anything too away from it. And then they had the nice the sprinkles they had were really good. The frosting job that the decorators did was amazing. And then, I had another one for breakfast the next day, or I guess breakfasty time. I think I probably had 2.5, maybe 3 all told. So that was a really knock out of the park. So those are our first 2 pages, and I'm going to dig into the inside of the Fearless Flyer now. Okay, this next one in the first page and the inside it's like a cookie kit in a mason jar. I saw those in the store. And that one, I guess buying pre-made cookies doesn't make me feel guilty, but buying pre-made cookie kits does. And so I didn't buy that. If I see it on sale, maybe I would, but I say, well, it's just so hypocritical. Like I said, that's lazy. As opposed to buying store-bought, cookie decorating kits. But yeah, if we can't live in hypocrisy, where could we live? Next up is Jingle Jangle ice cream. I did not try this. I don't know if I have. I think one of the reasons is it doesn't have peppermint. I say if I'm going to get a holiday ice cream, I want it to have peppermint in there. And I think that was just an easy decision. Also, I have ice cream in my fridge or freezer that I haven't had. Okay, now this is a mouthful, even the thing. Salty honey, toffee, milk chocolate covered crackers. And I think this was one, I don't know if this one caught fire. I could see that they thought it might. And so basically it's a saltine cracker dipped in chocolate with honey, like a Ferrero Rocher type toffee on there. But the thing was, in the package, it didn't look it almost looked like a chocolate dipped graham cracker square. And, I guess this is a criticism. I mean, this is a run through. There wasn't enough salt and it was a really intense dark chocolate and maybe not enough toffee. Almost like there was more, it took, like there wasn't enough cracker to say, like when you have like a chocolate covered pretzel and they do it right, that's an experience. You say, well, this is perfect. You know, this is the perfect mix of a salty pretzel with whatever a chocolatey coating. This one wasn't quite there. So maybe next year, Trader Joe's. I mean, I did buy it. I did share it with some people because they said this is a unique thing to try. Let's see, they're kosher certified, so that's nice. And I don't know. I think like it was fun to share, and I shared it with people that really like dark chocolate. Hopefully this is the right thing. I think so. But yeah, I guess I would say like a little more salt and toffee. Okay, so that's that one. I think on this page, oh, let's see if I've tried anything. Sticky toffee pudding. I may have tried that before, and it's good a la mode, but not recently, so I can't say. I mean, I'm almost positive I have tried that, and it's really good a la mode, but not, I wouldn't say, like, so good you have to buy it. $4.49. I'd say if you're cooking dinner for someone, like a date or like a rekindling type date, and you make it and you like plate it nice and then do it like with a nice ice cream, and probably be a good. But I don't know. I can't I guess I can say, well, it's not bad. Didn't blow my mind. Some of these other things have blown my mind. Okay, this next one, chocolate cherry Danish. I never seen that. Probably wouldn't have got it unless it like, I love cherry Danish, but chocolate, so I didn't try that. Crunchy truffle trio. I think that has alcohol in it, so I didn't try that. And yeah, I don't even remember. There's so many different truffle things, and we'll probably get into the one error I made last year. So that's that. Chocolate chip waffles. I bought these, and this goes in I bought like two kinds of waffles for breakfast for me and my daughter. For on the weekend, we have a sweet breakfast. And normally I make something from scratch, but I said, well, it's these chocolate chip waffles. She loves chocolate. She loves chocolate chips. I'll get her chocolate chip waffles. I get myself the Belgian waffles, and we'll have waffles à deux or something. Even my daughter said these were too chocolatey. The combination of the chocolate waffle with the chocolate chips, she said that's too chocolatey. So for this one, I don't know. They'll have to be repurposed probably as like an ice cream sandwich with vanilla. That's the only solution I could think of because. Or maybe I guess a dessert. I'm just thinking on the fly now because they're not going to fly for breakfast. If a 9-year-old won't eat you and she says you're too chocolatey, sorry, chocolate chip waffles. But she was very impressed with the Belgian waffles. Let's see. Brie stuffed with garlic and herbs. I didn't try that, but I'm sure it's good. Canadian cheddar aged 5 years. I think you could use that for that beer cheddar soup recipe I made a couple of years ago. That should be in the feed somewhere, and maybe that's from last year. Then a grand blue cheese. We had a couple blue cheeses Christmas Eve, and I don't know. So I didn't try that. Then Philly dough. Phyllo dough. How do you say that? But I think I did buy this last year, and I think I got my doughs confused, and I bought it for the wrong thing, and so I was annoyed. So, and then the other thing with Trader Joe's in this kind of item is like it's not always in stock; it's seasonal, and so Phyllo, not Phyllo. Oh, they said for the record, it's Philo, not Philo. Oh boy, Trader Joe's, you just lost. I hope you didn't lose any customers there. So I guess they don't have anything. Let's see, double cream brie with truffles. No, I didn't try that. Roasted garlic and onion jam. I like how that sounds, onion jam. But I don't have a cracker assortment. I wasn't in charge of crackers. Trader Joe's has a lot of crackers. Someone might have brought this up Christmas Eve because that's what we had, I think, because we had all of these original and cracked pepper, poppy seed water crackers, and vegetable and wheat entertainer crackers. That's what we had Christmas Eve. But I didn't bring them, so I'm not the only one who shops at Trader Joe's. And that's a good one if you're having like 4 different kinds of crackers. Let's see, the next page is more cheese, a Gouda, a French pave, some salami trio. So these are all nuts and fruits and honey. So those are all appetizer things. And I guess like I would probably, if I buy any stuff like this, I would just bring it and I would forget what I brought. So I can't give any definite things on these. Great Big Gouda, though. That's a good name for a cheese. Then on this page, pistachio and pomegranate crisps. I saw those, but I haven't tried those. Lemon ricotta. No. They say it represents a blurry line, I guess, because, what are you going to use it for? But that a Greek olive stuffed triumvirate, that would be good for having olives for people to pop in their mouths. But I didn't see that. It even gives you a tip: deliver the jar as a host or hostess gift when you're invited to a shindig at a foodie's friend place, or presented in a basket of tasty treats. I love Greek olives, so. And this one I have tried, Trader Joe's fondue, and they have a couple different ones of the Swiss Elemental cheese, or however you say it, mixed with those different cheeses. And we had it, my daughter and I, we had it for dinner one night with broccoli and bread. I think that's what I made. Did I have any meats? I think just like a couple of good pieces of bread that I toasted in the oven. And she liked the cheese, it was a little bit risky, because it's some intense tasting cheese. But it worked. So that was a hit, but that was a couple weeks ago. We had, I think it was right around when I was prepping for Thanksgiving, because we had a dark pumpernickel or dark rye, and then what do you call that other one? Sourdough. So that's a good weeknight meal. Here's some pre-made appetizers, bacon wrapped dates with goat cheese. I don't eat goat cheese. You may have heard, in goat, I can taste the goat. And I'm not, this isn't anything against goats and goat's milk and goat cheese. I just can taste the goat in there. And I don't know if that's from desensitization. Can you taste the cow? I said, I can't. I can taste the goat, but I can't taste the cow. So I don't know, I drank a lot of cow's milk as a child, so I don't know, but I just find goat stuff to be a little gamey or a little goaty. So that would be the downside of that. Bacon wrapped dates sound pretty good. Cocktail pups, got those. I have them in the freezer right now, and then we'll probably wrap one night when I'm desperate for dinner. What I will do is those like Pillsbury. I think Trader Joe's has their own version of those croissants. You take or like flaky. They're called flaky layers. I don't know what you make your own dinner rolls. You wrap the hot dog in that, and then your kid will eat them most of the time, or you give them for lunch the next day. So I have those in my freezer. I did that last year. Mini brie at Croute, Croute. What does that mean? It comes out near the top of us. It's close. What is it? Bite-sized portion. Oh, and a puff pastry. Oh boy, that sounds good. We did have a baked brie on one Christmas day, I think. Someone made it, but they made it from their own. They made their own puff. They made their own dough, or maybe they used pre-made pie dough. But it was good. And then when I was in the Czech Republic, I like to eat a lot of schmazany syr, which is fried cheese. And that was delicious. Deep fried cheese or fried cheese, smasheny sear. I think that's close. Then they have some more. They have a lot of appetizers, pistachios, scallops wrapped in bacon. I don't know. I can't buy scallops in a store. Like, the only time I'll have scallops is at a restaurant. I don't think I've had scallops in a long time, but it seems like they got to be, and then they have pre-made cocktail stirs with the gherkin. There's something handy. Chili pepper, red bell. That's a good idea to save time. And those come in a jar. I can't have that, but, if you want to do that for something, that's a cool idea. Holiday ham. And I'm not a big ham fan either. Wow, this is really getting to know me. I don't know. I like ham's a little dry for me and a little salty. I don't know. I mean, I remember when we would get ham as a kid, it would probably be like Easter ham, I think, would be the big deal. And I think that was it. I said, well, I don't need any more ham in my life after that. And I've had the honey baked ham, I think, or some other ham, at different people's houses. And it doesn't do it for me. Also, one time when I was in England, I thought I was ordering a steak, but I ordered a ham steak. I'm afraid of serving staff, waiters and waitresses, so I didn't ask because it was grilled, and they just bought me a grilled piece of ham. And I was expecting, so that was like, you live and you learn. So that's out. Fresh cut pineapple rings. Can't go wrong with that. I'll have to, because you get them with ham or, but $3.50 for 14 ounces. I'd have to look at that. That sounds a little pricey. They have tamales. Now, they have these all year long, and actually sometimes I'll buy them. They have a chicken and green chili, and then a pork and red sauce, and then a vegetarian with cheese and green salsa. I do like the pork and red sauce tamales from here. Now, they're not going to be like legit tamales your abuela is making. But if you're desperate for lunch, these are great because just let me give you a little, my little tip. They come in six, I think they come 6 to a package. Let me see, 6 for $6.99. And 2 of those make a nice lunch. And because they're tamales, so they're in corn husks. Like what I do is when I get the package home, I open it up and then I put 2 each in a container. I put 4 of them in the freezer, if it's close to the week, or I'll put them all in the freezer, but 2 and 2, and then I'll have them for lunch. And if they're frozen, you just put them in your bag and then they thaw. By lunchtime, they're really easy to heat up because of the corn husk. They come out of the microwave nice. So that's a good lunch. And especially if they're in the freezer and they say, I got nothing for lunch. For me, it's usually, ramen. And then believe it or not, last week I ran out of ramen. And then again, this Tuesday, I forgot. I said, I have nothing for lunch. And then I say, okay, I got to stop on the way to work. And then I never remember. Stuffed lobster. I'm allergic to, what do you call those? Shellfish. So I can't have that. Holiday La Orange. Those are navel oranges. I don't know. How do oranges in the holidays? I like oranges, like with cloves. Does anybody do that? We used to do that. My mom would do it. And I think she taught me that. And you take an orange and then you take cloves and you stick it in the orange and it smells good. It smells like holidays. So there you go. Holiday fruit spread. I didn't have this. We did have someone made their own apple chutney, applesauce. Yeah, and that was good. So a fruit spread is probably good too. And then this one I did have, uncured bacon-wrapped porchetta pork roast. And it's $6.99 a pound, and you roast it, I forget how long. And what I did, you roast it for, I don't know if you roast it for a few hours or what. But, if you take it and then you put, you can buy a bag of small potatoes or fingerling potatoes at Trader Joe's and then some carrots and maybe an onion that's quartered. And then you put all that down and then you put the pork roast on top of it. However you do your roasting normally, you got yourself a dinner right there and you just stick it in the oven. And my daughter liked that very much too. She said, Dad, this meat is good. So, and then you have everything. You have your starch, you have your vegetable, for the adults, you have some onion to add a little flavor. And, you could have a salad first. And Trader Joe's makes, you can, they have bagged salads or they have everything to assemble your own salad. Okay, this is all wine and stuff, so I can't even look at that. Another page of wine. Okay, here we go. On to the next thing. Okay, here's chocolate mint black tea. I bought this. I haven't drank it yet. So I don't know how it is, but I did buy it. Just sounded like an interesting idea. Chocolate mint black tea. Though I still have the holiday tea from last year. I've only had part of that holiday tea, so we'll see how long, tea lasts forever, right? Then there's this thing called blackberry spritzer. I thought about buying this, but I never did. It's packs the juice of 17 blackberries and a hint of lemon juice into a 750 milliliter bottle. And it looks interesting. Like usually I just buy the sparkling apple juice instead because they're right next to each other. Because they say, well, I'm not going to buy 2 bottles of this blackberry spritzer, and if it's good, then it won't be enough, and I'll be disappointed. And if it's terrible, then I'll be disappointed. So, though I have bought, my goal, I didn't pull this off because I brought some of these for the holiday, for Christmas, my goal was to buy enough, what do they call that? Sparkling grape juice, so that me and my daughter could celebrate every month. Like we'd drink a bottle of that, like on Friday night, we'd pop the cork. Luckily my daughter doesn't listen to this podcast, but, I think I have 3, I brought 3 and then I felt bad, we didn't drink them at dinner. That's always an awkward thing when you go to someone's house and and then what you brought doesn't get used. I said, well, that's really cool. It has the foil and the cork pops and, it's very visceral for a kid. And because I can't drink, it's cool to be able to drink out of a champagne bottle, even though it's only grape juice. And, we can pretend we just won the World Series or the NBA championship, but I couldn't put the words to say, we didn't drink that grapefruit juice. You mind if I take it with me? The worst is if you get caught by your hosts, taking stuff back, I guess they probably wouldn't say anything. They'd just look at you, with sad eyes. But I didn't even do that. Most of the stuff that I brought, I was in charge of sparkling beverages this year anyway. And most other stuff I brought, I drank. So just not that. But I still have more at home. Then there's a cinnamon roll wreath. I didn't see this. I probably would have bought it, a wreath of cinnamon rolls. Oh, no, it's in the freezer. That's why. I'll have to look. I don't know. Cinnamon rolls are another tough commodity. The ones that come in the tube are always terrible, though I buy them once every 4 or 5 months. They're in the tube, with the dinner rolls. And they come with their own frosting, but there's something chemical about them that I don't like. So I don't know if a frozen one. Oh, it does have a proofing process. I might have to pick these up if they're still available. So I guess that one's pending. Then there's another tea, which I bought because they said it sells out. Candy cane green tea. Decaf, delish, desired. And they said they've had it since 2009. I never heard of it before this year. But I bought one thing. I did tell myself, when it was out of stock the first time I went there after reading this, and I said, oh boy, I missed I didn't say, oh boy, I said, darn, I missed the candy cane green tea. It really blew it. And, missed that rush, but then it was there the next time. But then I had to say, don't buy two. Please, Drew, just buy one. They said, but we got to stock up. It's going to sell out. And I said, just buy one, please. We still have the tea from last year, and we have the autumnal tea still in there. And also there's tea in the freezer from the time you were at that mall. And they said, you're right. I'm doing good on the listener's tea, but yeah. Okay, I'll only buy one. So I have that. I just haven't opened it yet. That sounds cool. Candy cane green tea. What does it say? What's so special about this tea? It's a really delicious mix of decaffeinated green tea blended with vanilla bean, cinnamon, wait a second, and peppermint. Okay, we'll see, I guess, about this tea. This one has sold out this year. Peppermint hot chocolate. Believe it or not, I got to give this one a big F. And it pains me to do so. I bought it like 2 years ago, and I wouldn't buy it again because, one, it's there's not a lot in there. It comes with a tin, but then there's a plastic bag in the tin. And then by the time you get, like, say, if you give me a tin, we'll just put the freaking powder in there. I can't get a powder out of a bag back into a tin without making a huge mess. But, they say, well, geez, we got standards and stuff. And then, I don't know, like it didn't give, it said, well, just the spoon recipe, I think, was unspecific. So it said, well, just spoon as much as you like, between 1 and 4. And they said, well, just the freaking bags of hot cocoa that we've, for the last 30 years, is the agreement on how to consume hot cocoa. Now you want me to just spoon whatever I feel like it? What the heck? And then the final blow was that it just wasn't peppermint enough. Like I said, well, like how much, like I kept having to add more to get my desired peppermint level. And you can blame these coffee places for that because they really do a good job of pepperminting the heck out of what they make. Okay, there's the next thing will be another embarrassing thing, but so we'll go to that one last. Wintry blend coffee. That was pretty good. I just drink it in the Trader Joe's. But it's probably good in a little shot glass. I don't know if I could drink it every morning, but it has like spices and stuff. And then see this one, chocolate peppermint almond beverage. That sounds good too, but 32 ounces for $1.79, but it would depend on, how pepperminty it is, and then how much sugar. It's like, if it's going to be like the same amount of sugar soda, I might as well have soda. And then speaking of health issues, nog for your noggin, $2.99 a quart at Trader Joe's, and they have light eggnog and regular eggnog. And as any physician will tell you, I've drank a lot of eggnog this season. I've been drinking it since before Halloween when the stores started stocking it. And I'm not trying to be funny. I've drank an obscene amount of eggnog, obscene, this year. And you say, how obscene, Scoots? I'd say probably 10 gallons. I would estimate 10 gallons of eggnog. Okay, so stop laughing. I'm serious. And maybe a half gallon of it, maybe 3/4, maybe even a gallon was light eggnog. The rest was full force. And I never drank eggnog when I drank alcohol. I think I've talked about this, but just because it just seemed like it seemed like it would just take up too much space in your stomach. And, I wanted to drink other stuff that was more, said I'd get around to drinking the eggnog, but I never did. And then I said, I don't even know if I like it, but then it's now that I can't drink alcohol, this is something like a forbidden fruit. Of course, I overdo it. And I've probably next year, I'll never drink eggnog again. But this year I've just been drinking it like it's like a little milkshake every night. I have eggnog, and I pretend it's a milkshake. And I have found there's a lot of variety and taste, and I have yet to make my own eggnog. I will at some day. But the Trader Joe's one's pretty good. The light one, I wouldn't go, if you're going to drink it, you might as well drink the full poison, full strength nog. And you might say, Scoots, what other nogs have you tried? And I'd say, well, let me see if I can remember. Great question. I did the one from what is it called? It's not Albertsons anymore. Rallies, whatever that eggnog is called. Sunnyside. Maybe that's what that's called. Or maybe that's what Trader or Safeway's eggnog. I tried that one. And then I tried some gourmet ones. And the way I determine the gourmet versus the regular is the price. Regular store half gallon is about $2.99. And then the gourmet brands are $4.99. And I'll be honest, like eggnog is so overpowering and intense and like bad for you anyway and sugary. It's nice. I guess I didn't think I'd go on an eggnog tangent, especially at this time of year when you really don't need it. But, why make a sleep podcast? So it is nice to have two of them because then you can do an eggnog tasting by nothing by yourself in your kitchen. I don't have any cats, so I guess that's an upside. Though I do have Koa. She's pretty much like a cat. Trying to figure out how to, but so, I don't know if it's worth the investment. Like it wasn't like I tried a couple different ones and you can tell the taste difference and you can tell the difference, believe it or not, between the sugars and the high fructose in that, but there wasn't any one like eggnog, cause there's that they're not all the same. I guess I can say that, but there wasn't one where I was like, oh boy. I mean, at this point I've had so much that I probably am just like, please, Drew, don't buy any more. And I said, well, we'll see when we go to the store if they still have it. But I've consumed a lot of nog. As I said, at least 6 gallons. I can confidently say, more than 10 gallons. 1, 2, yeah, probably 10 gallons, maybe even more, probably more. I would hope, I guess a gallon, let's see, a gallon a week. Yeah. So that's something, that'll be 2017, it'll be I'll be go nog free, and then I'll get a cholesterol test, in March, once that nog gets out of my system. Okay, we got to kick it up. Okay, cocoa glazed almonds. I didn't try that. Cinnamon star cookies. I bought these, but I haven't tried them yet. They're a bit firmer than their cousins. It was a pronounced cinnamon flavor and a subtle hint of lemon. And I probably will try those at some point. Those are sealed, so hopefully I didn't check the date. Gold coins, I didn't buy those. Double dark chocolate gingerbread caramel cookie bar, I didn't buy that because of dark chocolate. Here's 10 out of 10. Butter cookie wreaths. I ate one, I've eaten 2 tubs of these and I have one more left. This is a 10 out of 10. It's those butter cookies. They're not fancy cookies. They're delicious cookies. They're also cute cookies, according to Trader Joe's, because they have that, they're wreath shaped. And they're the ones people make, and they have like the crunchy red and green sprinkles on there, and they're delicious. That's all I need to say. Those are great. Artisan crafted English toffee. I didn't buy that because usually someone always gets almond roca, so you can just eat a little bit of theirs. Jingle jangle. This has too many things in there. It's a tin with pretzels and popcorn, too many things. I don't know. I don't find once you get into, and there's a lot of dark chocolate. Then this one, chocolate marbles. Now this year, these are $4.99. I still have a box and a half of these from last year. They're 2 half circles of chocolate filled with different flavors. And I don't know why I bought these last year. I don't know why I bought 2 because I only ate half of one box. But the boxes they put them in last year weren't that great. This year they're in a little bit better box, I noticed. And you could say I've lost my marbles, but I do know my marbles are, or my Trader Joe's marbles. Gingerbread sticks, I haven't tried those. 8 in a bag for $2.99. And then the gingerbread house kit. I did not buy one this year, but if you listen to that episode about stuffing, I did have one from 2015 and 2016. And I did bring, so then I brought these and I told the kids that decorated the cookies, they said you could also make these gingerbread cookie houses, which you can't eat them because one's from 2014 and one's from 2015 because now it's 2016. So yeah, one was from 2014 and one was from 2015, both expired. But still, one was still boxed. One I had unboxed during the recording of a podcast episode. But those didn't get put together. But they did get left at one of the houses I was at. So I don't have to deal with that shame anymore, of hoarding gingerbread because you can't really throw it out. And I did say to myself, like, one day me and my daughter in July will make a gingerbread house. And it'll be hilarious, but we never did it because of me. Okay, I got to kick it up here. Gingerbread cake and baking mix. I haven't tried that, but maybe I will. Gingerbread flavored dog treats. Cole liked these. And they come in a 16-ounce box. They're hard dog treats, and I did give her these last year. I didn't buy them this year because she has a couple other favorites of Trader Joe's dog treats. So... and like they're big, so they're better. Like it's like giving your dog like almost like a meal as a treat. Where I like to give Ko like a bunch of little treats. I say this will make you like me better, right? Chocolate chip Pantone or Panettone. I think this thing gets lumped in with fruitcake in my internal system, so I just never have it. So I don't even know what that tastes like, regular or chocolate chip. Chicken and salmon dog treats. These look it's only 5 ounces for $5, and Koa would eat that in like a few bites, so it's a little pricey. Oh, macaroons. I didn't see these. Chewy and crispy. Chocolate. This is like a different kind of macaroon de fets. Fets, F-E-T-E-S. Oh, they're in the freezer. Oh, I think I've seen these. Maybe I just didn't buy them. Tenenbaum potato snacks. These are $1.99. I did not see these this year, but at my brother's, we had lunch there because this is a genetic thing, except my brother does it in the Halloween Thanksgiving Trader Joe's thing. Him and his girlfriend bought all the pumpkin pie spice stuff. And then they had a big dinner, or it was a lunch party where we just had every pumpkin pie spice thing for brunch. I guess it was brunch, like pumpkin spice to lunch. There's even a pumpkin pie spice salad, I think. And but he had the Halloween potato crisps, and they taste like they're the reconstituted potatoes made into a chip. What was called munchies were the ones they had back in the day. And they're pretty tasty. I think that's what they are. Potato crisps, yeah. Then there's Lubuchkin. I don't know what that is. Cookies. It's a different cookie. I don't think I've seen those. Almonds and hazelnuts. Maybe I'll buy them if I go. I'm probably going to go to Trader Joe's tomorrow. Cedar and balsam candle. I did buy this. It smells pretty good. It comes in a tin. Only thing is, I'm not, it sounds so sensitive. I don't do well around candles. Whatever chemicals make candles smell make it hard for me to breathe. If you burn the candle, it obviously makes it hard to breathe, but just something about those chemicals. So what my goal usually is I have that candle above my toilet. And when I go to work, I say, let me remember to take the thing off. And then my bathroom will smell good when I get home and I can put the lid back on. But I never remember. So that'll probably end up in my underwear drawer. So my underwear will smell like cedar and balsam. Also, that was my favorite Suave hair shampoo. When I started buying my own shampoo, it was balsam, and something. It was by Suave. That was my hair shampoo. Have to pick some of that up, get back to the old. Maybe I'll get some VO5 hot oil over there. This is so good. This episode's going long here. Okay, this is like gifts. They had a grooming kit and a shaving kit, ivory pillar candles, poinsettias, skincare. None of that we really bought. Oh boy, this isn't a holiday one, but this is one I buy a lot of. Twice a year, a head to toe balm, BALM. And this is what I balm myself with when I talk about putting the balm on. This is the balm. Like I'll use badger balm like around my chest, if like a nighttime badger balm if I'm bombing. But like when my arms and my legs and my back are dry, I cover it with this balm. And it's formulated with high quality gentle on skin ingredients like shea butter, mango seed butter, cocoa seed butter, or oat kernel, flower extract, apricot kernel, macadamia seed nut oil. And it's pleasant, mild fragrance, orange peel, lavender, rosemary, and eucalyptus. It's gentle on the nose too. And it really is a head to toe balm, they say, and it is. So like I use it. I mean, the problem is I don't know if it's my skin is so dry, but I really got to put the balm on those nights when I feel too tossy and turny. There's a hand cream trio I haven't tried, and then amaryllis bulbs and wax. I don't know what that is. And then there's this white pine moisturizing soap and lotion. My brother's girlfriend had this, and it smells great. But I just I go through hand soap too fast, so I don't buy it by the container like that. Gelato filled Panetone or whatever. It sounds pretty good. I didn't see it or buy it. Popcorn tin. I gave that to my dad last year as a gift. A big spender I am. But we had it one day when we were sitting around, because last year I had family visiting. Caramel cheddar, white cheddar, olive oil, and kettle. That was a hit, except for one of them. I don't know which one. Wreaths they had. Chili chocolate. I've never tasted that. Mini chocolate mint stars. Whoa, those are mint stars? I did not know that. I missed those, but I guess they're dark chocolate. Oh, that's probably why. I think I had that last year. I didn't like it. Here's another one I have two tubs of. I've had a half a tub of this, crispy peppermint chocolate chip cookies. I bought a second tub mistakenly before I'd opened my first, because they said, well, these got peppermint. I'm going to love them. And I don't dislike them, but I haven't binged on them. So that probably is like it's good for my health that I haven't ate a whole tub of cookies with a giant pint glass of eggnog. But at the same time, it doesn't exactly, it's not a strong, if I'm not binging, then it's not a good recommendation. Say they're not bad. But if you get, it comes in the same tub, those butter wreath cookies, just buy those. Just skip these. Buy the butter wreath. Buy 2 tubs, buy 3 tubs of those butter wreath cookies. At 3 tubs, that's when you'll get burned out. That's the end of the Fearless Flyer, but I have 2 more products I want to talk about because they're still in my cupboard. From the past holiday seasons. One is like the dark chocolate covered peppermint JoJo dipped in candy canes. So this is like an Oreo that Trader Joe's makes at that time of year, but it has peppermint filling. Then it's dipped in dark chocolate in like peppermint chunks. And maybe 5 years ago, I was obsessed with these, and I burned myself out. I think it was because one time I had it with orange juice. You ever have like chocolate and orange juice? It's like a huge mistake, and you can't really come back from that. And I don't know if that really happened or that was a dream, but I still have 1 box in my freezer. And then before I started recording, I went through my cupboards. I found one in the back of my cupboard, half eaten box from probably 2014. Though I do think I got 1 box as a gift last year from someone. I do, those are good up for planes. If you're going to be traveling around the holidays, bring one of those boxes and give it to the flight attendants as a holiday gift because it's sealed and it's good to have 1 or 2. But I think the dark chocolate, I just burned out. I don't think I could ever eat one of those again. And for a time, and they were the greatest thing I'd ever tasted in my life. And usually this is where it goes wrong. And you'll hear with this next product. And then I'll talk about the product, and then I'll talk about how it goes horribly wrong for me. These are, I'm a big lover of white chocolate and peppermint. And this last year they had white chocolate and peppermint covered pretzel thins, which is a flat pretzel, like a chip, a combination of a pretzel and a chip. And I think 2 years ago I got hooked on these, but I had only bought 1 or 2 bags, and they said these are the cat's pajamas. And then last year I said, well, I want to have 1 bag of these a month. So I tried to buy 12 bags over the holidays, so they wouldn't catch on and think I'm a freak. Like the first couple of times I bought 2 bags, so then I'd have a bag to eat and a bag to save. And at some point around April or March, I just gave up on eating those. So I still have and I didn't buy 12 bags, but I think I still have 2 unopened bags that are probably expired. Like the chocolate marbles, I looked, those expired in March of last year, or this year, 2016, so last year. And then look at the pretzels, the Trader Joe's deep chocolate cookies. I couldn't find an expiration date on those. But, that's the method I usually do. It's like, well, if I like it now, I'll probably like it in June. So I should stock up. And so I think I'm single-handedly, obsessively keeping Trader Joe's in business. But yeah, there's if this works, if people like this, then I can do a run-through every once in a while. This is a Fearless Flyer run-through. Thanks, everybody, and good night. All right, hey, everybody, it's Trending Tuesday, and it's actually Tuesday. Holy moly, I didn't even think of that. Like, normally Tuesdays I don't record podcast episodes because I have family commitments. But it's Tuesday night, and it's somewhere between late 6 or early 7 p.m., half 7, half quarter 6, whatever you all say. And this holiday season, a couple months back, I had gotten a co-gift, like a shared gift with my brother Ken, which is interesting because I was talking about him in the intro. I apologize. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus, Ken. My whole thing was like, why didn't I check in with him sooner about the movie? I'm not upset at all about, this is not a passive aggressive exercise or anything. Because I couldn't have got a better person, look at this, right into buttering it up. And speaking of butter, speaking of buttering and buttering people up. So Ken was a great person to get a shared holiday gift with for my parents. And they sent us something called a Syracuse Crate, Crate. And the company happens to be run by somebody I went to high school and college with, Tom. And I don't know if I'll reach out to him in between, but Syracuse, a Syracuse Crate. I think it's at syracusecrate.com, but I'll try to put it in the show notes. Tom's a great guy. So what's up, Tom? But my parents had got this Syracuse Crate for my brother and I to share for Christmas. What is a Syracuse Crate? I can hear you asking already. And ideally, we'll do a real-time recipe episode around the Syracuse Crate, down the road here. But a Syracuse Crate is like a gift. It's like a gift crate with regional foods from if you grew up in Syracuse or you lived in Syracuse, that you would you say, geez, you really can't get it anywhere else. A little central New York regional pride. And in our Syracuse Crate, which I've consumed almost everything and saving one thing for my daughter, came some Hoffman hot dogs, which I've talked about on the show before, and then some Hoffman Snappies, which are like Coney Island dogs, which I don't know what they are, and I probably have this discussion every 2 years. I don't, but anyway, it's not important. And then Gianelli hot Italian sausage and Hinderwaddle's salt potatoes. And so Syracuse has really good Italian sausage. And when you live in Syracuse, at least in my family, like the summertime, like you eat a lot of Hoffman hot dogs and you eat a lot of Italian sausage from Gianelli's or Staggerwald's. I just want to put that out there. Staggerwald's has got some great meat too. There's also a can of Mama's baked beans, and then a bottle of dinosaur barbecue sauce, turkey joints, which still not even sure what those are. My mom loves those, though. And there's also a map in there. And I guess I'll just tell you what salt potatoes are, because I don't want, but briefly, a salt potato is like a small potato. I don't know what kind, like one of those little round ones. I think out here you call them Yukon Golds, but I think this is a different potato type. But a small potato, and what you do is you boil the potatoes in like heavily salted water. Syracuse is the salt city. Playing real gritty in the old Salt City, I think they used to sing. And of course, I don't know the actual history of the salt potato. I think maybe I did an episode about it, but like you just boil the water in this really salted water. So the potatoes come out and they're cooked, but they're like, they're incredibly salty. And then you usually eat them with drawn butter and with your Italian sausage and your hot dogs and beans. So, and also it came with Hoffman's, like a German style mustard, I think. And I thank my parents for that. But it also came with this like an old vintage style map of Syracuse. And at first I thought my brother was going to keep it. And they said, no, maybe you could do a podcast episode from the map. I said, well, okay, that's a great idea. So I think that's what we'll do. Let me turn on one more light in here and unroll the map. I'll pause it. Okay, I've had to engineer a solution here because the map is like incredibly detailed and like the writing and the pictures are really small. And to set the mood, I'm here in my climbing closet where I record the podcast, so it's not the lightest place in the world. And then I always try to be conscientious about paper noises and stuff. This episode, I guess it's a little late, but it'll probably contain some map noises. But this is a map, like a cartoon. Is that a right version? Not animated, like a hand-drawn, not a caricature of Syracuse, but and I don't know what year. I looked at it for trademarks and stuff. I couldn't see anything. But it's a big map of Syracuse, and I guess what I'll do is just kind of go through it here, and maybe it'll spur some stories or whatever. I'm going to start in the upper left corner, Beaver Lake Nature Center, so maybe we'll come back to that. That's I played. Oh, yeah, I got a good beaver. Oh, boy. 34. There's 34 golf courses in Onondaga County. The brewery industry helped make Syracuse famous. Baldwinsville. That's where near Beaver Lake. Baldwinsville is known as the pheasant dog capital of the world. I did not know that. We are proud of our state championship wrestlers. There's the First Trust and something company, some bank. Brown newspapers. I haven't heard of that. Something park, Mercer Park, maybe. People look like they're dancing there. It looks like there's a dam there. I don't know. Then the Baldwinsville Tri-County Mall. I don't remember that. Some sort of mid-lakes navigation. I don't know what lake. I guess this is Onondaga Lake. Yeah, Onondaga Lake. There's a Holiday Inn, Sparky's Holiday Inn. There's a sign for the WSEN. WSEN must have paid for this map because I see them on here a bunch. I don't know what station that was either. So you see, did you grow up in Syracuse, Scoots? I did, but, I lived in a world of my own, fantasy and design. Onondaga Park goes around the lake. You see Hiawatha Point, Perry's Office Supplies, Hyde's Hot Dogs. That was a big part of my youth. That's in Baldwinsville, North Syracuse. The New York State Fair, Fairgrounds, the Keno Carnival, ranked second to only New Orleans Mardi Gras. That's in Jordan. The Key New Carnival. I don't know that one. Again, I didn't claim to be a Syracuse historian. There's a Pepsi truck at the fair, so there's a little product place. And there's a guy who looks like Evel Knievel on a BMX bike. Fairmount Fair. That's also, I could use this for about 10 podcasts now that I'm looking. Fairmount Fair, we've done a few episodes from there. Mall walking. First mall walking episode took place there. Then we have Coleman's Restaurant, where I was a busboy and a janitor for a short period of time. I think I did wash the dishes too, but mostly janitor and busboy. Let's see. We see Carpenter's Brook, Weber's West Side Inn, Elbridge, the Chicago Market. Can't read a lot of the writing here. Even Fowler High School. So that's that's near where I grew up, and that's off of Geddes. Burnett Park Zoo, I'm assuming. I see a bunch of animals. West Jenny High School. So this map is definitely not, because I think West Jenny's closer to Fairmount Fair. Let's see what else we got. The Amtrak station, the railroad station, museum and library. West Jenny High said that. The disappearing lake, I don't know about that either. Oldest barn in the country, I see on here. For another First and Trust, the Krebs, I think this is Skinny Atlas Lake. The Cedar House Restaurant and Gift Shop, Mid Lakes Navigation. Oh, so I think companies could pay to be on this map because there's even phone numbers for some of these. There's the Native American Reservation in Nedrow. The lake is approaching 15 miles long and 300 feet deep. That's Skinny Atlas Lake, I believe. Central Tech and Vocation Center. And then downtown, that's in downtown. Then we have the Syracuse Cablevision or something. Cable Systems. Hotel Syracuse, Paper Poppy, Sibley's. That's where we would go see Santa Claus. And they had a sky bridge between Sibley's and another place. Perry's Office Supply. Jean's Discount Craft Supplies. I wonder if the comic book shop's on here. There's the Money Towers. Those are the two big buildings in Syracuse, but they have a carrier label on them. Syracuse War Memorial. The Symphony and the Opera at the Civic Center. Another First Trust and Deposit Company. Building where my dad worked. I don't know. Syracuse Savings Bank was, I think, in the basement of the building. Will Bombers and Candles. This is the candle capital of America, they say. And Will Bombers, and I do know people that were in the candle business, so one of my friends. You got something historic landmark restaurant, Sheridan Inn, Carpet Alley, 2002 Space Odyssey. That's at the Disco. Oh, here's a place. Let me see if I can read this. Something Red Barn. That rings a bell, like Herkimer Red Barn or Harper Red Barn or something. Flamingo Bowl. It has 40 lanes, open at 1 in the morning. Franklin Engine Company. Don't worry, I'm keeping track of the stuff that has good stories. Crystal, I don't see Industrial Color Labs on here. Frankie's Steakhouse and Pencan Mall. That was another mall that existed. Syracuse Boys Club. And Syracuse, China, they are world leader in commercial chinaware. I think for plates for restaurants. I think they used to say that they had that at the White House. Learberry Clothes, I remember that building. Factory Outlet Store, I think they had. MacArthur Stadium, that's where Syracuse's AAA baseball team used to play. DR Typewriters, Curry Copy Center, Hanover Square, another First Trust Bank, Onondaga County Public Library. They've been to those. The Cathedral, the Boys Club. I don't see the Landmark Theater, but that's probably on here somewhere. Another Chicago Market, another WSCN. The Heart of Syracuse Country. So maybe that's Syracuse's country station. And maybe that's why it doesn't ring a bell. Chicago Market, another Chicago Market. Song Mountain, that was a place with the Alpine Slide. Amends to make with that with my cousin. They ran into her thing, and let's see. So it's just a lot of people waving and walking. Oh, wait, here we go. I see some information about this. Produced and published by something, Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, 1979. Printed in the USA. Illustrated by Francesca Profili. Looks like it's produced and published by Archara Inc. or something. Let's see. WSEN and University Hospital. I think that's, I don't know if I was born in the University Hospital or Krauss Irving. I think I was born in Krauss Irving. Syracuse University, where our buddy Hal went, and there's the Dome, Hall of Languages, Clark Reservation Conservation Area. I don't think I've been there. If I have, I don't remember. Down to the Holiday Inn, downtown, another Pepsi truck, Lorenzo with a swan. I don't know what that is. Highland Forest, that was the first time I went camping. I went there. Pencam Mall, I mentioned that. Syracuse Airport, Hancock Airport. What else we got here? Shub Meals. I don't know what that is. Central City Business Institute, WTVH 5. The first TV station in Central New York. The Art Cellar. Janitor Service Inc., the Pat Bombard Buick and Opel. Linder Publications, Syracuse Magazine, Syracuse Stage. I think my brother performed there. Then you have DeWitt and Casanova, the Reservoir, Syracuse University Bookstore, Mulligan's and First Trust United and WTVH 5. WTVH 5, though, that's been in a podcast. That was the first time I appeared in front of an audience. I told the sheep belt joke to the guy, the weatherman or something. Fayetteville, have a terrific day. Maps Unlimited, Old Limestone. I don't know what that is either. It says here Grover Cleveland, the 22nd and 24th president of the United States, grew up in Syracuse. I didn't know that either. If I did, I forgot it. Yeah, some other lakes, Round Lake. I don't know if those are the Green Lakes. Chittenango Falls. We used to go there. That's where Chittenango's where the L. Frank bomb's from, I believe. Chrysler Process and Gear. That's also says this is the 4-wheel drive capital of the world, which makes sense. A sign for Vernon Downs. The original something restaurant, where the water flows north, Marriott Inn, Oneida Lake. So we've talked about Oneida Lake on the show. Yeah, that's about it. So let me take a look at this map and see what we can chat about on here. that we haven't overdone. I mean, we've talked about Hyde's hot dogs. We could talk about that because that connects to, so maybe we'll talk about that second. But I got a pretty decent, what's that thing called? Beaver Lake Nature Center story. So we'll do that, and then we'll see what we have time for. So a couple different things about Beaver Lake Nature Center. Now, Beaver Lake Nature Center, I guess it's near Baldwinsville. I always imagine it on the way to the airport, but maybe, I don't know if it's before or after the Syracuse airport. And it's definitely on my list of things to do. I'd love, maybe I'll be able to record a podcast there at some point in the next year or two and get permission, to do that. But, so this is what I remember about it. I honestly haven't been there in probably 30 years, 25 years, maybe. And I don't know if Beaver Lake Nature Center was new or redone when I was in like 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. But my memory of Beaver Lake is that it's it's in a kind of a swampy area, a natural swamp, wetlands type area. And it has one of those boardwalks, so you can walk out and go like deep into the swamp or the wetlands and, be out in nature, walking, enjoying the sounds and the trees and the wildlife. And so that's one thing I remember about it. I remember going there a few times with my family. And then I guess no wonder I barely remember it, because I can't imagine my poor parents taking 6 kids. And I don't know if any of us ever jumped off of the boardwalk into the swamp or, pushed one another. But I do remember going there, I think I guess I'm not sure if it was 5th or 6th grade. But this will get right into awkward, growing up awkward territory. My biggest memory of Beaver Lake is that when I was there, it was one of the, I guess it was my first girlfriend, and we were only dating for about 2 weeks, and I don't even think we held hands. It was a very formalized thing, and it was due to one of my friends and not due to anything I did. But I remember I bought my girlfriend a pencil sharpener made of wood at the Beaver Lake Nature Center gift shop, and I had struggled over it because I wanted her to like it, because I wanted her to like me. And you might say, okay, Scoots, back it up. Like, how you have a girl, you had a girlfriend once? And I say, yeah, once for a very short time. I did. And I don't want to say her name, but there was two, and let's see, how do I do this delicately as well? I've talked about some grammar school stuff or elementary school stuff on the show before, or grade K through 6, depending on where in the world you're listening to this, or primary school. I think all those apply. And, I've had a lot of things I don't know, I don't have low I guess maybe this isn't about my self-esteem, but I definitely was not, even in grammar school, what the opposite sex was looking for in a mate, even pre-mate, this is whatever, a decade before you'd be thinking about mating. So this is only practicing the social rituals and now thinking about how, I don't know. So, and I never had trouble making friends, but I had trouble connecting, the whole idea, I guess, of confidence and self-awareness, those things. I guess I never had trouble. I always had friends. And there was this time, at our school where there was 2 sets of twin girls at our school. And I was in love with, one set of twins, particularly one of the 2 twins. And that was so far out of my league. These twins came to our school new, I think in 5th grade. And, they were stars. Everybody had a crush on them. And as I said, I had a lot of friends. So two of my friends were their boyfriends, I believe I can say their names, Pat and Kyle. And whatever, I don't even know what you do with it then. Like you just say that that's your boyfriend and your girlfriend. It was just like a formality. I mean, in some sense, establishing the pecking order. And that was just something, that made me like gave me butterflies in my stomach. I said, "Oh wow," and probably gave me like what do you call that? Not visceral, but probably wasn't entirely healthy mechanism of saying, "Oh, one day if I change, she would like me or whatever." But not a terribly painful memory or anything. Just like, okay, like she was out of my league. I was like the second smallest kid in our class. And I just I was the oldest. Like I didn't have any male figure like my age or within my age range to say, hey, this is you know don't pick your nose and eat it. Don't do that or whatever I would do. I don't know. I don't think I did that. By the way, I mean I did, but I don't think I did it at that age and got caught. That's what I'm saying. I think I had to. Anyway, this is disgusting. But so let's see. So but then there was also another new kid that came to our school. Another amends I probably have to make. Another person that worked their way into the story. This kid who moved in my neighborhood, and we quickly became good friends. And I think our paper routes overlapped, and I think I ended up not being the best friend in the end. But his name was Bo, B-O. I think. I mean, I think he had a real name, but I can't remember. I can't think. But anyway, his name was Bo. B-O was his nickname. Like, what do you like to be called? And he was incredibly he was a new kid. I think he was like he was into MacGyver. I remember, and he was also I think confident and comfortable in his own skin, and he could connect with these. Classmates of ours that we were attracted to. And so he never had a hard time with it. So at some point, I don't know if like one of these two other twins had a crush on him, and he was nice enough to like do best friend duty. I guess he was my best friend at the time. He arranged it so that if he was going to be this one girl's boyfriend, her sister would be my girlfriend. So an arranged fifth grade relationship. And because these like relationships didn't involve doing anything except saying formal titles and calling each other on the phone, because I don't even think you could go, I don't think we even went on dates at this age. Maybe, no, I don't even think till middle school there was maybe, I don't know, maybe there was I don't know. I don't think people went on dates at this age. Even, I mean, obviously be super supervised. And maybe you kissed on the lips. I don't know, because none of this happened to me. So this is all based on what I was imagining. But so Bo had arranged it so that I would be this one young lady's boyfriend. And we talked on the phone. And I mean, I think part of me knew that this was not because she was I don't know, this is because not based on attraction, but she didn't have a crush on me. And I kind of didn't have it. I was obviously, swept away with these other twins, though I also knew that even these twins were kind of like a little bit step above me as far as the dating pecking order. So I was playing above my, whatever. I was wasn't like I was like, geez, I felt lucky to have a girlfriend that was very attractive or whatever. So, but I don't, all I remember is talking on the phone. And then I remember this gift, but I think this was the second gift we got for them, or I got for her. And it would be the last, spoiler alert. Because I remember, and I don't know if Bo was trying to be my big brother and teach me these things, but Bo and I, since we had paper routes, we had a little bit of extra spending money. And he was one of the people, I guess we were probably in sixth grade because we were old enough to go to the movie theater and Kmart together. And normally what we would do is we'd go to Kmart and then like buy candy if we were, plush with money. And then we would go to the movie theater and, during the summer, I guess this would be the summer between fifth and sixth grade. And so let's see, like where are we? So, but at some one point we went to Kmart and we were going to buy the girls earrings, our girlfriends. And I think Bo was in charge of this whole operation. And I think he was trying, like, I remember, like, I can feel the physical feelings. It felt really exciting and good to be buying a gift for my girlfriend at Kmart. And I guess this was the age, I guess their ears were pierced, the girls' ears. And I guess it was also interesting is the girl, her mother would later be my teacher. And she was a very good teacher, but she also had to throw me out of class a few times. Just as I don't know if that's irony, but wonderful people, wonderful people. So Bo and I were at Kmart, and like I can, this is one of these memories that is vividly burned into my mind. It's so interesting. Even the somatic feelings. I remember being there at Kmart. And this was a Kmart we frequented. It frequented me and Bo, but also me and my, it was a Kmart near our house. And even, I think we didn't go to the Kmart restaurant very often, but I can remember eating there like once or twice. So, this was when Kmart's had like a diner right in the middle of them, which now that would be the coolest thing ever. Like, I went through this streak of trying to eat at Kmart's, like, probably, I guess it was the late 90s. And I would get a patty melt, and I was like, or grilled cheese with tomato soup, and man, that was a living. And I guess not in it wasn't like I was trying to be ironic. It was just like, it just felt so, not rebellious is the wrong word, but just, it's like, all right, I'm eating at a diner in the middle of a Kmart. And for the most part, most of the time it's good food. It was a good diner food. And this Kmart had like a sit down, like, I mean, I can picture I can hear the clang of the coffee cups and the plates and stuff. But so Bo and I went on this operation into Kmart to buy our girlfriend's earrings. Now, I think Bo was, I mean, he was obviously much wiser than me and knew what he was doing. And I think he was like spurring this whole operation on, but it seemed like in an older brother style way. And unfortunately, if you listen to this podcast regularly, Bo and I's friendship ended up deteriorating because, let's see, how do I explain this? I had acquired adult materials later on in our friendship from my neighbor, one of the Billy, who was like an unofficial member of the Baby Kids. And then I brought those to the one time I got to go to summer camp. I brought all those adult materials to summer camp and I put them like in my bunk. And then I don't think kids paid me. I think that would be the movie version, but like kids would get to lie in my bunk and look at these pictures. And then Bo had told his mom on me, and I could never forgive that, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I was a petty person. And like I said, I have amends to make it because I think I egged his house because, Billy was very upset with me. And Billy's since passed. So Billy, I'm sorry too. But and I guess also because the more I tell the story, I realize what a great, also Bo's house was the one. If you're really into this podcast, like one night, the one time I ate grape nut cereal, I was sleeping over at his house. And that was one of my big life disappointments. I had dreamed of eating grape nut cereal because I just had fantasized that it would be this delicious cereal, like whatever just sounded good, grape nuts, and I could never have it. And then I noticed Bo's family had grape nuts, so then at the sleepover, I snuck downstairs and fixed myself some grape nuts. And not just like a little bit, like a heaping, gigantic bowl of grape nuts. And I took one bite and I was like, this is the most disgusting cereal I've ever had. And then right, like after I did that, his mom or his dad came in and they said, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm eating an entire box of grape nuts, but I decided I'm not, And so, but anyway, so we went to Kmart. We were on a mission to buy earrings for our girlfriends. And Bo had spoken to his girlfriend because she had wanted these earrings that were also like they were telephone earrings. They were pink or turquoise. I can picture them in my mind. I remember Bo was trying to decide. And they were like telephones, like where the receiver, the old fashioned phones you would have at your like grandma, not a cell phone, clearly. And I think they were like, they were they were fun phones because like maybe the receiver hung up or something. And so Bo was like there, and I think he was like, okay, I'll buy one color and you buy the other color or what. And I got it in my mind. I said, oh, no, 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 no. And I started looking at this jewelry and I think fantasizing that this is a common fantasy. I think that like, oh, this is going to be the gift that's going to woo, 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 woo. And also, as you know, listening to this podcast, I watched so much TV as a child and movies, and that really formulated how I viewed the what I thought was the real world. And this was the 80s, so like spangly, sparkly stuff was in. And I remember I saw these earrings and they were dangly, they look like sparkles and they would do sparkle. I don't know any of the terminology, but they were like 3 lines. Each one was a little bit shorter. And they were like little squares, like attached to catch the light. And I think they were silver. And to me, these earrings looked like they could have been, they were like $1 million earrings. And I don't know what the prices were. I mean, I know it was cheap, Kmart, like jewelry and not in a case, you didn't even have to go to the case or where we were looking. I mean, Bo was buying phone earrings. I was kind of picturing them on her and saying, oh man, this is it, man. This is where, Love City and Namadan, And I don't know, it was just thrilling, I guess, to be it just felt so, I don't know, no, it didn't feel adult. I don't know, there was like an illicit thrill and we bought them. We didn't shoplift. I was terrified of, the consequences of shoplifting and never do that, just because I was afraid, I overthink things. So we bought and Bo bought his. And then I remember I don't know if we wrapped the gifts or we wrote love notes or what we did. I don't remember any of that, but I do remember that it was like, and this is as tropey as it gets. I remember I just gave them to her. And her look, my girlfriend at the time. So this is probably day 3 of our dating. And I'm not joking. This was a 2-week, I think this was a 2-week operation. But I can remember giving him to her and her just kind of looking at me. And then I was like, what are you going to put, and waiting the next day at school. And, the earrings were never seen or heard from again, I don't believe. Now, maybe that's not true because I can see the earring, I guess Bo was charming. So his girlfriend, she did wear his earrings. And I mean, maybe this is around a dance, but I think the dance, that was when I won the dance contest. I think this was the year after, maybe. When did I talk about that dance contest? That was a long time ago. That was another thing that happened to me in grammar school. Won a dance contest. I think that was in Boys Tap. That's a pretty good episode too. So the earrings did not go over, like I thought they would. And I mean, I guess looking back at it, I don't think I asked. I said, geez, do you want phone earrings? Or maybe she even said, give me phone earrings like my sister. And I probably asked these questions, I was consumed with, I guess like it's the difference between being empowered and powerless. I was a person that was easily given to powerlessness. So I would just say, oh, are you going to wear those earrings tomorrow? I can't imagine what our phone calls would have been like. I would definitely give him billions of dollars to just like Now, maybe watching would be too depressing. It would be really interesting, man. They talk about once anthropologists can time travel, or it'd be like I wouldn't even need to make the board. I'd just bring you and show you my life. Here I am sitting watching Growing Pains and formulating, how I'm going to be like. And here I am watching Silver Spoons and formulating how I'm going to be one day Ricky Schroeder. Here I am watching Who's the Boss and I'm wondering when I'm going to meet her. Here I am watching, that was Golden Girls. I watched a lot of Golden Girls. Perfect Stranger. All these shows, these were 80s TV shows, by the way. All right, here I am. So the earrings they weren't a hit. And I guess I wonder, I could see the price tag, but I can't see the price. I'm guessing I'm hoping, I know they were under $20 because I barely had any money. I'm hoping they were under $5, but please tell me. Somebody gets Kmart, I don't think they were Blue Light Special, but I don't know if they were electroplated or what, but, so the earrings weren't a big hit. So then I said to myself, well, geez, I got to step it up at this Beaver Lake Nature Center. And I guess maybe I did once, if this was week 2, I was definitely, I feel like imagining myself at the, looking back, that I was a little bit head over heels at this point. Maybe I was going to hold hands with her, or maybe we were even going to kiss. And, I don't know. I guess it's interesting that even as now as an adult, I think I have this default habit of striving for certainty. It's just interesting in looking back and seeing myself striving for some certainty there. I guess I guess I feel very neutral about these memories. They might seem a little sad, but they're actually not. Because I can see myself geez, well, I had low self-esteem or whatever you want to call it, or I just didn't feel attractive. I guess would be that's what it was. Then I have confidence. I don't know if it's low self-esteem. It's just no confidence and no sense of attractiveness. And I think that's probably something a lot of people share. And I think I was looking to counteract those things, attain certainty that those weren't true. And luckily I had friends like Bo to kind of arrange those things. And then later, when the dance contest, my friend Chris K, he was the one who, got me a date for the one dance we had at grammar school. And he arranged that one, I think, or maybe his date was the one who figured it out. But so I had a lot of pressure on myself to to save the relationship here at the Beaver Lake Nature Center. And this is still a habit I can get into, where I get really, in love with being in love. Maybe, I don't know if that's the right term, or the wooing stage and surprises and stuff. And so I think I was very heady, and I was let me get something nice, because I was thinking of her and I was out in nature. And I said, let me get this pencil sharpener. I think it was like a birdhouse, or it was one of those things where you press the bottom and the bird moves. Maybe it wasn't a pencil sharpener, but I'm pretty sure it was, because, that would be utilitarian. And I know it was made out of wood and it was painted. And, so I purchased it and I was full thing. And then when I gave it to her, of course, you could see this coming. She said, no, I don't want to be, I think she accepted I wonder, I guess I have to scan the memory banks, but so I had the pencil thing. This was presumably a weekend, a Saturday or Sunday. So then Monday I gave her the pencil sharpener. And she broke up with me, or maybe it was just I gave it to her. And I think this was one of those ones where it's the person at the desk in front of me told me, or someone told me at lunch. There was our school wasn't 100% like a Mean Girls movie. I remember there was one girl, Julie, Kay, and she was always, like trying to be helpful. And like, I think like she was very good at, like respecting people's feelings. And I think she's married to one of my brother's coworkers now. But so she would always go out of the way. So if my feelings were hurt, she was there as a friend to say, oh, it's not that big a deal or whatever. Cause I was probably crushed. I mean, and if it happened at lunch, all the boys sat together. So that would have been embarrassing. But I was lucky that I always had friends. Like I guess I feel like I wasn't always a friend to everyone. So like, I'm like, man, how lucky am I that I had like friends to turn to? So even when people were making like if I cried, which I probably did, I mean, let's be honest, like this was my first relationship and I had, put a lot of money into it and thought and probably, a lot of imagination, and I had certainty riding on it. So when it came, whatever I can assume it was like someone said it to me from, this is how I reimagined is that the person at the desk in front of me in grammar school said, oh, Blankety Blank isn't going to be your girlfriend anymore. And I say, okay, well, and I just, in denial, well, no, I don't believe you. You don't. And then it probably happened at lunch, like the girls' lunch table told the boys' lunch table. And they became like a little bit embarrassing. Then I became upset. And then like someone soothed me. So I did have people to soothe me, friends or, so I was, again, very, very lucky. And I'm trying to think, I guess I'm trying to rescue the story because, but that is like the good thing. And then, this might seem like a cheap way to do it, but the truth was that I still had this huge crush on this other person. So I was able to return to that fantasy. Or maybe this is like a coping strategy. I don't know. And I guess I don't want to know, I kid, but so like, what's my point? So that it wasn't very long before I redirected my crush. I guess this will be interesting playing it out. Like, at this classmate. And while her and her sister were dating these two friends of mine and, I had no chance, in my heart, your heart always has a chance. And I do honestly think, I don't look at this from a mental health perspective, but from a coping with life perspective, like crushes I view them as, for personally, they're a very important thing to me. And so it's like part of the seasons of your life. Like, right now I'm between crushes but even in the real-time recipe episodes, I talk about, Jesus, it's nice to have a crush on someone that works at the grocery store you go to. Because it just makes it, it's just you're not going to really it just makes it better to go to the grocery store. Like where if it's someone that cuts your hair or something, they say, well, boy, that's that could go, not, Or school, I always had a lot of trouble at school. That's like the genesis of this podcast is a lot of it is the trouble I had at school. But crushes were, I guess, a coping mechanism. Like, honestly, I wouldn't have made it through. I don't think I would have showed up to high school, like my last 2 or 3 years of high school if I didn't have a crush on someone to go, and I'm not kidding. My crushes made it like, said, well, maybe I'll run into them at the hall or whatever, or this will be like that constructed fantasy that just it was barely rooted in reality or a tangential reality, but loosely associated with reality. Made it say, well, I'll just go to school today. Otherwise, I probably, yeah. And even in because then what happened was ours was the first year, so our sixth grade class was the first year there wasn't going to be any middle school. So they did because because the schools I went to Catholic school, and the schools were shrinking and the money was tight. So then they had they were cutting back. And so then we went to like a larger middle school, and then I found new crushes there. Oh boy, there was another set of twins, believe it or not. And then I had a crush on those twins, and I guess this is a pattern I repeat. Then they were out of my league, even though I had a crush on them. And then at some point, I think I even asked, and either one of my female friends was like, no, like they were like just honest with me. And then in 7th grade, I did have a crush on another classmate. And then even then I said, well, geez, maybe I just need a girlfriend. All my friends were getting girlfriends again. And then it's a similar pattern. Like I had a friend, and then I said, would you be my girlfriend? Said, no. And no. We're just friends. But again, it's like that quest it's like certainty, and a certainty of good or certainty of bad. And like, I guess like the lesson kind of I take from that is, one, it's very nice to be able to go into these memories in a neutral place and to think about Kmart and the thrill of buying gifts, and to look at things in this new appreciative light of seeing, Jesus, this friend of mine, that I kind of terminated our friendship because of him telling his mom. He was a really good friend, and he was very brotherly to me, not just went in above and beyond. He arranged my first girlfriend. I don't know if you can call it a girl, like for the story context, it's a girlfriend. I don't think a week and a half, even if you buy 2 gifts, qualifies. Like, I think you need to hold hands or kiss, like as willing parties. I mean, but for the purpose of the story, it was a girlfriend. And, looking at these other classmates that, would step up and say, hey, geez, I see your feelings were hurt, let me try to help. Those are undersold or easily forgotten about when we don't get a chance to return to these. So that was a nice thing. And then just to say, geez, it's like, I guess it is interesting. I mean, right now I'm now looking back at it in a sad way of saying, I don't know how you say this. It doesn't sound a little bit obscene, but it's like I was an unattractive young man. Like, and I think most of that was projected mental a view than actual fact or something. Like I think especially these prepubescent ages, I don't know what an expert would say, but this is way more of this social hierarchy playing out and kind of playing out the roles that maybe you have in your family, but also these roles, that you're following, whatever modeling you're doing, and trying to establish this strange social hierarchy. And then also based on like physical attributes, who's taller, who's like more mature. It's incredibly interesting. And it's tough being a kid. I guess that's another thing. I hug my daughter extra tight and be like, man. But you do make it through it. And I mean, as anything this podcast and life has taught me is that, there's a lot of interesting things in our difficult times, and, they're not all bad. And then so I guess, can they become lulling and soothing? I mean, I think if you make a trip to Kmart, you could pretty much, man, I guess that would be another thing to put on my time machine list, is to hit up some Kmarts. I think most of them are closed now, but they're not the same as they were in the 80s anyway, and blue light specials and diners and all that stuff. In like Kmart branded stuff. I remember I was trying to think, I don't know what it was that I had. I was thinking this the other day. I had some stuff that was Kmart branded that was really awesome. I don't know if it was like clothes or that I bought at a vintage place or something I'm remembering. So yeah, so thank you for listening. And that's the story of my first girlfriend, Beaver Lake Nature Center, all based on a map of Syracuse. Thanks. Okay, hey everybody. So this is kind of like our 500th. I don't know if it's a celebratory episode, because for me, I guess the train is always moving. So I'm like, okay, I'm already like planning, episodes in the 510s to 520s. But I did want to take some time to look back. And in the past, in like AMAs that you can find on SoundCloud, and then in some of our story-based articles, I've kind of talked about a little bit about the production of the show. And in our year of podcasting, I kind of talk about how much work, it takes at least 20, it takes a lot of work to make the show. I mean, basically, a lot of work. So I've talked about those things in the past. But I want to just kind of run through historically, because I guess even for me, like I know part of me knows, because I've been here working, like, I mean, let's see, 500 plus episodes, that represents like, just the episodes, not the administrative work, like 8, 9, 10,000 hours of work. And then there's all the, like what I say, geez, I can't believe I made 500 episodes of a podcast. It's just but I just want to run through the episodes because so many people are new. Like if you make a podcast and you're hearing this, and I'm going to do it, like I said, well, what's a way we could do it in a lulling, soothing way? That's also like the tradition of podcast straddles the line between engaging and boring. So I guess like a retrospective, because I mean, believe me, I'm betting there's going to be some surprises in here for me. And I don't know if we can do this in one super long episode or we'll see. Because in the feed here of our current host, it's there's 587 things in the feed out of 500 plus episodes. So I don't even know what the other like 60 things in the feed are. We'll see. So let's run through it and just take a look back at like some of the episode titles, and we'll do them in 50 batches of 50, I guess, because that's like the so right now we're looking at, even though it's batches of 50, it's 1 through 37. And according to this, Sleep With Me podcast episode 1 was posted here October 18th, 2013 at 7:57 p.m. And the first episode we did was not the first episode I thought of, but it was like, I was like trying to figure out what, it was the first episode I recorded. But it was about Hall & Oates, What I Want, I think. And it was just kind of analyzing that song in kind of a goofy, silly way. Very, very different than most of our episodes have been. It has a lot of music in it. And it probably needs to be taken down because it has people's music. But it was early on. It's just an experiment. The original content I had already thought of years, but like I think towards like was the Game of Drones and After the Glass Slipper. And the closest I got to launching the podcast was like After the Glass Slipper, which is our reimagining of kind of what happened to Cinderella after she became queen. And then Game of Thrones, I think I thought of Game of Thrones, like, I almost started it, like, I think a year and a half before the podcast itself started, maybe. So maybe either June of 2013 or June of 2012. June of 2013 probably makes more sense, so. And I just didn't have, like, it just was too, like, caught up in the idea. So let's just run through these episode titles, and then we'll do... I guess let's run through them. So the first one was about Hall & Oates. Then we have Twainsy, which was The Walking Duds. Then Rats, To the Dogs. And then episode 5 was You Don't Have to Like a New Dawn or Accept It. So those were based on the TV show, which have always, like I was watching that show, The Walking Dead. And I guess at the time, I mean, there was no one listening to the podcast. I think I had like... I don't think I broke 100 listeners till I broke 100. I don't know. I'd have to look back. Maybe took me a year. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe like 50. I don't know. So all these early episodes, at the time they were coming out, it was just like, I was just making them to get an idea of if I was going to follow through on the podcast and what the podcast was going to be. And I think there are a few of those listeners still around, but, so the second episode came out, I mean, I don't know when it came out on the internet, but it got posted October 30th, 2013. And I guess this will be interesting. I don't know what the release schedule was back then. So the first episode was about Hall & Oates. Then there was 4 episodes about The Walking Dead. But those all had kernels of what the podcast would become. Like The Walking Dead, I was like experimenting with recaps, like a lot of facts, the facts section that would be in the future Game of Thrones stuff, and then like a little bit of fan fiction or fanciful reimagining, parody, whatever one's legal. I don't know if it's parody or satire, but that kind of thing. Then at episode 6, we had Memes Strike Back, which was this character, Steve, who's a famous meme, or was back. This was November 10th, 2013. And I think he was a meme in like 2011. And it was kind of just like, I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was like a little bit too, I think it was funny, but I think maybe like it wasn't like, I don't think it was mean, but it was like, I don't know. I like this podcast to like where I'm always the foil, or institutions or whatever, or super rich people are the foils, and not even like villainous characters. I would like them to be empowered. So I don't know if like picking on Steve was the best. And I don't know if it was. I haven't re-listened to the episode in a long time. And I think he's from Boston, but I think like since I'm from Syracuse, like it could relate to the character. Like he just seemed like maybe somebody I knew. Then episode 7 was another Walking Dead. Then episode 8 was the first After Glass Slipper episode. So that would be our first serial story. And that was important to me, like doing a serial story. And this was, I think, right around, so it looks like most episodes were coming out once a week. And once we got to episode 8, we went to a twice-a-week schedule. And I don't know, like this, so this was just a reimagining of like, what was, I named her Agatha, Cinderella's stepmother. What would she do after Cinderella became queen, and how would she react? And this was one of the first story ideas that I had like, leading up to like when the podcast, over the 2 or 3 years that I knew I was going to make, like I wanted to make this podcast, but I was still procrastinating about it. Just because I found that idea interesting. I don't know. And then also the idea of serial stories at the time was important to me, just because I had like old-time radio was based on serials. And while I wasn't around when old-time radio was around, I was around like when people my age were like rediscovering it, or our parents were telling us about it, or we were watching movies like A Christmas Story. And I think my brother Carl was a big old-time radio fan when we were kids or in high school or maybe college. So, I don't know, I just like the idea of these goofy serial stories. So that was like where After the Glass Slipper, and you'll see it became a thing. Then episode 9 was another Walking Dead episode called The Convenient Pirate. Then After the Glass Slipper, and this is when we moved to a Tuesday-Sunday release schedule, it looks like. And then, let's see, we had After Glass Slipper, then a Walking Dead, then a Walking Dead North Pole Chronicles, which was just an idea that came out of the kind of fan fiction-y side of Walking Dead. Then another After Glass Slipper. We're at episode 13. We're already in December of 2013. And so we were going back and forth between After Glass Slipper and Walking Dead. And let's see, December... Then our first new, well, we had the meme, and then in episode 17, the elf nobody knew. That was our first, like, improv story. I don't think that was written, and that was December 10th, 2013. And that was about an elf, that kind of was the forgotten elf. And so at this time I was writing, like I was watching The Walking Dead and taking notes, and then I was writing After Glass Slipper episodes, and then, so at some point here, and not yet though, we're still on a twice-a-week schedule. Then episode 18 is Frozen Reindeer Tears, which is North Pole Chronicles. Then After Glass Slipper. Then this was another story that was a little bit older. I'd written the year Rudolph's nose broke. I'd made that story up to put my daughter to sleep that previous summer, and I was like, oh, I could use that for that podcast I never started. Then another North Pole Chronicles, then part 2 of Rudolph's Nose Broke. Now we're in December 22nd, 2013. Then a North Pole Chronicles and an After Glass Slipper. So a little break in After Glass Slipper there. Huh, that's interesting. December 15th. Looks like we moved to a three-day a week schedule somewhere in here, I think. Let's see, After Glass Slipper, then Call Me Canada's Wonderland, maybe. That was episode 25. That feels like a more mature episode, to be honest. I don't know what it sounds like listening to it, but like that was another one where the seeds were there. It was about the song Call Me Maybe, which I think is the Canadian pop star whose name escaped Megan. I don't think it's Megan Trainor, but maybe it is Megan Trainor. I want to say it's someone that's name starts with a K, but they came out New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2013. And that was it, like just someone describing what they thought the song meant. Then The Tooth Fairy's Assistant, which was another just one-off fictional tale. Then After the Glass Slipper. Then the season premiere of Get Bessos, January 7th, 2014. And now we're on a three-day week schedule for sure. And this was one of the mistakes I made. So I kicked off like Get Bessos because I had that idea for a series. Then I had another idea for a series, The Florida Project, which was based on an idea I had just for like a story or TV show because I wrote a screenplay about a retirement community. And I was always like, I'd visited a few retirement communities, and I was always curious about the oldest profession in the world in retirement communities, and that would be an interesting TV show. And so I thought, okay, what if there's a character going to try that in Florida, but he's not really cut out to do that. And it was like, again, we had no listeners back then, so it was very safe to try stuff like this. If I tried something like this now, it was very joking. It wasn't like encouraging the oldest profession in the world, and I tried to be as respectful as I could about it. But it was definitely like a little too edgy for now. I mean, just like The Walking Dead, it would probably be too, like a little bit too out there. Though I like to push the limits of the podcast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to make 500 episodes if you're not really. There's no way to sustain something like this walking down the middle of the road, you know. But my mistake at the time was now we have 3 serial series for a while: Get Bessos, The Florida Project, and After Glass Slipper, and all of them were written. So I was trying to write an episode in 2 days and then perform it, which was very hard. Luckily, we didn't have any listeners, or very many, so it was like a risk-free period. And I would learn that lesson, okay, you can only do 1 written series a week. There's just not enough time. Even if somehow I was working on the podcast as my job, I don't think, I could write. It's just, it just takes so much, anybody that's written anything or tried to, it's, really hard. So we were doing that for a while. So it would go Get Bessos, The Florida Project, and After Glass Slipper, and then Get Bessos, The Florida Project, After Glass Slipper. For a little while, and at some point, so this is through January of 2014, and let's see how long we lasted. Episode 38, 39, 40 was still alternating all 3. Episode 41, Canadian Johns in Mexico. That was the Florida Project. I remember that episode. I don't know if it was I had trouble writing it or I knew that at that point I was oh, this isn't going to work, this Florida Project. Then After Glass Slipper, then Get Bessos into February. So now we're 3 years ago. Episodes, these are the 40s. And then the Florida Project ended right around my birthday in February. Actually, and then I tried to do another series. It was still about sexuality, I guess, or sexuality influence. Oh, wait, here's Get Bessos. So then I tried another series, which is, again, something comedic I was going to write, not for the podcast, which was a mistake. This was a repeat of the mistake with the Florida project, where I said, well, like, this is already a project I've been thinking about writing. This was a movie I was thinking about writing. Because at this time, February 2014, I was still writing screenplays, like thinking, okay, like, I'm going to work on this podcast and I'm going to keep writing screenplays and see which one, I don't know, but still having trouble with the half prose that you use to write screenplays. And I was rewriting something, and this was just a project I was planning on writing. And it was called Olympic Sex, and it was about two guys in their 30s or 40s who were both divorced and single, or one's divorced maybe, and they're best friends. And they were trying to get into the Olympics because they've heard about all of the loving that goes on in the Olympic Village, and they want to partake in that, and they want to be Olympians. So they're trying to, that was the premise of the movie. Or the project. It wasn't a movie. It was like something I was going to write that I didn't write. And I said, well, this is a decent premise. And again, we had maybe 100 listeners. So it wasn't like, and early on listeners, the podcast was much more, not adult themed, but like looser and experimental. I mean, I think it still is, but just in a different way. And also I was less comfortable. So I was more likely to be flashy, instead of having like a little more confidence like I do now, to be subtle about it. But I don't know, I can't shame myself or anything. It's like something I was going to write anyway. And but again, it was the same mistake. I thought, oh, let me try to add this, and we'll still do 3 serial stories. So this is February, and we're doing Afterglass Slipper, Olympic Sex, and Get Bestos, and that only lasted till the end of February. And then I said, I can't keep doing this. So then I switched to just, like one series. And so then I said, I can't keep up with this work. So, at some point, we just started releasing only, Afterglass Slipper episodes. It looks like there was a couple bonus episodes in there. And, then in March 11th, 2014 was the last episode 55 was the last Afterglass Slipper episode. Then we just tried like experimental stuff. So, Russia versus Ukraine gold medal match, the elf who wouldn't listen, a dream paradox of probiotics. That was a character. Now there's a podcast, like I haven't listened to it. Chris Cathard, He has a podcast where they interpret dreams. This was Fraud Freud. He was a dream interpreter. Then Enjoy Every Sandwich, which was kind of about Warren Zevon. I think I remember a cafe I wrote that in. So it's weird how, like I said, I got to get out of the house. So I went into San Francisco and wrote in the, what neighborhood was it? Something, Coal Valley. In a cafe there, 2014. Then we went back to Get Bestos, episode 60, and just straight trying to get through Get Bestos. So still finding what the podcast would be. So it's like 3 Get Bestos episodes a week. So you can see how mistakes early in the podcast paid off. Because again, I didn't have a lot of listeners, so I was able to make this mistake of like burning out, like doing 3 serial episodes a week of different serials or the same ones, just not sustainable and probably a little heavy on the ear, you know. So we did that till episode 70. And then at some point, like at episode 70, it was a new feature, Trending Twitter Tuesday from Sunday. And that was April 15th, 2014. And so then it looks like we would do 2 episodes of Get Bestos and then 1 episode of Trending Twitter Tuesday. So it started to give me a little wiggle room. So then we get to episode 75. And, oh, yeah, here's episode 76. That was the episode that caused me the most trouble. Like, we learned an important lesson. Episode 76 says April 29th, 2014. No restarts. That was like one of the early trending Twitter episodes. So it's new. I'm not trained in improv. So it's a huge learning curve. Still a learning curve. And that one, I just wasn't feeling it. And I think it had a really good episode about something, the goldfish that wanted to be a mermaid or something like that. The bunny that wanted to be a mermaid. And so that was hard. Like, this one just wouldn't come together, and I didn't have the experience to just, like, ease off the gas pedal. So I even tried restarting and deleting, and there's just no way you can do that and come out with 3 episodes a week. When you're recording, you have to get sound, and you have to be willing to release it, and you have to have, I mean, this is just stuff I've learned with this podcast. You have to, like, stay calm and go with the flow. Like, whatever the story swamp gives you, you kind of have to stay calm and accept it. And not every podcast is going to be, it just has to be your best. It doesn't have to be perfect. And so that was a hard lesson to learn, but I learned it and I have never forgotten it. And it's interesting that I learned it at episode 76. And again, because these are public, these episodes, it is like might be hard to imagine, but it's incredibly painful at some level to have something go out, at least to that internal critic part of me. I guess, like, it's both sides of that coin. So the critic part of me, it's like, this is going to be released to the public. This is humiliating and painful. But the flip side is there's really not, the critic is really blowing a lot of hot air. But there's also another flip side, which is like, it really keeps me motivated to work hard, because it is painful recording if I'm not prepared, or like I'm overthinking or overstressed. If I can't be in the moment, it's painful. And then releasing episodes that, the written episodes, if I haven't done enough writing, is painful. But it's a good pain that says, okay, let's just get this work done. So just a little interesting thing. So then, it's just another episode I liked. May the 4th be with you, Twitter Tales. And at some point that would become, was that like something about Star Wars started to work its way in for a little while. And then we're still doing a trending Twitter Tuesday, and then Get Bezos, the belly of the cookie puss, can of social media may even be a Raconteur tour, our first walking tour of San Francisco, Snakes and Ladders. These were some, I really enjoyed some of these episodes. Turing Test to Save the World Cup, 2014. Lionel Messi's sleep coach, Casey Kasem. And then at some point, I decided to start Game of Thrones, Season 4. Kicked off June 18th, 2014, episode 99. And that would be another important moment. So a lot of these important moments happen in our first 100 episodes, where, like I said, okay, if I do these TV show recaps, it uses a different part of my brain, so I won't exhaust all this other creative energy. So taking notes and riffing off of notes and stuff like that, it's a different creative reservoir than improving stories, which is a different creative reservoir for me than writing stories and performing them. And all those 3 reservoirs have enough energy in them to make 1 episode a week. And then it's not easy, but none of them have enough to make more than 1. Or in the case that they do, it takes a lot of work. So that's... Yeah, I don't know elaborate anymore on that. So we started Game of Thrones. That was Wednesday, June 18th, 2014. And at some point around here, my brother got married. Then Bernie the Butterfly's first appearance was episode 100. And then episode 101. I still can't believe I even made it to 100 episodes. That was episode 101. Like, it was our first, recap episode. And that's a big milestone. It's hard to make. Making a podcast is really, really difficult. And especially for somebody that hasn't followed through on a ton of stuff, that was a big accomplishment, 100. I didn't think I'd make it there. But we made it. And then Game of Thrones. Then we have Ray's first visit, June 30th, 2014. Then Superdoll kicks off at some point. Is that the first episode? Toastmasters and Superdoll. Yeah, so right around here is where we settled in on the pace we would keep up for the history of the podcast, right around 100. It was interesting. So June 3rd, Superdoll kicked off, and then we would go, as we've been for 400 episodes hence, and that's what carried us, was this kind of 3-style system. And again, the audience was small at this time. And again, the show was able to grow with the audience. And I think the audience grew because the show grew in quality. And I think this is a turning point for the show, like being like, okay, let's, we can do these three things well once a week. This is what's going to work if we're going to keep making this show. And these are, again, the really hard decisions behind the podcast is how am I going to sustain this? Because it's not that hard tonight to sit down and record an episode. And it's like a Sunday night and stuff like that. But then just keep it going is where the difficulty lies. Like putting out one podcast episode's not that tough, but then be like, okay, then we got to do it again tomorrow, and then with the day job and stuff. So this was just a really important thing to discover. So wow, that right around episode 100, stuff started to come together. And so we did Game of Thrones, and we did Goonies musical episode, Superdoll. And yeah, we just started getting in the groove. Superdoll, Game of Thrones, a Seance with Abba and Napoleon. I remember that one was a good one. It's just weird. I can see myself in Berkeley thinking about that episode. Maybe, I don't know. And around these early episodes, too, I was like really searching for certainty because the audience was small. And I was like, I think I was like, at some point I stopped caring about growing the audience. I just said, well, the listeners will help me grow the audience instead of having to control it myself. I think like in these first 150 or so episodes, the first year and a half, I think I was like under the illusion that I had control over the show of growing or being successful when really you only have control over the work, like the process and not the results. But these are some great episodes. So here's our first real-time recipe, episode 118. So a lot of stalwarts came up. Bernie the Butterfly, real-time recipes. Mall walking is episode 121. Game of Thrones. So a lot of things that would stay with us. Another Ray episode because I was getting over-reliant on that. I had to stop myself at some point, because Ray is so popular that it's like, oh, well, that's going to be easier again, but I always have to make sure I don't burn anything out or I don't know. I always have to keep in mind now what's easy for Drew, what's best for the podcast, and what's most sustainable. And that's good because it's expanded my boundaries. 124 is Pitching Tim Curry, our first Pitching Tim Curry episode. More Game of Thrones season 4. We're still on season 4. Another Ray episode. So I was doing a kind of a Ray episode a month back then until I disciplined myself. And then let's see. So, and I guess people that listen to Sleep to Strange, like some of these episodes are like, then we had season 4, another season 4. That might have been the last season 4 of Game of Thrones. Yeah. August 23rd, 2014. No Swag at CostelloCon. That was a fun episode. I remember that one. A lot of these goofy episodes I liked. Then we're still in Superdoll. We're at episode 128. Then I started releasing these napcasts, which were the prayers I think Tom and from... And again, was like an experiment to see, geez, could I grow the audience of the podcast, which was, I don't know, I really like the prayers and Tom and the Game of Thrones episodes, again, so long. I guess part of me wanted to kind of feature that stuff, too. Also, sometimes, like, I would have extra space on my hosting plan, and I would, at the end of the month, like, your hosting plan resets and your files get archived on the current, like, so I would want to make sure I used all that space because I was paying for it. And again, I think at this point, like all the expenses of the podcast are coming out of my pocket for most of it. I mean, but it wasn't like, it was all doable. Then August, we started Game of Thrones season 1. And we're still on Superdoll. And let's see, 3 words Serena wants to hear. That was a good one. Lord Snow, Game of Thrones season 1. Outlanders is Skin and Willie, trending Twitter Tuesday. Big B, Little Alien, another Ray episode, September. So I think I was definitely leaning on that hard. Because it's just like making up the improv episodes is really, really, now it's more experience, but still not fun. It's like something you always want to procrastinate on. Game of Thrones, Vikings versus 49ers, action movie. Let's see, whatever happened to the Transylvania twist. So we still, like, again, I like to theme things seasonally. When I can, just because I'm a kid, I'm a kid at heart and watching holiday specials and stuff like that. Damon D, who's on the backup, he made a song for that Transylvania twist. This is one of my favorite episodes. A creature from the Black Lagoon tells me he's originally from Big Goon. Again, that's just another favorite episode of mine. It was improv, made up. So I don't know. I just I remember making that and saying, wow, I really liked that one. And so then we're into another milestone for me. Like, these would be the two biggest milestones is 100 and 150. So 150 was Game of Thrones, one of the ones towards the end of season 1. And also the conclusion, 149 was the conclusion of the series. Oh, no, it wasn't the end of Super Doll. Oh, okay, I'm mixed up here. But yeah, 151 was like one where I met Lady Witchbeard, The Tale of Lady Witchbeard. Full title, The Tale of a Witch Named Connie, who would become Lady Witchbeard. And that was October 20th, 2014. That was just a character I could never forget once I met her. It'll be a while. I don't even know how long until we made the series about her. So then we were still doing Super Doll and Game of Thrones Season 1. Spokesperson from Hansel and Gretel. Ray returns. So again, a lot of Ray. Here's 158, Sisyphus Reborn. So that was another recap episode. Can I talk a little bit about my struggles with addiction, I think, in there. And that was November 6, 2014. So that's our 1-year anniversary-ish. I think the podcast really started being available to public around November 1st or somewhere between October 20th and November 1st, 2013. So that was a recap episode where, I think that was the first one where I was really personal and really tried to be vulnerable, and it was not easy, but that paid off, like that, where I felt like that was a big risk. I mean, this isn't bragging or anything, where I was really nervous. When I put the episode out, I said, did I reveal too much about myself? But now I'll never look back. I mean, the way listeners have been my safety net, they can never repay that. Like, the boundaries inside me and outside me that have expanded and how much I've grown past my limitations because of listeners' help is unbelievable. Thank you. Then another episode I really liked, Bjork Love Story. That was November 11th, 2014, episode 160. Then another real-time recipe one. This is still really popular. Pasta and tacos, accidental John Hughes. That was only episode 161. I would have guessed it was like 250. Let's see. Then we're Meditation, another walking episode in November. So, yeah, we're almost to 2015 here. Still like 8 pages or something of, then another Bernie the Butterfly episode, 164, Game of Thrones, me and Solonic and a Dino that dreams in silence. Episode 167, a really popular episode, Fall Asleep with Snowy Woods Guided Meditation. That's really popular with people. A lot of these napcasts were still going. Then the first Thanksgiving Day Parade episode with Greg, Ray, and the Gregor. Walking Tour of Lost Island. Heat Miser with a bowl cut. That was I remember making that episode. That was fun. Cracking Nuts to the Nutcracker. These were all themed Trending Twitter Tuesday. Then the Roberta Claus Foundational episodes. One of these Scientists' Cold War on Santa. So probably a year at least ahead of time, where this idea of Roberta Claus, that Santa, why does Santa Claus have to be male, started to, in an idea of a woman named Roberta Claus, that she would be the new Santa, somehow sprung out of this story. I don't know exactly how. Then more Game of Thrones, guided meditation as a Christmas present. And somewhere in here, I start to hear feedback from people that are still listening to the podcast. I can remember some of these episodes and hearing from listeners that are still listening. So this is but the show has always grown small. So 150 episodes, right around 150 was when Bobby Finger, who now he's risen to podcast greatness and writing greatness. He's on Who Weekly. And I think he still writes for Jezebel, but I'm not positive on that. But he was the first person ever to interview me. And that was right around 150, somewhere in here. Yeah, and then I think the second time I was interviewed was, I don't even know. Maybe, I don't know. I guess, so just another moment where I was like, okay, this podcast is growing unexpectedly, slowly but unexpectedly in ways where I was like, okay, this is going to become something. At some point, I'm still at the point where I'm still trying to make it work, but it's big enough that, the podcast has this big audience now. So it's like, I know it's going to work now. I mean, I just got to figure out how to make it work financially, but back then, still maybe had a couple thousand listeners. I don't know. Maybe we had 1,000 listeners at 150, maybe not, maybe... I don't know. I can't remember the statistics, but it was like, is this podcast going to grow enough? Or should I cut it back to be a hobby? Because a hobby would be once a week or less. Once a week, this podcast would be really tough to do as a hobby even. But even back then, I was like, I don't think this is going to be a hobby. I think this needs to be 3 times a week, and I think that it's going to keep going. And it was just pushing myself, on the late nights and the weekends, which is kind of still the case, but we're on the path. But yeah, so Last Royal. So then season 2 of After the Glass Slipper starts up at some point in here. And I said, geez, I can't. So I guess it's 2 years ago. We're looking at January. We're in the 180s. And I can remember these like they're yesterday. I really enjoyed season 2. I don't know. I really like Agatha. This is another big episode for me. 184, bathroom locks, boys tap, and a dance contest, because that was about my relationship with dancing as a kid. Valar Morghulis, my life with a perm, 187. That's another big episode. That would become a recurring theme. Plane ride. That was Andrea G., who still listens to the show at some point. They gave me that idea, interesting. Wow. So January 2015, Dougie's Kitten Bowl Disaster Dance. That was Eli H., another person who wrote an article about that from Touch Arcade. He's a good friend of the show. Then Mother Nature's first visit with Porto. And let's see, After Glass Slipper, Game of Thrones, meditative sleep with songs. I don't know what season of Game of Thrones we're on here, 2 or 3. Then Olive Breadcrumb Pasta with Young Guns, episode 202. Can't believe we've had 300 episodes since this. This really is weird for me. It's like, okay, this feels like 100 years ago and 5 minutes ago I recorded that episode. There's a file in here just marked ZZZZZ. I don't even know what it is. Interesting. More After the Glass Slipper, Game of Thrones, taught by 2 teens on the 51A. I remember that episode because the 51A is the bus I used to ride all the time. Kanye's Laptop. That was December of 2015. Florida's Guided Meditation. So this was when my mom was I was dealing stuff with my mom at some point in here in spring of 2015. Yeah, Florida sounds from airplanes. Here's a thing: you could record a podcast episode anywhere. March 31st, 2015, that episode came out. I recorded it while waiting for flights, with a mic that I would never use, with condenser mic, just the mic's built into my recorder. Because at this point, like, everything was bang, bang, bang. Like, so if this episode came out on a Tuesday, I was probably recording it on a Monday and then just staying up to get it out on a Tuesday, or recording on a Sunday and staying up or getting up really early before work. So they would come out, like, I was literally finishing the episodes, like, and then they would come out. And again, it's still, it'd be a little while till I got help here with the show. But yeah, I remember recording that episode at the airports, Dallas Airport and Tampa Airport, I believe. What else we got? That was 2 years ago, huh? Wow, that feels not that long ago. I remember getting food with my brother before. Also, that's our first website crash, our first big website crash. Who was it? Dr. Graham. Let me know about that. I think he was the first person. And I would return our RSS, actually, like our podcast host, and before I was managing it through the website. Rains Casimir, that episode came out April 5th, 2015. That was a big GOT episode for me. First Morally Safer episode, April 7th, 2015, 220. Let's see what else. Geeseman of that was our first appearance by Wilford Brimley. And we're still doing After the Glass Slipper. Spackle the Elf. That was the second. I think this is the second appearance of Orange Lux. I think also that was the first time I talked about my hobby of listening to Knox, Koncks, April 21st, 2015, 226. And then we're winding down towards the end of After the Glass Slipper because of Feeling in the Pit of Your Lentils. And also Season 5 of Game of Thrones, House of Black and White. Wasn't it premiere? So maybe this is like the premiere. Then there's a Hypnotic Sleep is what one episode's titled. It doesn't have a show number or anything. Yeah, High Sparrow. Wow, these episodes, that must have been Season 5. What is this one? The Cat in the New Suit, as in a swimsuit from Oh, that's from, it's a Sir Pounce one. May 5th, 2015, Pop, a Mop, and a Candy War. That was another episode that was very, I don't know, that I just really liked. I was really happy with how it turned out and the characters. And so then that ended up becoming a two-parter. So Keeper the Candy Mop. And I think we needed to because we were done with After the Glass Slipper. We didn't have a replacement. Yeah, and then another pitching Tim Curry, then a real-time recipe. So this was one of these times I was trying to write a new episode or a new series. Then Mall Walking, then Game of Thrones, Tsunami Sofa. That was the most personal episode I've ever done. That was May 26, 2015, 241. So still a long time ago. Right along here is where I started to do custom art for each episode, just because, I don't know, I like it. Another good one, Swaddling a Platypus Platypus. So now I can, like, hear a ton of people, like, so the show must have grown at some point in here, because now these episodes, I can remember talking to different listeners about these episodes. A little water globule trembling with joy. So, yeah, I know there's listeners, if you're hearing this, you're like, oh, yeah. Oh, this is when everybody sent me the tea. So, to June of 2015, right around episode 250, that would be another milestone. Cracker of Jokes and Cocoa Spice and Prisoner in the Yellow Pajamas. And then Bernie gives a commencement address. That was June 2015. That feels like really like yesterday. Curse Dragon Love Story. And now we're getting to the tail end of this season of Game of Thrones. And then this is when I used June 25th, Case of Amnesia and a Thesis. I used a thesis someone sent me. Let's see, Impeached by Model UN. That feels like it was yesterday. And then our first Lady Witchbeard, I think, is getting ready to kick off. Or as a repeat, reposting of a trending Twitter Tuesday, 151. Yeah, because we would do Lady Witchbeard would kick off. And Lady Witchbeard, at this point, I was taking things. At some point along in the last year, between 2014 and 2015, I stopped writing screenplays or rewriting. I don't know exactly when that was, but I said, well, like, this is podcast. Like, I can either do one thing well. I don't have time, like, before and after work and on the weekends, especially, like, you have to write every day. So, like, I think at some point I was writing, like, working on a screenplay in the morning and then the podcast at night as far as, like, writing time. So at some point that changed. So Lady Witchbeard meant a lot to me, and maybe some of these other series, because it was like, okay, now this is my full writing focus. Is like breathing life into these characters to meander around. I can't tell you how terribly serious I take all the making the show and creating it. So then at some point, June of 2015 was when we started Metastasis News, 260. And it was Odios Estos Zapatos, Metastasis and Breaking Bad. Oh, no, that was episode 3. Language learning and double TV rewatch all in one. And we're still redoing a lot of, what do you call it? A lot of Nabcasts are still going. Then this episode got some emails. 4th of July parade with Ray and the Gregor, because there was a sound like sounds from the parade. So that was one of, like, it wasn't the first ambient episode I did, but I said, okay, these ambient episodes are divisive, popular but divisive. And then Lady Witchbeard's episode 2, and then Metastasis News. This is when the podcast really fell into a groove in a good way. Like, I think that I'd finally grown into, like, the process. Up until, like, here, I can just feel, like, that it fell into a nice rhythm, work-wise, process-wise. So, yeah, we were doing, then the one I did, the Journey to an Inner Ear, and that was because of Jess McElroy had said something nice to me, so I wanted to do something that was kind of nice for them. And Breaking Bad, and we're still doing these. Then regarding algorithmic, what was that? I think that was one. That might have been another morally safer episode. And yeah, because then 270 is another morally safer. Breaking Bad, Snowden. So this is still with morally safer and Snowden. Then like grilling with President Gooseberry. I remember like then. Some of these I record, like this was like the first time, or this only the second time maybe I was recording away from home. So I remember some of these episodes that came out in August, I was recording like at this cabin in Lake Ontario. Actually, I was recording them outside in a screen house. Again, like amazing, like when you have a budget, like because I was still doing everything myself at this point. And there's still, I think at some point in here, we did do the T-shirts to get new equipment, but I didn't have on-the-road equipment. So I was like recording into a condenser mic, actually, like on the top of my recorder. But outside with the, like, I made it work, you know, when you're, that's a wonderful lesson this podcast has taught me. But then also in here is when I got nervous because the podcast was still not even close to sustainable audience-wise. So I decided to try to make this a sleep show because they said, well, maybe I should make a daytime podcast about sleep. And maybe that'll help the podcast grow. Because at this point, we're in the 200s, right? And I realized how much work it was. We're almost at episode 300. And I said, geez, I can't keep doing this. So like, I can't keep, like, we don't have a big enough audience. And like, I'm working, whatever, 60, 70 hours a week on the show in addition to my job. What am I going to do? So one way, and I guess this is another lesson I had to learn. It's like, okay, well, let me try doing another show to get the audience. And I guess what I learned in all irony was that, oh, wait, our audience is tied to the college schedule. Like, not all our listeners are college students or graduate students or high school students or parents of people in school. But I think when you combine all those things, it is. So when school's out of session, our audience doesn't grow. Like the rest of the whenever school's in session, our audience is growing. Thus far, knock on wood. So at this point, I didn't have enough experience to say, oh, the reason the show's not growing is because it's summertime. So I was trying to wrestle control and force things by doing this sleep show. And it was fun. It was, but it was a force for the wrong reason. It wasn't a creative reason and it would teach me another important lesson, which was at some point I was critically burned out, making 4 shows a week now instead of just 3. One of which was supposed to be about sleep, and you know, that's pretty ironic when you're making a sleep podcast and you're not getting any. So I said to myself, what am I doing? The podcast is going to suffer, and I have this wonderful audience, and things are working. They're just not sustainable yet. Can I be patient? And I said, it just said, what do I do best? I make the podcast to put people to sleep the best, so let's focus on that. And that's carried me through. Like at that point, it became a formal mission statement. I make the podcast to put you to sleep. Before that, it was what I said, but I didn't really know it was a mission statement. So now any decisions I make with the podcast, I say, is this going to help me keep making the podcast that puts people to sleep? Instead of saying, is this going to bring me certainty, or I'm nervous, or I don't know how to say, okay, is it going to help us keep making the podcast that puts people to sleep? And sometimes, you know, not everybody's happy about those decisions, but that's how I process everything. Like, oh, yeah, this partnership will help us keep making it because it's going to help us hire an editor. Or our most recent decision is like, okay, like with Farrell, it's going to help us. They share a goal of non-paywalled archives. So, and that's what I want. That's going to help the podcast that puts people to sleep. Or finding these sponsors, or some sponsors that have come to the show and the price said, well, that's a lot of money, but that product, like that just like, no, that won't work. So it's like, oh, is that going to help us keep making? That's the thing, not the next episode, but continue to make the podcast that puts people to sleep. So that's a lesson I learned here, August 2015, by making this sleep show that almost ended the whole podcast. And it would come, like things would come out of this, because then at some point I said, okay, I got to stop doing that. And it would lead to me, like months later, first, not that much longer, paying Chris Postal out of my pocket. And then like maybe in October or November. And then eventually starting the Patreon, which has paid the editors ever since, like the 3rd or 4th month of the Patreon, we had enough money to pay the editors. And then it's helped to keep us like at some point, I mean, I don't even know when this comes out, if I'll start taking a small paycheck from the Patreon or not. But yeah, so like October, but like having an emergency fund, that's what I was about to say. Like, so it's not just like, oh, we're just going to pay the editors and then I'll take the rest. It's like, okay, and then there's an emergency fund so we can pay the editors because without editing help at this point, I don't know, you know. So it's just like, again, it goes through that channel of is that what's going to help us instead of like what's easiest, or it's like, okay, what's going to help sustain this show? Okay, so we're still in Lady Witchbeard. We're at episode 15, and we're doing Metasta Snooze. And then we had another fun thing with Harpsichord Dictator and Emperor Zola, like this Halloween-themed series. This is Halloween of 2015 for a few months with my piano teacher and Drake and Mumble Bear and who's that? Dave Osborne. Super Dave Osborne. Let's see. And then we finished up Lady Witchbeard. Then we had 310. We did How to Break a Story. I mean, what's crazy to me is that was 310. Like now we're at we're over 500. I've recorded over 500 episodes. So it's like, you telling me that was, And that was a year, like over a year ago, 2015. Now it's 2017. Yeah. So then Call Me Boris. That was a good with the pillows. I can't believe that was over a year ago. We ran a repeat. Then there's the Shia LaBeouf thing. Then we're getting ready to kick off Roberta Claus. And Roberta Claus is when Chris Postal started editing. So he was editing these before they came out so they could do, we could learn how to do it. But then the Dickens Fair and these Claude Neon Report episodes, another Thanksgiving Day Parade with Gregor and Ray, Flaky and Lights on a Lake. So now we're getting close to under a year. Like a lot of holiday themed stuff, which this year I had less of, and I'm always torn of what to do. But I guess I like watching Halloween, Halloween and Christmas and type stuff. Let's see. Then we kick off. Let's see where we kick off. Get Besso Season 2. Oh, Protector of Oakland Stone Fruit. That was 341. That was another important. I liked that episode. Bernie the Butterfly, Dust Mode Singularity. That was another good one. Selling Elements of Style. That was the first Get Bessos episode. Explainers of Catan. Knox Night. Knox Night was another one. Really happy with the end of that episode. And then we're under a year. So yet a year ago, we started the Patreon and started paying and the past year has been a busy year. Let's see, Blame It on the Bile. My interview with Spleen. Then we run through Get Bessos, Robber Barons and Doilies. That was in May. Another Morley episode, Ghost Belts, and then Morley would pass away not that long after, which is sad. Adventures in Babysitting, that was another pitching episode. I liked that one. Who's the Dummy, Ventriloquist Dummy one. That one is at some point here soon. We'll have a revisiting to that. Mr. T and Me, that was I liked that one. Ray returned to go to California Adventure. Was still going through some Get Bessos episodes and Metastas News. Imaginary Friend Reunion. That was I liked that one. Yeah, somewhere along here. Is this last year? Yeah, April of 2016 when my aunt passed away. I was in Syracuse for that. Real Time Recipe. Joy Dance Edition. Wow, that was a year, 10 months ago. Yeah, Erie Canal Museum. Episode I recorded on a plane. Scoots and Ray on a plane. Bird Bath, 395. That was a high, that's probably still a very high point for the podcast artistically. I don't know if we've hit it that high again. I don't know. There might be something recent I've been pretty happy with. That's probably one of the happiest moments. That and Water, where I was just yeah, I love making this podcast. So that was May 31st, 2016. We're still in Get Bessos. 20 episodes. Pill Pitch from Moranis. So now we're under a year. When we hit 400 in the late spring, early summer. Scooter versus Messy Bore Down. And we're in season 6 of GOT. Sidekick Lover. I don't remember what that one was. Mirror Maze Metaphor. Get Bessos season finale. There's the season 6 finale of GOT. Oh, so we must have paused. Did we pause Metastas News for 10 weeks or something? Yeah, I can kind of remember the planning of this got complicated. Get Bessos season in review. Then a check-in on Tommen, 412, a season 6 recap of GOT. Then I took a week. I think I just did a week of recaps of Tommen and Pounce's adventures just to buy me a week buffer. I don't think I took a week off. I mean, I was out of town for 2 weeks, but there's always if I'm running recaps, I'm almost always working because at this point we have a couple week buffer just in case something goes wrong with the show or if I want to take a break. But I prefer to keep these muscles in shape still. Then at some point, the listeners had sent me a quilt. I think that was earlier, but then the episode started to get released. Like I know I'd recorded that one of the episodes a while before, but I was holding him, I think, until Get Bessos was done. And then we had our first Carole King episode, which, wow, I can remember listening to that, going to have lunch with Blake, that makes half-hour intern. Let's see what else. Known mower. So now we're into last summer. Train carousel on location. That one I did, it came out in August. I think I did it, made that episode in May. Recorded it, whatever the holiday is in May. Is that Labor Day or Memorial Day? Memorial Day. I think Sunday of Memorial Day weekend I recorded that. Then the Dream Quilt conclusion. Then kind of taught Introvert on Vacation. I don't know when I was on vacation, but this when the episode came out. Oh, I think this is what I did. I stretched, I don't know, I tried to stagger some time off because there's My Life with a Perm recap, Leaf losses, Olympics opening ceremonies, Club Senseless, a new pilot series episode. What does that mean? Oh, there's Nuns in Space, the first episode. August 18th. That's when the first episode came out. And we're still doing Metastasis News. Date Moi, that came out 4/27. Can't believe I've made like almost 100 episodes since then. And then we had Nuns in Space, half-hour intern crossover episode, Dirt Bike Poets, Real-Time Bed Assembly, Dirty Dollhouse that I made for Helen Zaltzman, Dirty Doormat, Ray at Caribbean Beach Resorts, Nuns in Space, Lost Village. I did that for KDFC. Most of these I just did, like I told the person, like I didn't do it, like that's like the radio station I fall asleep to. My Life with a Perm, Carole King crossover, Nuns in Space 8. And I'm on the last 50 episodes. Bernie the Butterfly debating with me about geese, Nuns in Space, Cardiff Giant Toe. Then when I was going on Harmontown, I was pretty nervous about that. But I did that episode about using Dan Harmon's story structure for feeling nothing. Another good Date Moi one. A Great Pumpkin review. Sylvan Beach Stroll. I liked that episode. Nun's Opinions, Knock Controversy, Dirty Sweater Dance, Burbank Hollywood Piano. That was on location from a hotel room. Kiss to Brook, Ray Universal Studios, and then Christmas, and then the holiday stuff. Christmas Tree That Took a Walk. That was a pretty good episode. It turned out well. Replay, like a Thanksgiving Day replay recap. Laurel and Hardy's March of the Wooden Soldiers, Real-Time Stuffing and Mashed Potatoes, Christmas Story Tell the Tape. That was a fun one to make, too. Then the Dickens Fair episodes, those were a little bit tougher. And then TNG kicked off. Oh, January. So, yeah, now we're this year, January 1st, 2017, 479, Darmok. And I got Brainbot Entertainer of the Year, January 3rd, 2017, 480. Nuns in Space was coming to a close. Then Farpoint, then Tesla Haircut, and then a review of Nuns in Space. And then Superdoll Stories kicked off. And, I mean, that pretty much brings us back to where we are. And, again, thank you so much for listening to this podcast. I mean, I think that was a pretty sleepy walk down memory lane, but, yeah, I mean, that's just I'm exhausted just going back there. So thank you so much. I couldn't do it if you weren't listening and sleeping to the podcast, I wouldn't make it. If it didn't help people, I would have just cut it back or something, or it wouldn't be what it is today. The evolution of the podcast is because of you, and the things that keep it going is because of you, the listener. And I respect and treasure the relationship I have with all of you. And I'm so humbled that you listen and sleep to something that I make. Thank you so much, and good night. Hey, so good to see you. It's are you ready to do some shopping pretty soon? Yeah. What's the occasion? Well, the occasion is either I don't know. Is it the soon coming up upcoming Super Bowl Sunday or the recently passed Super Bowl Sunday? It's that occasion, whichever it may be. Because I have some super sandwiches, one of which was named accidentally. I call it the Lich, Lich, which is kind of a play on the. I think that's a Korean. I guess maybe you don't want to think about it. So, like, I think that's a name from that would be in a, like they would talk about adding in. But I thought we'd cook up 2 sandwiches and something to drink because I don't know if do you listen to my podcast? Sometimes. Oof. We're friends. You really sometimes. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it. It can't. I know you didn't mean to hurt. It doesn't hurt. No, it doesn't hurt. It just looks like it on my face and my body language that it hurts. I mean, I do know I put out 3 episodes a week. I do. I don't expect you to listen. I just I guess I'm sorry. That's a lot of pressure. It just because you're a construct. I thought you'd listen to every episode for some reason. You don't have to. I know. I'll get over this. Yeah, I guess this is that's the pain you see on my face, a growing pain. Growing used to that. My friend doesn't listen to every podcast episode. I know they're not, every episode isn't for everybody. Do you listen to the intro that just took place? That was my question. Because they said if I was in an inn, in a fantasy tale, no, I don't know, that word has for me, it has too many meanings, but, in a Dragonlance style story, or Dragonlance is sometimes a little too bright. I think, I don't know but in a, you know what I mean? In a D&D game, if I was in an inn, I don't know what I would order to drink. So I thought we'd make a drink that has a kind of certain connotation for me. And then in honor of Super Bowl Sunday, it's pending or posting. I thought we'd make 2 sandwiches that I affiliate. I did make it once for Super Bowl Sunday, one of the sandwiches, and then one I just invented, the Lich, Lich, I think, the Lich sandwich I just invented. It's a riff. It's more of a riff than an invention on this other sandwich. So are you ready to go? Is there anything you should know about Trader Joe? No, since the last we talked, nothing new at Trader Joe's. I mean, I guess I say, geez, am I growing? Like last episode, I said, can I be attracted without a crush? And I say, yes, because that's what's still happening. I say, well, that person is attractive. And then, can I feel attractive? Let's just not go. Can we just not go there, please? I'd rather not talk about that. I know we have to talk about something awkward. It just makes the time fly by for you. I know, but I don't have a crush. Not even in okay, there's one thing, but it'll be when we're in the meat section. Yes, I believe something. Yes, it's embarrassing. Of course it is. Well, do you want me to spoil? I guess I don't need to spoil it because I'm involved, so you already know how to. Let's fly by the magic podcast to Trader Joe's. Oh, before we go in, let's see. I got a list of things. So like this time, I tried to write it down. We need some iced tea, lemons, limes, sugar, iced tea, pretzel bagels, paper towels, eggs, cheddar, Swiss, pastrami, mayo, coleslaw, pumpernickel, bacon and bacon ends, potato pancakes, hash browns. I think that's everything. Something tells me we should buy some coleslaw, but I don't know why. Oh, no, that's what that says, coleslaw on the list. That's why the list. I was thinking of sauerkraut, though. So let's grab a cart and take a right and... Oh, you want to get to the embarrassing stuff right away? No. We got to tease it out. It doesn't work as good when we just do it. Anyway, we do need to use the magic of podcasting to make some coleslaw up here, a traditional coleslaw. And I know you can make coleslaw, and there's like all these new style slaws, which I do like, the idea of like a broccoli slaw. But for this particular recipe, we do kind of need the mayo-based old-fashioned carrot and cabbage slaw, which is right there, because I've actually never seen it at Trader Joe's. But look at that, must be the spirit of slaw just made that. So grab that. And then I don't even know if we need anything else healthy. You just coleslaw, which I think is faux healthy. And then we're going to go here, and right up here on the right is their luncheon. Did they still call these luncheon meats or deli meat? I think when did it become deli meat? And yeah, this is one thing I wouldn't normally buy here at Trader Joe's. I mean, other than lunch, turkey for lunch. But we're going to get this pastrami here. And no, I haven't had it. And yes, it is like I am a fan of Trader Joe's, but I am not a Pollyanna. I don't know what Pollyanna means. I just know how to use it in a sentence. I would assume Pollyanna is like someone that loves everything. But anyway, let's not you're pretty sure I am a Pollyanna for Trader Joe's? No, because I don't. I would only, like, if I had my druthers, I would only buy boar's head, like luncheon meats or pastrami. I prefer to buy it from someplace, that's making the pastrami that day. But, this will be masked by so many layers of things. Okay, so we're going to get the pastrami. Then right here are the cheeses. I decided we're going to get the slices of sharp cheddar. Oh, yeah, and then Swiss. No, don't get the light Swiss. I don't know what the difference is, but I want full Swiss. Okay, so we have all that, and then the meat section's coming up. I know I told you, I'll meet you back. Yeah, meet you back at the meat. You grab those bacon ends, the Trader Joe's bacon ends. And it's a roll of the dice. The last thing of bacon ends I got was like a 10 out of 10. It must have been some sort of smoked high-end bacon that they chopped the ends off of. I'm going to just go across the way here and get pretzel bagels. Yes, I love pretzel bagels. I do. You're right. And then I'll tell you the story because it happened right here at the meat section. Again, what happened? I guess we got to talk about it now. Okay, it just happened since I last saw you. Right here. Yes, I did. This was, I did, this one I blew big time. I blew it. So I was standing here. Well, first, no. I did one of those ones where I came in and I said, they had an eye contact situation. Maybe first like a glance situation where I said, oh, holy ponytail. And then there was an eye contact situation, and then, a brief assessment. And then, I did say that this is a healthy attraction I'm feeling. And then I said, I did snuff out. I blew out the candle of attractive hope, or whatever you want to call it, I don't know, which metaphor you want to use. And I said, well, that's good. That was nice. Let's just blow that out. You're correct. And then I got over here to the meat, and I still maybe I think maybe it was I don't want to, why do we have to talk about this in meat? Because it's too metaphor rich. Okay, well, there was a brief side-by-side meat inspection, and I was looking at this pork roast, and then she had it off, but then it was a rethinking. I knew it was like I was frozen. Okay. Then, yeah, she came back to the meat thing, looked at the meat in my hand. I know that's all, but this is true. This is what happened. Looked at me, and then maybe looked at the look on my, looked at the roast I was holding. Looked at me, waiting for me to say something, waiting uncomfortably long. It then saw the look of, you probably misread the look of, the frozen look in my face, my slack jaw, the different, flying things, flying in and out, all my fillings, of course. But I'm not self-conscious about that, but just with my slack jaw. And then even then futzed around with some of them, it was still one more say, okay, I'll give you one more chance to talk to me. No, I didn't say anything. I did say, it did contemplate asking a question about what I was holding in my hand. I don't know what happened. I guess scared. Uncomfortably wrong. The only thing missing was, are you going to talk to me? But that, the look said every, I mean, I think I had one more chance in the frozen food, but then then it's just that's when, then it's uncomfortable, awkward, where I probably reproject something onto her. And then she says, well, this person's, I don't know what their problem was. So yeah, totally blew it. I was holding the roast in my hand. I even it was a bacon wrapped roast. I could have easily talked about it or asked questions. I guess there was there was a turning. It went from facing the meat to turning to me and facing my roast. How was I holding the roast? Was I holding it? No, I don't know where I was holding it. Probably at waist level and maybe at chest level for protection. No, probably never again. I mean, it wasn't a crush though. No, not even like a post crush. I guess because it was totally. I guess it wasn't burned in my mind. I mean, other now that we're recapping it, my inability. I don't know what this happens to me where you say, well, geez, you got a podcast. You could talk boring for hours. Can't you talk about something interesting for 1 second? No, can't do it. So that was that situation. So we got that out of the way. Thanks. So we have pretzel bagels. We have bacon ends. Now we're going to grab a dozen eggs. You might want 2 dozen if you're having a Super Bowl party. And we're going to need this dark rye over here, pumpernickel. Now it's again, I would buy this from somewhere else, but under the circumstances, this is what we're going to use. I don't know. I would prefer my pumpernickel or rye to be a little bit fresher and a little bit thicker. And it'd probably get at the same place we'd get the pastrami. And, the Bay Area, you'd probably have to drive, I think, to a kosher deli in Oakland, maybe. Or to some other place that specializes in pastrami. I can't think of, I can't think of any place that's making their own pastrami in a real way on a daily basis. Or, corned beef, yeah. Okay, so we have the eggs and the cheddar. And we don't really need anything. Oh boy, I messed up. We got to go back and get some lemons and limes. Now you're going to notice here, I don't know if this is a universal thing. Lemons cost 3 times as much as limes. I don't know what's up with that. I mean, no offense to the lemon. And maybe it was because I didn't eat a lot of limes as a kid, but lime feels, we're going to buy 6 of each. Yeah, great. In the bag of lemons, you're swift. They are cheaper. Okay, then we're going to head down this aisle, grab those paper towels. We definitely need paper towels. Unfortunately, we're going to waste paper. Not too much, but we will. And then we're going to grab sugar here. We're going to grab the refined sugar. You can grab the other kinds, but in this case, I would go on the assumption you have super refined sugar at home from a regular supermarket. But we'll buy some here because it's still good sugar to have around. Just a little spendy to get refined sugar here when you're not getting a full pound. I don't know. Maybe that is pound. I don't know. And maybe you get 2.5 pounds at the grocery store. I don't know. It is cane sugar. That's nice. And then down here we'll grab some mayo. And I realize mayo is a divisive thing. Holy cow, we forgot the most important ingredients back at the frozen food aisle. Good thing I made a list. I'll have to start doing this every single time. So we'll grab the mayo. And I realize mayo's divisive, like I was saying. Yeah, but you need it. Like, I guess, and I don't know if it's from eating breakfast sandwiches in New York City. Did they have mayo? I think they did. An egg and cheese sandwich. But I don't. I like having mayo on my breakfast sandwich, and I know that's not for everybody, so that's why you buy it, and then you don't have to put it on. I think I've told you this. Like, yeah, I didn't have mayo till I was like 20, somewhere between 20 and 22. I think in Florida, it was first Dijonnaise was my first foray, which I think was like mayonnaise and Dijon mustard combined into a spread. It was in Florida. It was with my friend Pat and Marnie, Rick, and Chris. I think that was everybody that was there. Maybe a couple other people, but maybe my friend Charlie. But yeah, we ate a lot of turkey sandwiches that we were out crashing somewhere, and that's what we subsisted on. And yeah, so what do you call it? The Dijonnaise. So that's when. Then I said, "Wow, I like mayonnaise now." Yeah, maybe that was hype. I don't. I guess okay. So we have mayonnaise. Now we got to go back to frozen foods. Now these are our primary flashy ingredients for our two different sandwiches. And these are both a refinement on the sandwiches we're going to be making. We're going to get a thing of those hash browns, the frozen hash browns, just like you get at the Mickey D's. Yeah, those like those square, like ovular ones, exactly. And then I mean, no offense to those are great, but this is the pièce de résistance, as they say. And I don't know how to pronounce, but potato pancakes, which play a big role in my life. And these are, there's different types of potato pancakes. These are latkes, I think you call them. And I'm probably saying that wrong, but we're going to grab those. Those are the PAs, whatever. This is the ingredient that's going to make all the difference, but you're going to have a hash brown option. What are we making? We're making two sandwiches. We're making a lich sandwich, which I just invented, and then we're making a panini's style sandwich. Let's get in the checkout. I'll tell you more. No, I don't want to talk about it anymore. What is it? I don't know. I don't think I saw her in the checkout. It was over. I had my chance, and I did have a chance to start a conversation with another human being. Now, I guess one way to look at it is I don't start conversations with people I'm attracted to or not attracted to. So that's a positive spin on it. It's like anyone else in the meat section, I'm not going to talk to them either. Unless they're commenting on my singing. Yeah, but then that's not a conversation usually. Like then what I do is if I'm singing, they'll say, "Oh, were you singing?" And then I'll say, "No, no, I don't say anything like that." I usually pause and then I repeat. So let's say I was singing like Deck the Halls, like it will usually be pop music now, I think. So then if it's 24 karat magic in the air, like they'd say, "Oh," and then then I'd pause and then two beats and then I'd repeat even if no matter where I was in the song, I'd go back to the hook and make eye contact with them and then leave them on the hook and then sing and drift off. Well, what would I say? Here's my meat roast, meat roasting some pork. No, that wouldn't work because there'd be no. I just don't talk to people like straight. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, so I guess I shouldn't feel embarrassed that I can't talk to anybody. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was some interspecial, whatever. We're the same species, but like there was we had a yin and yang going or whatever, and I didn't say anything, and maybe there was an opportunity. I don't want to fixate on this. I know. Okay, so we're here. Okay, so we're checking out. Oh, back to the same. So one of these sandwiches is based on Panini's restaurant in Cleveland, Ohio. And I've spent a lot of time in Cleveland, Ohio. That's where Sophia's mom, Natalie's from. And so we spent a lot of time there. And we had a lot of good sandwiches at Panini's. And it's usually like a bar with like a sandwich shop, but it's usually best like late at night. And they have a version. I think I think it's called a Pittsburgh. I think these originated in Pittsburgh, but I'm not positive because there's Giordano Brothers in the Bay Area, and they make the same sandwich. But it's like a heavily piled sandwich. Now at those places, I think it's bread, and you get to choose your bread, your meat, and your cheese, I believe. But it's usually bread, like ideally a rye or a pumpernickel, in my opinion, then a cheese, then a luncheon meat, and then an egg, then fries, French fries, a coleslaw, and cheese. I think I said cheese, and all that together, and it is delicious. And they're these giant, messy sandwiches, that at 1, 2, 3 in the morning you wolf down, and they probably help you keep, absorb everything in your stomach, and it feels good to eat it. And it's just a good way to cap the night off, or at least in my opinion. I loved going there. And it's been a while since I've been to Giordano Brothers in the Bay Area. I don't know if I'd go back. I can make them at home now, and then because I associate it, yeah. I don't know if at lunchtime what a sandwich was like this would be. Pretty intense. Oh, look at that. We're back in my apartment without even checking. The miracle of podcasting, the magic of podcasting. We're here at home. And it didn't cost me anything but $100 in my dignity. Thanks. No, I'm just kidding. Well, it's just that it really happened, but most people think that I'm joking, that these type of things don't really happen to me. And that it doesn't have, yeah, but yeah, it's fine. It happened. Well, that's the thing. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I can't learn, like you say, live and learn. And people say, oh, that's okay. Next time you'll get them, Chipper, chin up. Next time you're holding a meaty roast, and they say, no, the next time I won't. I just, well, I get, anyway, we have a lot of cooking to do. I'm glad you care about me. Yes, it's not self-esteem based. It's just, I think it's some sort of visceral reaction. Well, no, maybe it brings me some pleasure. Oh, it's so pleasurable. Yes. And look at the material I get out of it, to be able to, solidify our friendship. And for the audience to think that didn't really, like the Worcestershire thing, with that one, they don't think it was real either. And I'm sure they'll say the pork roast that's holding it. Yeah. Just anyway, not important. I don't think the person would ever listen to the podcast, and I don't think so. Anyway, so we got a lot to do. So the first thing we're going to do is open those bacon bits and start pulling them apart. I'm going to heat the cast iron whatever this thing's called, big, it's a pot pan. I don't know what you call it. Yeah, this is the one I use. It's a Loge. It's a Dutch oven. Like you can use this big pot, and then you can put the skillet on top as the thing. So it's 2 pans that become one. But in this case, we're just using the deep one to cook the bacon in. And because this is like a Super Bowl party, we're going to do some prep. So we're going to cook the bacon, and I want you to take the pretzel bagels and cut them all in half and then reassemble them, because we don't want to separate them like they're socks or something. Okay, so great job on the pretzel bagels. And now the next thing I need you to do is start juicing, or squeeze, not a juicer, but squeezing. Get the OXO squeezer. And I don't know. I like that. I think I broke one of these ones. I did. I think I did send it back. I think they're one of those companies that say, just send it to us and we'll send you a new one. I know I did that with something once. But so juice those until we have a cup of, just juice a lime, then juice a lemon until we have a cup of lime and lemon juice. And then what are we going to do? So I'm going to take this cup and I'm going to measure 2 cups of sugar, like loosely. I usually go a little bit over. Yeah, because this is a cup. So I just, I'm not going to go under a cup, but I'm not going to go massively over a cup either. And I'm going to put them in this pot, and then I'm going to put a cup of water in there. Yeah, we're making a lemon lime simple syrup. Okay, so then you're going to put a lime juice. Now I want you to shave some, see I don't have a microplaner because I have the cheese grater. You just on the thin side of the cheese grater, start grating a little lime and lemon peel. And we're going to throw that in there. Great job. And then we're going to set that to slowly boil. And then remember that whole slotted spoon thing versus a spoon with the holes in it? Yeah, use that to stir it as it cooks up. Yeah, we're going to liquidate the sugar, whatever they call it. And the bacon is cooking too. And then, yeah, just take the top off the coleslaw, put a spoon in there. And then, yeah, open the pastrami and put it nearby. We're going to use that at some point. And if you want to preheat the oven for me, that would be wonderful. Well, yeah, I don't have a toaster, so we're going to toast in the broiler on my oven. So that's why we're heating it up, yeah. And then we won't toast the bread. We'll toast the bagels because we're going to make 2 different style sandwiches. And then, yeah, if you want to open up the potato pancakes and the hash browns, they should stay frozen, but we're going to use them soon enough that they'll be nice and frozen when we use them. But let's keep an eye on this bacon here. Let's keep turning the bacon. You're so good at that. Yeah, you are good at the turning of the bacon. Like, yeah, like a bacon wrapped roast. I feel like a bacon wrapped roast right about now. And so let's see. So we got our bagels, we got our bread, coleslaw, we got our like potato starch thingamajig. We got our pastrami ready to go, and then we have the eggs ready to go. Okay, looks like that's just the sugar citrus thing is just the simple syrup is starting to boil. So just turn that down a little. I don't know what I'm doing. I just always read the first 3 steps of an ingredients, never a recipe. They call those recipes, huh? Yeah, so stir that. What we're going to make is, like, did we buy iced tea? We didn't. I knew we missed something on my list. That's okay. I keep an iced tea in the cupboard here. Now we're going to make a little drink called the iced teaser, and we're going to need the miracle of podcasting anyway to make it, but I think I talked about it. Trader Joe's has 2 iced teas that I mix together because I can't take either one. Unsweetened, normally unsweetened iced tea, yeah. Yeah, they have this mint in, like, I think it has a hint of a mint with green tea and white tea. And then they have that tea java or whatever they call it, black iced tea. And so in my water bottle or whatever, drinking thermos type bottle for work, I do half black tea and then half of the green white tea. Yeah, that's what I drink. Yeah. I guess I don't know if it affects my sleep. I was talking about, I think as long as I don't drink it after 2 o'clock. I don't know. I don't know if my water bottle's 64 ounces or 32, but I drink it all for most of the time. Yeah, so now that that's boiling, we're going to move that this simple syrup to the side and let it cool. And then once it's cool, we'll put it into a jar. And but by the miracle of podcasting, I have the exact same jar of simple syrup in my fridge. So yes, I cheated. I guess I cheated. Yeah. I mean, you could call me Rachel Ray. She's from Buffalo, I think. So she would eat these sandwiches. She would promote them. I don't think it has nice alliteration, but I don't think I'm a Rachel. That's not a good or a bad thing. I just don't see myself as a Rachel. Yeah, she would talk to somebody in the meat. She seems much more. But anyway, we got to focus because so that bacon. Okay, we're gonna put it on paper towels on my skillet here. Why on the skillet? I guess it's a griddle. You're right. It's a griddle. It's a cast iron griddle. Because it's going to, what's going to happen is some of the bacon drippings are going to leak through the paper towel onto the griddle. Then we don't have to oil the griddle. Yeah. So we're wasting paper towels, but we're saving oil. Thank goodness. Correct? Right. Okay. So what was I saying? I don't know what I was talking about. Okay. So yeah, let's get the bacon spread out on there. And we're going to keep the oil. Now, this is a tough one. Oil's it's tough business, right? And the nice thing is the oven's on. So put a cookie sheet in the oven. Yeah, the only cookie sheet I have. And then we're going to let's do the hash browns first because they're a little bit thicker. And you got to watch the temperature, but it's tough. I guess I could take the temperature. I wouldn't know what temperature it should be, though. But we're going to cook the hash browns. I know we don't want to overcrowd it because we don't want to bring the temperature down too much of the oil. So just 2 hash browns at a time. And then, just we'll cook them, then you flip them, and then we'll put them in the oven. And then we'll do 2 of the potato pancakes. Okay, yeah, we are looking good. And then I'm going to start frying some eggs on here. And I'm going to squeeze out a little bit of oil, and then I'm going to rub the paper towel right on here. And then I'm going to start frying eggs. Yeah, so I'm going to fry these eggs here. Correct, yeah. And we're going to, I mean, I always prefer, I think you could, like most people would probably prefer their egg with a little bit of a run in the I think most people would prefer their egg with a little bit of a runniness in the yolk. But yeah, we're going to fry those. Yeah, you take care of the potatoes. I'll take care of the eggs. In the pastrami, I'm going to fry a little bit. And then we're also going to start toasting toasting the bagels. And then we're going to melt the cheese on the bagels too. So, yeah. For the pastrami ones, what we'll do, I think what they did at Panini's somehow is like when they were frying the egg and the meat, they stacked it all with the cheese. I think very restaurant, but we'll get it done. And then, yeah, we'll make an iced teaser, which the iced teaser is just, we're going to take the iced tea, we're going to put it in a cup, we're going to put a splash of our simple syrup in there. And these are shaker cups. So then you're going to shake it up and taste it. It tastes like a lemon. It's like a whatever, a Nelson Palmer, whatever they call that. They used to serve it at the New York State Fair, and I never could. When I was a kid, I don't think I could afford it. It was like an Arnold Palmer, yeah, but it was like $3 or $4. And as a kid, I think I got to go to the fair if I had like $10 or $20 to my name. And it was full of ice, so it was like, and you didn't get a free refill. And I drink beverages like there's nothing. So I remember the one time I paid for it, I was very unhappy. It does come with half a lemon in there. But yeah, that's our iced teaser. And you put it with, we'll serve it with ice. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right. Otherwise, it would be ice. It's still iced teaser because it's iced tea and it's teasing you because it's so good. I should have said that in the meat section. Well, I wish the meat, let's not, okay. And, okay, so things are looking good here. Our potatoes. Now, I got to tell you about these potato pancakes have onion in them. So these are more of a latke or whatever than a potato pancake where they have extra stuff. You know, they add so much. I mean, I don't want to, again, shame the hash browns. Because hash browns are great. This just has an extra oomph, zazoom. And couldn't have said that either. Don't worry about what I should have said. Believe me, I say that that's the story of my life. Okay, so we're going to start assembling these things. Do we have guests coming? We may, but let's get the sandwiches ready. No, because I don't know who did the Super Bowl shuffle. I mean, we could do the Super Bowl shuffle, but no, I didn't invite anybody from the Super Bowl shuffle. I invited Bronson Pinchot, but I think I said, but I don't know if I said his name correctly. And I said, can you bring Larry? I said, do you keep in touch with cousin Larry? And, most people don't think it's funny when they think I'm doing it on purpose when I forget people's names. So they're not coming. So Emo Phillips is coming instead. Yeah, Emo Phillips, you're a great comedian from my childhood. Yeah, and Rich Hall, everybody from Not Necessarily the News, Stuart Pankin, Rich Hall, Ian Bloom, Lucy Webb. You don't know what Not Necessarily the News is. Well, maybe you weren't watching adult shows when you were in second grade like I was. Anyway, it's not important. They're wonderful people, and they love sandwiches. So they're like, let's just concentrate on the sandwiches. What do they feel about roast? I don't know. I always tell people, you see, if you have dietary restrictions, that's why it can only get certain guests to come by and eat with me. Yes, I did have to apologize to Stuart Pankin for saying something all I said was I saw him in an infomercial. Anyway, I think, okay, I just got a text. Rich Hall's the only one coming now. Great job. Like that means Helen, St. Thomas, and Frosty aren't coming because with Bob Charles or whatever would he say? Stuart Pankin is something. Yeah, that's fine. It's not really fine. Oh, wait, Rich Hall's with Conan O'Brien, Greg Daniels, and Andy Richter. Wow. Rich Hall is so cool looking. Rich Hall, you are, can I call it, do you go by Rich Hall or Rich? Hey, yeah, you're one of my childhood heroes. Anyway, holy cow, there's power in this room. Andy, no offense to everybody else. I think I retweet, you're the most retweeted person, the person I retweet the most. Yeah, maybe a couple other people too. Well, it's great to see everybody. Do you love sandwiches? Do you love, yeah, so anyway, yeah, go out, have yourself, Rich Hall's going to recreate Sniglets for that, yeah. Well, can you do your routine? Yeah, Rich Hall, you get, do it about this iced teaser lemonade, Rich. Do some Sniglets for everybody outside. I can't believe Greg Daniels, Conan O'Brien, and Rich Hall, of course. Yeah. Better than better than conquering my fears. Yeah, imagine having great imaginary guests. I mean, it would have been nice, Cousin Larry, if I could remember. But I blew that, not knowing his name. You're right. Okay, so let's finish this out. So let's do the. So here's let's get the bagels ready. So we're gonna put the bacon on here, then the potato pancakes, then the egg. Then we'll serve them open face so that if people want to add mayo, they can. Oh, thanks, Andy. I knew Andy's going to carry the plates out. So these are the Lich sandwiches. So let me make sure I have everything before you take them out. Egg, potato pancake, bacon, cheddar is melted on there. And, okay, Rich Hall's making it. Okay, well, I'll make Rich Hall's own. I'll make the crust cut off. Okay. Anyway, so that's the Lich sandwich, and then we're going to make the panini style one next. Okay. So the panini one. Oh, you want to watch, Andy? Okay. So the panini one, it's a panini sandwich. You're familiar, Ben. Great. So we're going to take the pumpernickel, and then Andy, can you find out if anybody doesn't eat mayo? Charles doesn't eat mayo. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to put the mayo on of everyone's except for his. And then, I guess, I don't know. I haven't put, let's go with the cheese, and then we'll I forgot to melt the cheese, but we could do that in the broiler. And, there's ones in there, Miracle of Podcast, and then we'll put the egg and the pastrami, and then the hash browns, and then coleslaw. So I guess that didn't need mayo. I overdid that. And I think that's everything. Eggs, cheese, and then put the top on. Yeah, that's good. Go ahead and take a bite, Andy. Holy moly, that is, yeah. The crunch of the coleslaw does make it. You're right. And the hash brown, yeah, and normally they would have fries, but a human house, it's tough to make fries that are at that level. And yeah, the iced teaser. This one's just a bit my take on a panini sandwich. Just easier to do. The hash brown is more like in a home environment versus trying to make home French fries. And then I guess I'm going to make rich PBP, pumpernickel peanut butter and jelly, PPJ or whatever. Do you have a sniglet for that, Rich? Okay, tell it to Greg and Conan. That'd be great. Just tell them all about that. Oh, you brought did you bring me a collection of sniglets? You brought all the books? For sale. No, I'm just kidding, Rich. I'm just doing material about you on the podcast. I know. I was making you seem like you were hard to deal with. Why? Because I really look up to. I'm intimidated. Honestly, when I was not necessarily the news changed my life. I think I could say that. I mean, later in life, discovering Andy and Conan and Greg's shows, had a great impact on my life. And I derived pleasure. But when I was watching you, Rich, I was in second grade in third grade, and changed, it was my first taste of adult comedy. I think between you and the rest of the, not necessarily the news team. So I really have so much to thank you for. Also, I probably did need to take somebody else down because I just told a story about. Oh, you already heard it's already out on the internet. Yeah, I hit the meat section. Yeah, it's holding a roast. Was it dripping, the roast? Probably. My mouth was open, though, wide open. Yeah, you could see my fillings. So, yeah, that's why. I'm sorry. It was a little passive aggressive of me. I apologize, Rich. So, anyway, those are our sandwiches for Super Bowl Sunday. What could be more super than sandwiches that are super stuffed with stuff and some lemonade with iced teas and lemonade? So, thanks for coming by. Thanks for the inspiration, everybody, and not necessarily the news. And Greg Daniels, Conan O'Brien, Andy Richter for the inspiration. And that's it. Good night.